Hi, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Hold up, y'all. I'm just setting things up, my desk and everything. Welcome, everybody. Oh, my God. It's so early in the morning. Welcome, welcome. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. What are you guys drinking on? I'm waiting on my coffee. I haven't had my coffee quite yet. Um, I'm waiting on that coffee. Okay. I ran out of ice, so I went to go. Like, you know how you don't fill up the trays? You don't fill up the trays, then you don't have ice. I had another thing for ice, and that's not filled out. So it won't be well. It won't be good for all of us if we can't have what's the word? If I can't have my coffee, at least. Welcome, welcome. Shout out to everybody. Iced coffee is not ready. It needs to. We about to figure that out here in a minute. Good morning. Shout out to everybody. I see people coming through. See, I saw a mod become a member. Shout out to a mod. I believe we have another person who became a member. And let me see if I can pull their, because it's not showing on my StreamYard. They must have like gotten a membership yesterday while I was let's see. I think it's it won't show. But shout out to the person. I think it was L and Ahmad. Shout out to Ahmad for becoming a member. Thank you for supporting the channel. And L. Welcome. Powered by Celsius over here. Ooh. I need my coffee, y'all. I really do. That's right. You guys said mushroom style coffee. Never had it before. Welcome. Good afternoon from the UK. Shout out to the beautiful people in the UK. Welcome. Oh my goodness, guys. So what a day yesterday, wouldn't you say? I did not go back live because I didn't have the transcripts. I have them today for yesterday. And the transcripts are fairly short. I will say that. Hold up. Is the camera? There we go. It's a little blurry. The transcripts are fairly short. It's not like a long read or anything like that. So I think we'll be okay. While we wait for the jury to deliberate, we could definitely dig into those. But I'm waiting to see if we have an update yet on the inner city press webs. And also um I don't know, I guess remember I told you that you kind of have to keep an eye out on Harvey Levin, because Harvey Levin will tell you things that a lot of people don't know because they have the exclusive and an unnamed source and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on him because he always tends to kind of like know what's up before people, and maybe have information that he's not supposed to have, or expose at all. So yeah, we have to kind of keep an eye out on that. You think today is going to be the day? Well, it's us UKians. Now we made that up. Shout out to the UK, the people of the UK, the UKians. Shout out to you guys. Janie. So Janie, thank you so much for becoming a member. Janie, thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, he's a mess. He's a mess. He just is. Harvey Levin is a mess, and he always tends to know information before a lot of people. I'll never forget when he posted Liam Payne's body. Do y'all remember from One Direction? We covered that pretty extensively. They got a lot of backlash that they had to remove that picture out of the TMZ. So when Liam Payne was on the floor in it was a horrific video. Well, first of all, excuse me, picture. And TMZ broke the news by showing that picture verse. Okay. His father didn't even know the news yet. Like, a lot of people didn't even know the news. Well, how did the news break about Liam Payne's death? Was through a picture that was taken by somebody down there and sent to TMZ. And I'm sure TMZ paid a lot of money. And it was his body right on the floor of a restaurant. It was horrific. So that's why I'm saying TMZ knows no bounds when it comes to things like that. Didi, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships, guys. If you guys have been blessed by any of the people gifting, make sure you guys are putting some confettis or hearts in the chat. Good morning. Good morning from Mexicali. Yes, yes, yes. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Oh my God, y'all. So for those that missed it, we got a little shout out, and let me just say I'm fangirl. Like, I was like, what? So for those that are brand new, I did put a little short up on the channel. while we wait for updates, let me tell you guys something. So I got an email or a message from a subscriber and said, "Hey, Coco from SWV shouted you out." What? What do you mean? Shouted me out? What do you mean? So Armand Wiggins had uploaded a video um, on his channel, and it's a very like little. It's a little clip. I have to maybe find it and play it here because it's not too long. And she was shouting out Armand and Mims and a bunch of other creators, which I thought was amazing. Let's see. But she shouted, and I said, "Well, I don't know of any other down the rabbit holes that are talking about this case." But I had a moment and I was here for it. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Because if it was during the week, then I would have something to watch, because I'm all into this Diddy trial. Armand Wiggins is just like Armand Wiggins. I love his recaps of the trial. I might have to go watch like his old recaps or something. I like him. I like Tisha Tells. I like Sims. I hope I'm saying his name right. And at this point, down the rabbit hole, I think her name is, I'm enjoying the commentary.
First of all, you name another channel named Down the Rabbit that is talking about Diddy. She got to be talking about. I said, "Are you sure?" Listen. I was here for it. I'm here for it.
But Armand Wiggins, he needs to be on somebody's TV show. TMZ needs to put him on there permanently because I saw him on there somewhere because he is so gut. I look good, but I was tired.
Shout out to her. Listen, I was here for it. I was so excited when I heard this. And I mean, she's right. Armand Wiggins has been doing an amazing job covering. And he's been on News Nation. He's been on TMZ. Definitely deserves a lot of recognition and flower for his coverage. Thank you. Yes, I was a little like, I literally felt like I was back in middle school. Just made my day, man. It really did. I said, what? She watches us? God, swear I was getting weak in the knees. I can hardly speak. Oh my God. Mary, thank you so much for the Cash App. Thank you. If we get transcripts today, we might not. Who knows? By the way, I do want to warn everybody, we might not. This might be the last day of transcripts, guys. If we get any, well, we should when they read the verdict. So there's that. But if that might be the last day where we get any transcripts at this point, because there could very well be a verdict and then court is done. There would be no more to it, right? So thank you, Mary. But maybe today there might be. If there's a verdict read, there's probably gonna have to be transcripts for that. For sure. So thank you. Mary, again, shout out to you. Thank you, love. Appreciate that Cash App. Okay. Let's get it together, guys. Let's get it together. So I'm gonna look at Inner City Press and see if we have any updates so far. Thank you, Don Shell, for sharing my live on Twitter. Appreciate you, love. Appreciate you. Okay, I'm gonna see if we have anything else, because I don't see any updates yet. CNN gave us a little. Maybe we'll do a little CNN read. We'll keep an eye out on Inner City Press, and then we got the transcripts for yesterday, ready to go. Okay. Let's see. Let's stop this right here. So CNN posted this about an hour ago, I want to say, or excuse me, 13 minutes ago, or 13 hours ago, which gives us a good little review of what is up. Shout out to everybody. Yes, hit the like button, please, and thank you. Okay. So the jury has reached a verdict in 4 of 5 counts in Combs' federal criminal trial. Here's what you should know. All right, so they're going to give us the 411. Here we go. So the federal jury in Sean Diddy Combs reached a verdict in 4 of the 5 counts today after deliberating for roughly 12 and a half hours. The jury sent a note to the judge saying they did not reach a verdict on count 1, which is racketeering conspiracy that carries the heaviest penalty with a maximum of a life in prison. Okay, a life in prison sentence. The judge instructed the jury to continue deliberating. The jury sent a note advising it will continue deliberating tomorrow. So they should be in the room ready to go right now. Okay. More notes on the jury. Court began today with the jury sending more notes to the judge. The latest was a note asking for several transcript sections, including Cassie Ventura's testimony regarding the Intercontinental incident. Prosecutors and defense attorneys went back and forth on disagreements about what testimony excerpts are responsive to the jury's requests about the hotel incident, but ultimately, the judge ruled that the jury will get the transcripts for Ventura's testimony about the days before and after the Intercontinental incident. Over an objection from prosecutors, the judge also ruled that the jury would receive Ventura's testimony regarding her Instagram post in response to the release of the Intercontinental surveillance video. No provided scheduling scenarios. During a meeting with the defense and prosecutors before the end of court, the judge agreed to hold off on proposing scheduling scenarios to the jury should deliberations continue past tomorrow. Both the defense and the prosecutors agreed that they are open to allowing the jury to deliberate on Thursday if the panel chooses to, even though the courthouse is closed. Okay. I think Friday is the holiday. So Thursday, I think, was like an observation for that. Keep that in mind. The judge and the parties are not considering Friday because of the 4th of July holiday. So if the jury declined to deliberate on Thursday, they'd have to return next Monday. Oh my. Well, okay, today is Wednesday. Tomorrow is Thursday. So they could come back tomorrow. And if they don't want to come back tomorrow, they could come back on Monday. This could, I mean, listen, deliberations can take a minute, I guess. This is a thing. Okay. The judge and the parties are not considering Friday. We read this. Okay, so the family focus. Court today began and ended with interactions between Combs and his mother before leaving the courtroom with marshals this morning while the court adjourned. Okay. Combs stopped to talk to his mother, Janice Combs. He told her this morning to relax and that it's going to be all right. Then, after the jury was dismissed for the day in the afternoon and before Combs left the courtroom, he reiterated to his mother that he'll be all right and also whispered to his 6 children seated in the second row behind him. Okay, while the jury deliberates. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I have to make my coffee. Thank you. While the jury deliberates. Okay. Use the form below to send CNN questions. We're not going to send CNN questions, but we have an update from Inner City Press, guys. Just giving you an idea. I think that was a pretty good summary of what happened yesterday. Okay. Before we start on the transcripts, I kind of want to get us here, and then I'm going to have Inner City Press on standby, like to see if we have any more updates while we're reading transcripts. Okay. Okay, the U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs, Day 35. Today is July 2nd, which is Wednesday, and we are jury deliberation day 3 after verdicts reached on 2 through 5. They weren't unable to pursue. They were unable to get anything on the first charge, right? So keep that in mind. Inner City Press is there to cover as well. So this should be interesting to see how things land. Overall, now hold up, let me put this right here because I'm going to have that up here. Let me know in the chat. Thank you, Mary, appreciate you. Thank you, love. Thank you. And then shout out to James. Thank you so much. And let me shout out some people who's in the PayPal because I forgot to do this yesterday. Thank you. James, shout out to my love James in the chat. Sue, Bodil, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for your support on the PayPal. Thank you. Appreciate it. And Mary, thank you again. Appreciate it. What do you guys think happened? What was the difficult part on coming up with the verdict for the first one? Did they meet? Did they feel like I guess the room was divided. The way I understood it, and maybe it's just my thought process, but I thought that if he was not guilty for the first, that it would be easier to kind of determine if he's guilty for the rest, right? Or at least for those predicates. Maybe they couldn't decide on the predicates, right? I thought it would have been easier to just land on something with those predicates. So I don't know. I mean, it was weird. Yeah, the count one, the racketeering, is hard for them. Medusa, but I thought I heard, and I've heard this from a lot of legal commentators. They said that, well, the first one is the easiest one to charge with. That was the theme of a lot of the narrative. Oh, the first one is very easy to charge. Don't like the first one's gonna be easy. Did you guys not hear a lot of people say that? Because I heard that too. That it just made it seem like it shouldn't be hard to charge for the first one. I said, well, I mean, I guess it just depends where you land with the witnesses and stuff like that. But let me know what you guys think. Let me see. You don't think that they understood the instructions fully? Maybe that's what it was. Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Maybe that's what it was. They don't understand the instructions fully. Maybe there was a confusion with that, and stuff like that. Hey, just a tea, please. How are you, my love? Everybody coming through, guys. Thank you for coming through. I wonder if he's not charged for RICO, will they still be able to prosecute for the co-conspirators? That's a great question. I don't see why not, though. I don't see why not. Thank you. If you find, this is a good point. If you find the rest guilty, one should be guilty too. Worries me that they voted not guilty. Listen, maybe they couldn't decide on some of the stuff. Now, while we wait for an update here, I got to show you guys something, because I was saving clips for today. Gina, who is victim 3. I think I told you guys this yesterday. She gave an interview, or somewhat of an interview, on Inner City Press, or excuse me, not Inner City Press, TMZ, right? And people were talking about this. She's talking to TMZ, and she said something, that was like, I don't feel like I'm at risk. I don't feel like I'm anything. Like, everything is fine. Let me see if I can pull it. I thought I saved the clip, but maybe I didn't. She was walking out of a Whole Foods, and somebody with a camera, she's like, I'm not in danger. That's not the issue at all. This is her. So she is victim 3. Okay. Just people are aware.
I have a quick question for you. You think Diddy's gonna win this trial? Before you go, I just want to know, if Diddy does win this trial, do you think your life will be threatened in any kind of way?
No.
You don't think so? You think everything will be safe? Because the girl Aubrey O'Day, she said that if Diddy wins, she's gonna leave the country.
I mean, he never did anything dangerous to me. I'm not scared.
You're not scared? Okay, well.
So she says, he never did anything dangerous to me. Mind you, she's the same woman that went to Tasha K and said that he had stomped her, that she was pregnant, that she had done a bunch of things. So then I heard yesterday a little bit of what Tasha K was saying in her comments. Shout out to Tasha K. She was sitting there, and hopefully I'm going to see if I can play Tasha's clip, because I don't want to put words in Tasha K's mouth. But Tasha K, yeah, that's not what she said to TK. And I believe TK, I'm going to be honest with you, do the right thing. I really believe what Tasha's saying on this. Tasha K said, I think it was very specific to like something to the effect of, I just want to get paid for my interviews. Okay. Which Tasha K doesn't pay people for interviews. She'll fly you out. She'll pay for your hotel, but she won't give you money for interviews. Okay. And she was very specific. Like, she wanted to re-interview. So I don't know what is going on. Again, she's victim 3. She's the one that they couldn't get into the courtroom to testify. That was her. I don't know. And Tasha, like I said, Tasha's the one that has had the, let me see if I can pull Tasha's video. Tasha was doing some video yesterday. Hold up. Let's see. Shout out to Tasha K. I'm going to see if she talked specifically. Let me see if I can find the transcript so I can find the specific time frame while we wait for an update. Tasha K, Gina. She talked about her. Here it is.
From
50 Cent baby mama. And Gina was supposed to be victim 2 or victim 3, one of the two. I can't remember. But all of this came after Cassie's allegations, which in my opinion, you really can't trust, because it's like she never went to the authorities. She went straight, down to the money court to ask for money, because she was in a very bad position financially with 2 children and living with in-laws, or in-laws are her parents, and her husband is a personal trainer. And so it makes it suspicious as to why she even went down. Why is she participating in a federal indictment when the whole goal was to get money for her being talentless? Because let's be honest, Cassie is not talented. But I say this to...
So she's mixing the two when she says this, because she's talking about Cassie and then she's talking about Gina. But I want to go right where she talks about Gina. Let's see. I think she talks about her.
Jane Doe. They should have kept her out. I'm going to be honest with you. They should have just stuck with Cassie. Gina was on the run. But I wouldn't even brought Jane Doe.
They found Gina down there at the Whole Foods.
I saw 10. Now, how did they conveniently find her after the trial was over? That's what I'm trying to
think. Gina was at Diddy's house, the one that's up for sale. She was staying there. Yeah, Gina wasn't
she's talking about Jane Doe. Gina and Jane Doe are 2 different people.
Do this. Gina wasn't gonna do this, because the only reason, and I'm gonna talk to you about Gina in just a second, because everybody's been trying to interview me in terms of Gina, and I've been taking my precious little time, because I'm like, why would I give you my content? I talk to Gina. Gina good. Mel, do you want to respond to this? And then we're gonna take a call from one of the viewers that may have a question for you two, or just may want to give comment on it. Do you guys think in the comments, did he do it? Did he not do it? If you were a juror, what are you voting? This is a live verdict watch. Go ahead, Mel, respond.
Hold up.
I just want to make it clear for the audience, when it comes to this case, that this case, in my opinion, was targeted because Cassie, nor did Jane, none of these individuals came down here to the Southern District.
And Diddy, you team Diddy, each one of them went back, including Gina. I talked to Gina. Gina called me the day the feds had brought the case and was asking me, could she do a second interview? But for this interview, she wanted to be paid. I said, Gina, I don't pay.
Did you hear what Tasha just said? Tasha K had interviewed Gina a couple years ago. Listen to what Tasha just said. Tasha is getting Gina and Jane Doe mixed up in the first part, but I'm pretty sure she did talk to Gina just based on what she's saying here. Listen to what she just said. Okay, hold up. Ooh, did I just rewind all the way back? Hold up. I think it's right here.
Diddy, you team Diddy, each one of them went back, including Gina. I talked to Gina. Gina called me the day the feds had brought the case and was asking me, could she do a second interview? But for this interview, she wanted to be paid. I said, Gina, I don't pay. But she was adamant. I need to be paid, Tasha. Can you send? I said, no, Gina, the only thing we do is take care of your flight and your hotel and some food. And if you need a babysitter for that baby, because Lord knows she take that baby everywhere. That baby done seen her get kicked down the stairs. That baby probably done seen her do freak offs. That baby ain't missed a beat. Okay, Sean, come on now, fix your Wi-Fi. Let's go. Let's go, Sean.
Shout out to Sean Davy Way, guys. Guys, we love Sean Davy Way over here. Shout out to Sean.
Them people and pay the bills. Listen, I need them deeds. But I talked to Gina, and so they said they found Gina right after the case. Gina ain't going to work because Gina's always been Team Diddy.
Mm-hmm. Even today with TMZ catching her in the parking lot, they asked her directly. They said, because she mysteriously appears after the case is over. They said, well, do you think he's like a danger, to society? She's like, no, I don't think he's a danger to society. They said, well, do you feel in danger? Like, if he were to get off, do you think that your life would be threatened? She was like, oh, absolutely not. I mean, the tune that she's singing is night and day from your record-breaking interview that
nobody believed. But the reason Gina sat with me and I asked her, I said, why are you here, Gina? Mm-hmm. She said, because Diddy cut me off. I said, well, what you mean cut you off? She said, he cut me off financially. He moved me from wherever she was from, okay? Mm-hmm. Gave her $5,000 a month, put it under the marketing budget, okay? And that's how she paid her bills. So when he cut her off, she wasn't mad that he beat her. She wasn't mad that he kicked babies out of her stomach. She wasn't mad that he was sleeping with Cassie or any other girl. She wasn't mad about any of that. She was mad because he cut her off financially. And guess what? After that interview, he called her. He sent a private jet. Matter of fact, he had his son call her, sent her a private jet to pick her up from where she had did the interview from. I think we did that interview in Atlanta. So he sent the private jet to her to get her, brought her back, apologized, and upped her pay from $5,000 to $10,000, according to her. And she has been there ever since. And that's why you saw her pop up on the internet with Young Miami, fighting with Young Miami about I was here first. And then Young Miami was like, well, you were eater. How does she know that? Because they all get down together. This is how Diddy gets down. And by the way, somebody is circulating tapes on Lori Harvey.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. And I literally, I saw the image and I deleted it because I did not ask to receive this information. But apparently that's why she's been so quiet, according to sources.
Wait, are the videos with Diddy allegedly occurring? Diddy?
I don't know who she with. I just know that there's tapes of her. So was it Future taping her? Was it what's the little young actor name? The little Idris Elba. Dancing Idris? Was it Diddy? Who got Steve Harvey's daughter allegedly in a tape? Is the question.
Oh my God. Anyways. So shout out to Tasha K. Make sure you guys check her out. Shout out to Sean Davy Way. You guys know we love Sean Davy Way over here. And I'm not familiar with, I'm trying to get her name. I think her name is Carter at the Black Law something. I was trying to see if I can find her full name, but she's another content creator. Shout out to the three of them. But that is a little bit of something that Tasha gave as far as information about talking to Gina on the phone, trying to get paid. And I'm wondering, I think a lot of people know that Tasha doesn't pay for interviews. She'll pay to fly you out. She'll pay for your food, but she doesn't pay for interviews. So I don't know if her request was to like, pay me so I can get out of this trial, right? Listen, maybe Gina wasn't ready to testify against Diddy. Maybe she just it wouldn't have been a good thing, I think, even for the prosecution to have brought her on. But I'm going to say this. I don't know about people that would just say, oh, it's just a subpoena. Let me ignore it, because I wouldn't ignore a subpoena from a federal court, district, whatever it may be. Like, I wouldn't do that, right? So it does make you wonder, well, okay, like what made her is maybe there was the civil lawsuit that she had, something's going on, and she's like, well, I'm just not gonna, if I don't have to testify, or if the prosecutors, if we can work around that, okay, then there's that. Maybe she wouldn't have been a good witness, but at least we know where she stands. I don't know. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. I mean, I don't think any answer is wrong when it comes to this situation. And there isn't a whole lot that we can overanalyze when it comes to this. But okay, so we have Inner City Press, and then we're going to get right into the transcripts. Now, I have to, 3 minutes. I have to go and get some coffee because I got my ice now. So let me go do that while I let this play. You guys, let me know what your thoughts are in the comments. I'm going to let this play here. Hold up.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Wednesday, July 2nd. It is day 35 and possibly the last day of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Yesterday, as many have seen, around 4:05 p.m., the jury sent out a note, and here's what it said. They've reached verdicts on 4 of the 5 charges. That's 2, 3, 4, and 5. But they remained, so they had some unpersuadable views on count 1, RICO. Combs looked devastated. Devastated. Let me say this. I think I used the word catatonic. He literally sat in his chair, staring in the air, staring down. The lawyers scurried around. They opposed Judge Subramanian giving a so-called Allen charge, which basically would say, jurors, no future jury is going to have any more information than you have. Implied it would be a big waste of time and money to do this again for 8 weeks. So try to reach a decision without, of course, capitulating. Now, defendants often say that charge is a implicit strong-arming for a verdict which is often guilty. So they haven't given it yet. If today they come out and say they're still deadlocked, you can expect a modified charge. I would say probably a light Allen charge. Would he then ramp it up to a strong Allen charge? I don't know. Would he bring them back in on the 3rd? Anyway, I'm speculating. It could be over as early as this morning. They could reach a decision. Also, they could be asking questions and for more evidence about the racketeering charge. They could be acting as they try to persuade each other. What's the breakdown? See, nobody knows these things. I did I think it's called True Crime. I did it, and it's difficult to talk about these things right now. That's why I won't. I'll say more about that later. But it's hard because everyone's saying that they know what it is, and they don't. Actually, we could go over all the permutations. Since they didn't ask any questions about Jane, does that mean they don't think that Jane was sex trafficked? You certainly have the Mann Act charges, it would seem. Anyway, not for me to say. We're going in. This could be the last. This day 35 could be the last day, and I'll tell you that I'm already well along in week 8, the book of the Sean Combs trial. Now, before we get there, there's a huge panoply in front of the courthouse as I approach. We also yesterday covered the United Nations new head of the Security Council for July, Pakistan. We wrote to them and said, hey, we got some questions. Not only Kashmir.
We have an update, so I'm going to skip over this real quick. Let me tell you guys what's going on. Sean Diddy Combs at 9. Here we go. We got a couple of updates here. So at 9:15 a.m., Sean Combs is in the courtroom talking with this lead lawyer, Agnifilo. Also in there at well, Shapiro, Westmoreland, Driscoll, Steele, prosecutors nowhere to be seen. Okay, at about 9:30, Sean Combs is talking with his lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, while 4 other of his lawyers huddle to the side. Combs stands up, asking marshals, and is allowed to speak to his family seated in the front row. Now back into the holding cell. So he's back in his holding cell. That's what it sounds like. Okay. Lord have mercy, not a blue jumpsuit. He's back in the holding cell. I guess they were there this morning. Okay. I wonder if there's something going on this morning, or can we proceed with transcripts? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Is there something else going on? Thank you. Mine's y'all. Thank you for the $10. Can we all have a moment to remember that PD was once a little boy with dreams and has family that loved him, and the loss in his case is huge. I have love for all these people and humans. Don't free PD. Yeah, I hear you. I think, mine's y'all were like, honestly, let me see what everybody's saying about this. I think at the end of the day, he's going through what he's going through, right? And he's going to hear the outcome of everything at the end of the day, right? So it's like, yeah, we could definitely kind of have space for that. At the same time, also being mindful. Thank you, Minds Y'all, by the way, for the $10. Of people that have felt hurt by him, even though people don't necessarily, like I said, people are 50-50. I feel like I'm 50-50 on certain aspects. And I felt, by the way, shout out to you guys, because I have felt comfortable telling you guys of when I've had doubt, and you guys have been really supportive of that and of each other when we've had doubt about certain things, certain statements. It's okay to have empathy, and it's okay not to. You guys are owners of all of that, right? However you feel. But like I said, for me, it's like the fact that we've had this chat with thousands of people, a lot of people here, and you guys have allowed space for different people to say their opinions. There been hiccups sometimes. We've had agitators in the chat, paid agitators that we've had to remove right away. Yeah, I would agree. At the same time, you guys have been amazing in this chat. So I want to thank you guys for holding space for each other for that. Like I said, you can agree, disagree. You don't have to agree. But that's what I'm going to say. You said no empathy for El Diddy. Yeah. My dad did call me up for the case yesterday. I'm not even I told Dad, I was like, Dad, I made fun of you. He said, what you mean? ¿Qué hiciste? ¿Qué les dijiste a la gente? It's because I told you he's like his English is a little you know. So when we talk about, because we talk about Diddy in our household, you know, he knows I'm covering the case. And when he asked, he's like, ¿Qué pasó con el Diddy? Well, yesterday we were on the phone and he was like, Oyes, lo encontraron culpable, meaning like, did they find him guilty of the charge? ¿Qué pasó con el Diddy? ¿Qué onda con el Diddy? So it's like, what's up with El Diddy? Like, what's going on with El Diddy? Did they find him guilty? Yeah. So, anyways, that's the thing. That's the so for whatever reason, I told you guys that's how my dad talks, and we were talking about it yesterday, y'all. You guys made fun of me in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Yes. It will be forever El Diddy. Thank you guys. Everybody come through. I know, right? I know my dad doesn't watch my channel, but he is a supporter. So he's like, of course, you know, he's always encouraging me to kind of do my best. And I mean, he's just a pillar of that. So shout out to my dad. Okay. No update yet here, but I'm going to, like I said, we do have the transcripts that we can review, but I was holding off on reviewing those right away because I wasn't sure if we were going to get updates from court. We might. So let's see. We're going to play this. Let's see. I'm going to see if does CNN have a person in there? Let's see. 45 minutes ago. Nope, no update from CNN. Is CNN even in there? Here it is. Okay, here we go. So CNN does have an update for us. What's really cool about the transcripts is we're going to get to the nitty-gritty of the questions that they had, and they're not very long, so I'm kind of excited about that. We could definitely handle the transcripts read. But let me put, I don't want to miss Inner City Press. So I got to put this tab over here so I can just keep an eye out for things that pop out. All right, let's get to the CNN read. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Guys, don't forget to hit the like button, please, and thank you. Only one, Joy, thank you so much for the $5. Diddy is too vindictive to walk. If he does, there will be pneumonia everywhere. Should have locked him up in 91. Maybe he'd be a better person. Woo. Brenda, thank you so much for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Only one, Joy. Thank you. It's going to be an interesting outcome. Okay. Like that. We're literally right where we're at right now. I do wonder what is going to come out of all of this, you know, like, I think he should have just taken a plea deal. I think he should have pled. I think he should have done something about, like, I think he underestimated. Hell, you even have Harvey Levin singing a different tune. And I know some of you guys in the chat, Rabbit, why are you quoting Harvey Levin? I'm not quoting Harvey Levin. I told you guys yesterday that I tend to play Harvey Levin because one of the things that Harvey Levin does is that he gets information and he gets it before everyone. And in my opinion, he gets it the wrong way, unethically. So I like to play that before he changes URLs to articles. I mean, he hasn't even touched the story about how he found out about juror number 7. I don't necessarily use him as a viable source. I use him as somebody who kind of puts his foot in his mouth, but he has an in the court because of his connections. And I think that's somebody that you have to watch. You have to watch. You don't have to credit, but you have to watch. That's what I would say. But honestly, he should have just taken a plea. I don't know if he could. I think we're kind of late in the game for a plea, but I don't know. Anything could happen. I think maybe he took a good night's sleep last night. He's like, I should have probably asked for a plea. He should have asked for a plea. Because now we're right where we need to be at. I don't know if I have any, if Franny Law or Vicky can let me know in the chat. Could he go and plead right now? No, I don't think so. I think we're too late in the game now. But like only one, Joy. I think he just kind of like thought that this was going to be a one and done. I don't know. Maybe his lawyers kind of like told him that we got this. We don't know. He could very well be not found. They could be deadlock on the first one, right? And then just maybe guilty on the other ones, which would be what, 10 to 15 years for the other ones. Whereas the RICO is the life sentence. Okay. So there's that. He could very well be vindicated. He could, we just don't know. And the thing about, the fact that they have the verdicts for the other ones, we don't know what those verdicts are. So people are saying, well, we know what the verdicts are. No, we don't. We don't know if he's guilty. We don't. We just know that they have a verdict. So that's the difference, right? Jalisa, thank you for the $5, love. Nate said that if they only vote guilty on transportation, he might get time served, which is a scary thought. That could very well be the case, right? He could get time served. Yeah, we're right where we need to be at when it comes to this. Like, we're right there. Is a decision going to be made today? Is a verdict going to, and by the way, thank you, love, for the super chat. Thank you. Is the decision going to be made today? Is it going to happen? I don't know. Marie, thank you so much for the $2. You're doing a great job covering the trial. Thank you. Aw, thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. You guys could be anywhere else, but you're here. Thank you. Thank you, Pocahontas. Thank you. So there's a lot, okay? It really just, there's a lot to consider when it comes to this. But okay, let's get to the CNN breakdown. And let's see, I'm keeping an eye out. We don't have an update from Inner City Press yet, but let's get into the CNN breakdown, okay? All right. Okay. Where's my window at? And then we're going to get into the transcripts because we're nosy and we want to hear what is going on. All right. So this was less than a minute ago, 10 minutes ago, 26 minutes ago, and 8 minutes ago. Okay. We read this one, but we're going to read this one right here. Okay. While I keep my eye out on Inner City Press, I'm not paying attention to the chat, guys. Here's what the prosecution has to prove as Combs faces a racketeering conspiracy charge. Combs has pled not guilty to charges of racketeering conspiracy, S trafficking, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The judge has asked jurors to continue deliberating after they said they were unable to reach a verdict on count 1, which is a racketeering conspiracy. If convicted on all counts, Combs could face up to life in prison. The federal government has used racketeering to go after dozen college athletic figures and test administrations in the largest college admission scandal ever prosecuted by former President Donald Trump, and musicians like R. Kelly and Young Thug, which I believe R. Kelly's asking for a pardon now. So what exactly is racketeering? Simply put, for those that are confused, racketeering means engaging in an illegal scheme. It's used in the Racketeering Influence Corrupt Organization Act, known as RICO, to describe 35 offenses, including kidnapping, murder, bribery, arson, and extortion. This is why when I told you guys, I gave you that like picture of, think of racketeering as like RICO is the umbrella, and then there's all these charges that are, under that umbrella, right? So it's like an umbrella term of murder, bribery, extortion, whatever it may be. That's what RICO. That's the image that I have of RICO. Okay. The attorney, Robert, who has helped draft RICO laws in at least 22 states, told CNN racketeering is not a single criminal act. Prosecutors must prove a pattern involving at least 2 instances of racketeering activities to convict someone under the law. Racketeering is not a specific crime. It's a way of thinking about and prosecuting a variety of crimes, okay? According to the U.S. Department, the U.S. Justice Department, to convict someone of racketeering, prosecutors must prove 5 criteria. You guys let me know in the chat if you feel like this has been done, okay? A criminal enterprise exists. The enterprise affected interstate commerce, okay? I think that's like the baby oil and the Astroglide and all that other stuff. The defendant was associated with or employed by the enterprise. The defendant engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity. The defendant participated in at least 2 acts of racketeering activity. The minimum sentence of racketeering varies by jurisdiction and severity of the crime. Convicted racketeers can also face fines. Okay? Let me know if you feel like this has been met. Sarah says, oh my God, can you remove this chat and Diddy at the bottom of the screen? Thank you. Love you. The content, just hate the crap out of the screen. I want to see the screen. Okay, Sarah, I got you. I've never removed it, but yeah, let me do that. Okay. If you guys are having a hard time. So is the chat distracting to you there too? Listen, since you asked nicely, I hope that that's okay. We'll do it this way. Thank you again for the $19.99. Tina, thank you for becoming a member. Arties, thank you for the $9.99. You said how many people had to lose their lives before Diddy was prosecuted? Don't forget College City, Arties. There's that one too. There's that one. That whole College City situation was horrible. Emily, thank you so much for the $2. I'm concerned that he will be pardoned by Trump. Well, people have said that, but I guess we'll see. We don't know that for a fact. I mean, it could just very well be a rumor, but we don't know, y'all. We don't know. Sarah, put a thumbs up in the chat. I mean, I can't really pay attention too much. Y'all can see it? Okay. All right. And by the way, the reason why I put Diddy on the side when I'm reading the transcripts is because people will take the transcripts and not credit you. So I am going to have to put like my watermark on them while we're live on them. Okay. Let's keep going with CNN, but let me just keep an eye out. No update. No update on inner city press. So CNN says, where's my screen? I had too many screens open, y'all. Deliberations in the Combs trial resumes. Sean Diddy Combs has entered the courtroom. Okay. He's hugged 4 of his attorneys, Jason, Nicole, Alexandra, and Mark, okay, and waved people in the gallery, right? Combs' mother and sister are seated in the family section. Combs is sitting alone at the defense table as his lawyers are standing in a circle off to the side. Combs' adult children arrived a little later. 2 of the sons brought female friends, and the group squeezed 10 people into a row that normally fits 8, right? 5 minutes ago, Combs prays with family before heading downstairs to wait. In the courtroom, Sean Diddy Combs turned to face his relatives, told them that he was heading downstairs to wait. Stay strong, he said, and he bowed his head to pray. His children bowed their heads. In giving prayer, Combs said, God, please watch over my family. He asked that the jurors, his family, be blessed. Okay. He asked that the jurors, his family, be blessed. Okay. He's asking this in prayer. Is this a loud prayer? The family responded with amen and clapped. After marshals escorted Combs out, his children stood to walk out. Everyone else in the courtroom also stood. When it was clear that the judge wasn't on the bench, Combs' children and several members of the gallery laughed, injecting a moment of levity into the courtroom. Wow. Okay. What do you guys think? I know I'm like, they're bringing female friends to the trial. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. No dates to the trial. No dates to the trial. I mean, you guys let me know what you think in the chat about that one. Okay. Okay. I'm going to put my watermark on it just in case. Because like I said, I've had people try to take transcripts and not credit the channel. It sucks to do this, but I have to do that. So I'm going to, this is my watermark. Let's see. I think we'll do it this way because it'll be an easier read. Hopefully you guys can see the screen while we wait. Shout out to everybody, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Can we get to 1,000 likes? I would appreciate it. Thank you. Now hold up. Let me do something real quick before we start the read. I'm setting everything up, guys. Okay. Okay. Here we go. I have the sitter coming through as well. So you guys will hear Baby Bunny in a little while. Okay. Okay, no update from Inner City Press yet. So we're going to go ahead and get started with these transcripts so we can get going, guys. These are transcripts from yesterday. Now, when I'm reading the transcripts, I cannot pay attention to the chat. So don't think that I'm ignoring you. I just really cannot pay attention to the chat. I am like totally reading. Shout out to my mods in the chat. I know I got a couple of them in there. Thank you guys for supporting my channel. Okay. So this was yesterday. Show you guys the date. July 1st, okay? At 9:05. So trial resumes. The court speaks. In response to the jury's note from 4:30 p.m. yesterday, the court will proceed with its original approach to refer the jury to page 37, lines 1 through 3, which answers the question directly asked by the juror. If you guys remember, the jury had a specific question about rug distribution. Okay, so that's something that the jury had a question about. Something to the effect of what happens. I think I have the question here. If you are handed a rug, or is that considered distribution? Something to that effect. So it was very specific to that. Okay, so they basically told them, hey, go to the charge document, and page 37, 1 through 3 will answer that question. Okay. United States versus Cummings, they cite a case holding that the district court did not err, much less abuse his discretion in responding to the jury by rereading the relevant portions of the jury's instructions. The defense proposal to simply refer to the entirety of the instructions on the rug distribution offense is non-responsive to the very direct and precise question asked by the jury. It would also introduce confusion and potentially mislead the jury by suggestion without any guidance that the answers lie somewhere else, but where no one knows, in the instructions. As to the government's suggestion to simply answer the question yes, the court does not believe that this would be appropriate. And this approach was not adopted by the court in Cummings when a similar situation arose. As for the government's alternative suggestion based on United States versus Wallace, the issue there was whether a sale was required for distribution, and the court held that it was not. But Wallace holding is already reflected in the lines referenced in the court's proposal, to the extent that the government seeks to leverage Wallace reference to sharing. That wasn't really the issue in Wallace, and it is not responsive to the question asked by the jury anyways. And as Wallace itself recognizes, there are prior cases like United States versus Sindisker. The court and the parties would have to potentially address if a supplemental instruction based on Wallace was provided. For those reasons, the court will respond as to it initially indicated. We have a copy of the letter that will be sent back to the jury. The court's law clerk will provide that to each side for them to quickly review, and then we'll get the response back to the jury. Agnifilo speaks. Your Honor, may I be heard? I want to supplement. We haven't had a chance to actually be heard. I know Your Honor sent us an email. The court speaks. You have had the chance to be heard. There was an email received by the court last evening at 6:30 p.m. Agnifilo speaks. But I'm afraid that the court, and I say this most respectfully, is about to make something that amounts to a mistake. And let me tell the court why. First, I believe we're doing something that Your Honor has told the jury not to do. On page 1 of the court's instructions, Your Honor told them you should not single out any instruction as alone stating the law. but you should consider my instructions as whole when you retire to deliberate in the jury room. I believe we're not following some part of the court's instructions. Second, if we look at page 36, that's where Your Honor told the jury the elements of distribution. So I don't see how Your Honor could answer a question about distribution where? On page 36? Your Honor says, starting at line 17, the elements of distribution or possessing with intent to distribute are as follow. And then Your Honor gives 3 elements. So Your Honor has given this jury 3 elements for distributing or possessing that Your Honor now indicates you're not going to read to the jury. The court speaks. Because that's not the question that the jury asks. Have you looked at the question that the jury asks? Agnifilo speaks. I have studied the question that the jury asked. The court. Look, you see the copy of the note? Agnifilo says, I've memorized it. The court. The court's law clerk provided you a copy of the note. Agnifilo speaks. I will pull it up. Court. You don't need to pull it up because you have a paper copy for you to look at. Agnifilo speaks. I have it. I have it in front of me. The court says, okay, and? Agnifilo, oh, you want me to? Now I got it. Okay, the court says, you have what I've just indicated that you have my proposal. Now, based on what you said, you want to make sure that the jury is not somehow confused. And I don't think that there's any basis for confusion to think that that's the only part of the instructions they should consider when looking at the distribution offense. That's what you're saying. All right. Well, court continues. That could be easily resolved by simply adding one sentence at the beginning that says that the jury should consider the charge as a whole and not for this offense. It's reflected on these pages. In particular, the court refers to these lines and it provides those lines. That's a simple fix. If you want to do something along those lines, I don't have an objection to that. However, I have an objection to directly answering the jury's question and consistent with Cummings to provide them with the direct answer to direct questions that the jury asked, because I'm not permitted and it would be improper for me to leave the jury at sea when they have asked a direct question. So I'm willing to add it in the sentence that makes clear that the jury should consider the charge as a whole, which is what you referred to. However, for the reasons that I've just explained in detail, I do not need to refer to them to particular parts of the instructions, consistent with Cummings, consistent with the Second Circuit has said, to make sure that they understand what they need to do here. Agnifilo says, so the court, can you do that? Agnifilo, I don't think it goes far enough. The court, it doesn't matter if you think it goes far enough. Can you do what I'm asking? Or do you not want to? Agnifilo says, no. I'm trying to work with Your Honor. I'm not trying to throw up roadblocks. The court, then answer my question. Can you do what I'm asking or no? You can't do what I'm asking? Agnifilo, of course I can. Of course, do what Your Honor is asking, but I don't. Can I give Your Honor an example? No. Okay. This is what happened. He said no. All right, hold up. I think we have a little bit of an update. Oh my goodness. Okay. So they had a little back and forth in the court. But let me go real quick to, I think we might have an update here. Okay. Let's go. Let me remove this real quick. Wow. So they had a little back and forth there. Okay. Yeah, Agnifilo and the court did. That was earlier on yesterday. The judge is over Agnifilo. I think so too. He's like, I'm so done with Agnifilo. Okay. Here we go. So at 9:30, we read this one. So around 9:30, now Sean Combs is talking with the lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, while 4 of his lawyers are huddled to his side. Okay. So Combs was asking something to the marshals, which is likely that he wanted to talk to his family. He's now going back to his holding cell. At about 9:54 a.m., the only person at the three lawyers table in the courtroom is Combs' lead counsel, Mark Agnifilo. Purple ties, working his cell phone with two thumbs. Combs' family has cleared out from front room of the gallery for now. Uh-oh. They're saying that the family has left the building. The only person at the three lawyer table in the courtroom is Combs, lead counsel Mark Agnifilo, purple ties, working his cell phone with two thumbs. Combs' family is cleared out from front room of the gallery for now. Ooh, okay. Excuse me. Let me clear my throat, guys. Let me see. What do you guys think so far? Hold up. Is it Jesse? Thank you so much for the super sticker for Kim Porter too. I believe they'll find him guilty. Her face over told a sad story. Like what he did to Cassie in the hotel video. So no, I feel no pity for him. Hi from Dublin, Ireland. Shout out to you, my love. Thank you so much for this. You know, let me ask you guys a question in the chat since you brought up Kim Porter, right? I get the sense, and I wish if I could ask a question to any of the witnesses that were there, because what I understood was that, you know, while he was still with Cassie, you know, he was dealing with Kim Porter, right? And I also kind of wondered if she was also like having to engage in FOs, even when with Cassie, if that makes sense, even though he was with these other women. And maybe what she might have been through or what she would have gone through. I think sometimes when, specifically when you have children with a person, you know, women tend to, and maybe I'll speak for myself, or, you know, I don't want to speak for all women, but from what I've seen, you kind of take on a lot, you know what I mean? Like, especially when you have children with a person, like you don't, especially if you want them not to have like a tainted version of their father or an image of their father. Like I'm sure that Kim Porter, even though whatever Diddy has done or however that relationship was, right? She pretty much maybe didn't want her kids thinking horribly about their dad, right? And now, I mean, she's not here. Nobody can protect them from listening. I mean, they're in the courtroom every day, from listening to details about the things that have happened, or the camera's blurry, or the alleged things that are said that have been done, right? You can tell them, hey, they don't believe this, it's all lies and stuff like that. But I would imagine as a child of a celebrity, that's a hard pill to swallow, to hear that that your father did X, Y, and Z. And I don't know. It would be hard. And you can't really protect them, because if they're hearing it in court, if they're not in court, they're going to hear it somewhere else. Okay. Whether it's social media or whatever it may be. We have an update. I'm glad I waited on the page. Okay. Let me know what you guys think. And Jersey, thank you so much for this. I appreciate the super sticker. Sarah Dean, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Arhar, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Think I like your name, Arhar. But I mean, think about it. Like, they're gonna be fine. They're gonna be okay, you know. But just imagine. I think like this must be hard for them as well. Because I think maybe Kim Porter protected her kids from a lot of this until she couldn't, obviously. But yes. You said, Rabbit, remember Capricorn's statement? She said that she had to set up hotel rooms for Kim Porter. Yeah, there was a lot of other statements. Okay, we have an update. All right, let me not get distracted. So at about 10:01 p.m., there's movement in the courtroom. Combs' other lawyers have returned. There is word of a jury note. Nothing confirmed yet. Okay. Shit. Do we have a verdict? Okay. Oh, my goodness. Allergy season. Okay. 10:03 a.m. Word given. There's a verdict in the U.S. versus Sean Combs. We'll continue tweeting below. All right. Breaking news, guys. Breaking news. Okay. Hashtag breaking news. Hashtag Diddy trial. Wow. Verdict? That's the question. Wow. We haven't even been, we thought this was going to take longer. And now we're in and they already have a verdict? Here we go, guys. Everybody gather in. Okay. Let me pull CNN up. Okay, just in. CNN just reported, jury sends a note according to defense attorneys. The jury has sent a note. According to the defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, this would be the first note of the day. Just in, jury in Sean Diddy Combs trial reaches verdict. A federal jury has reached a verdict in the racketeering and trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs, and hip-hop mogul accused of operating a criminal enterprise that coerced women into sexual encounters and other men known as freak-offs. Combs, 55, is charged with 5 counts, 1 count of racketeering and 2 counts each of trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. If found guilty of the most serious charge, he could face up to a life in prison. Okay, let me wow. I'm going to text some folks and let them know where we're at. Hold up. Okay, here we go. We're waiting for an update. Let me get this banner off my face. Okay. That is the last tweet that we have. Okay. So Jules Mancy has also confirmed, yes, they have reached a verdict. Okay. Damn, that was like, what? Here we go. I think we have an update. This is Jules Mancy. They have reached a verdict. At 10:06 a.m., the prosecutors have filled the seats at the front table. Sean Combs has still not been brought back into the courtroom from the holding cell. Okay, so they're still waiting on Diddy to be brought back. Okay, this is where we're at. Oh man. Sylvia Snack Fund, the stress. Thank you for the $9.99. Thank you. One joyful ladybug. Shout out to Ticket TV, by the way. Ticket TV showed last night. He would lose most all assets if took plea deal. Will also do the same if guilty of RICO or ST is immediate as part of the court sentence, not recoverable if pardoned. Really? Thank you so much for this $9.99. One joyful ladybug. Shout out to Ticket TV, guys. Ticket TV has been on it as well. So shout out to him for his reporting. A lot of you guys came from that, so I'm very thankful for, first of all, for the shout out that we got from Ticket, because he didn't have to do that, but that was really cool of him to have given us credit when we were covering this trial. Okay, let me hold on. CNN per breaking news. I'm letting people know. Okay. We're waiting. That was the last tweet. We're all waiting. Yes, yes. I'm refreshing. I promise. I promise. I promise. I'm clicking. I'm clicking. I promise, y'all. Natasha, thank you so much for this. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Where are your cigarette? Y'all need a cigarette? Listen, I haven't even finished my coffee. Julia, thank you so much for being a member for 7 months. First row as history is being written. You did great, Rabbit. Thank you so much, Julia. Shout out to you. Rabbit, the jury has sent a note. Yes, we just read that earlier. Marta. We're reading, y'all. That was 2 minutes ago. Look at this. Everybody is gathering through. Man. Maybe, listen, we're going to do a poll. Look at his link broke. Let me do a poll while we're live. We're going to do a verdict poll right now. Okay. Let's see. We're going to end this poll right here. This is going to be a verdict poll. I'm going to do on the first one, okay, on the RICO. Because otherwise, to break the other ones down is going to be too much. Guilty. Not guilty. Okay. Go vote and hit the like button. Guys, get us to 1,000 likes, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. Okay, I'm refreshing, y'all. Jules Mancy says, the defense lawyers left the courtroom to confer with Combs. He went downstairs to wait in the holding cell, so they're with him there. Combs' family left, but are now in. Okay, that was 12 seconds ago. That was what Jules Mancy said. We're waiting for Inner City Press to update. His link is getting broken because I think a lot of people are clicking on it. We have 2 updates from CNN. Combs' mother and sister are in the courtroom. Sean Diddy Combs' lawyers are still meeting with him in private as we wait for the verdict to be read in court. Combs' mother and his sister are in the courtroom. All right. Combs is in the courtroom. So Sean Diddy Combs has entered the courtroom. He looked at his family, nodded his head, and flashed them a smile. Okay. That's where he's at right now, guys. That's where he's at right now. No update yet. Okay. Did you guys go vote? Miss Mims said that the feds froze Diddy's money and the main lawyer is working pro bono and has not been paid. Checking his vlog from yesterday. Really? Shout out to Mims, guys. Make sure you guys are checking out Mims too, who's been phenomenal covering in person the Diddy trial. Thank you, Miss Kims, for the $9.99. Yeah, somebody said I need a blunt. Oh my god. You guys are funny in this chat. Between cigarettes and blunts. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Here we go. We're waiting for an update, guys. Okay. I wonder what they're gonna say. Okay, I think we have an update. Here we go. At 10:10 a.m., Sean Combs has been brought back into the courtroom by the U.S. Marshals. He is seated, with Brian Steele on his left, Tenny Garagos on the right, his family in the second row of the gallery. Okay. I got notifications on my phone too, guys, so I can see if I miss anything. It's crazy. All right. Waiting for an update. What do you guys think on this poll? I got to see where you guys are landing with the poll. No update yet. Okay. So nervous. He's gone. They knew. Everybody's having a reaction. Let me see what you guys are saying in the poll. Okay. Okay, we got 800 votes. 84% said guilty on the RICO. 16% said not guilty. Okay. Okay, we have an update. Okay, the judge says, we have received a note at 9:52 a.m. It reads, "We have reached a verdict on all counts. Anything to address before we bring out our jury?" No. Okay. Judge says maintain the order while the verdict is being read until we have the jury out. Okay, guys. Here we go. They have it all in. Where are we at? Where are we at with this? Let me know what you guys think in the comments, okay? Oh man, the gavel. Get it together, chat. Get it together, chat. Shout out to my bailiffs, aka my mods. All right, guys. CNN says, while we wait, the jury note, we have reached a verdict on all counts. Okay. The jury sent a note at 9:52 a.m. We have reached a verdict on all counts. We have the verdict on all counts. Oh my God. Y'all are so nervous. Yes. Okay. We're here, guys. We're here in real time. Okay. Let me see what we have an update. No, not yet. Here we go. No update yet, guys. Where do you guys stand with this? You took your Xanax? Oh, Lord have mercy. It's one of those mornings, huh? Me versus me. Thank you for gifting for a membership. Thank you. If you've been gifted, put some hearts in the chat. Linda says, shout out to you, sweetheart, for all the great work. I know how hard it is with the baby bunny. Yes, it is. Thank you so much for the $5. We have an update, guys. All right, here we go. 10 seconds ago. I'll ask our deputy to bring back our jury. Sean Combs remains seated. His 8 lawyers are standing up. Judge says all rise. Combs stands up and jurors enter. Okay. Oh man. Yo, my hands are like sweaty. I don't know why. Okay. We're waiting, guys. CNN decided to like stop working on me. I don't know why. CNN. Diddy trial updates 1 hour ago. I think this is it right here. 24 minutes ago. 1 hour ago. Here we go. Okay. The judge cautions everyone in the courtroom to maintain order. The judge cautioned everyone in the courtroom and overflow rooms to maintain order. The jury notes we have reached a verdict on all counts. Okay. The judge. Here we go. Do we have an update? Not yet. Everybody's talking about the breaking news, and we're here. We were here when it broke. Shout out to everybody in the chat. We were here when it broke. When this news broke, we were here. Okay. Let me let the people know. CNN says the jury is entering the room. The jury is entering the room, guys. The jury is entering the room. This is like, we're right there. Okay. Guys, 7 weeks, 8 weeks of this. Put a 1 in the chat. Look at everybody's like making this thing break. Lord have mercy. Put a 1 in the chat if you were here from day 1 when the jury selection happened. Literally, everybody's clicking that link and it's breaking the link. The 4-person will now read the verdict. Okay, here we go, guys. 4-person is about to read the verdict, which is juror number 5 will be reading the verdict. Here we go, guys. 4-person will be reading the verdict. Okay. Even though Inner City Press is the thread is acting up because everybody's on it, we're on it here. Okay. We'll figure this out. Jury is in. Again, the 4-person juror number 5 will be reading the verdict. The deputy, okay, we have an update. The deputy will inquire as to the verdict. Okay. The deputy reads, in the matter Come on, Inner City Press. Here it is. In the matter. The judge. The deputy will inquire as to the verdict. The deputy in the matter of the U.S. versus Sean Combs, count 1. Juror number 5 says not guilty. Count 1, not guilty. Sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura, not guilty. Transportation of prostitution, guilty. Oh my God. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look at this. Look at this. Okay. Here we go, guys. Here we've been waiting for this. Here we go. Okay. Jane ST, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, Jane, guilty. Oh my God. All right. All right. All right. All right. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay. Looking at the updates. Again, what is the verdict? Is the verdict unanimous? Yes, it is. The judge, please hand the verdict form to the deputy. The deputy will now read the verdict. Okay. We've read it. S. Trafficking of Jane, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution of Jane, guilty. Okay. The deputy will inquire as to the verdict in the matter of the U.S. versus Sean Combs, count 1, not guilty. Not guilty. Not guilty of count 1. Okay. S. Trafficking of Cassie Ventura, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, guilty. Jane, S. Trafficking, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, Jane, guilty. Yes, so nothing on Cassie. Oh my God. Wow. So no, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Okay. CNN reports just in, Sean Diddy Combs found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. That he was found guilty of, okay? Of transportation to engage in prostitution, but not guilty of S trafficking and racketeering conspiracy in the mixed verdict, okay? My goodness, guys. Wow. Oh my God, Twitter's like acting up. Lord have mercy. Everybody's on Twitter right now. Yeah. What do you guys think? Where's everybody at? Listen. Yes, yes, everybody. Listen, guys, listen. Deputy will inquire to the verdict in the matter of the U.S. versus Sean Combs, count 1, not guilty of count 1, okay, which carried the heaviest sentence. In the matter of S trafficking of Cassie Ventura, not guilty. Transportation for prostitution, guilty. Okay. We have an update. No, we don't. Okay. Breaking. Sean Diddy Combs guilty of transportation for prostitution as to Cassandra Ventura and Jane, but not guilty as to S trafficking and not guilty at the racketeering. Inner City Press was live tweeting. Shout out to Inner City Press. Lord have mercy. This tweet has received 1K. Let's like crazy, man. Hold up. I meant to quote it. Hashtag breaking news Diddy trial. Wow. Here we go. We have an update. Come on. It's the link that's broken. Here it is. We retweeted that. Let's see. 24 seconds. I asked the media not to question jurors about their deliberations. Juror says you can contact our chambers. You gave up a lot. Those 10 weeks, it is inspiring. You worked together, rain or shine. You answered the call of the public service. That should give us hope. Okay, so the judge is talking to the jury. Oh my God, guys. Nothing from CNN. No updates from CNN. Lord have mercy. I think everybody's like in shock. I asked the media not to question jurors about their deliberations. Jurors, you can contact our chambers. You gave up a lot. These 10 weeks, it is inspiring. You worked together, rain or shine. You answered the call of public service. That should give us hope. Wow, guys. Hold up. I'm sorry. I'm not even paying attention in the chat. I'm having a moment. They just wanted to get over it. They didn't want to, at this point, they didn't want to argue. I don't know, man. Dang, I swear everybody's probably having a reaction. What do you guys think? Do you guys agree with the verdict? Where do you guys land? Let me see if we can do a poll in the chat. Wow. I think we have an update. My phone's is getting the update quicker. Okay. The judge says, I need to address a few matters with the lawyers. Then I will come back to meet with you, jurors. All rise for the jury. Jurors exited for the last time. So the jury's out for the last, no more jury. We are done. We are done. We are done. Okay. No more jury. All right. Jurors exit for the last time. The judge, I'll hear my application. Then about a sentencing date. Agnifilo, he should be released. What do you mean he should be released? Release? 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 Oh my God. Oh, shit. I don't know what this, you guys, I am in shock. Are you, my question to the chat is going to be, are you surprised by the verdict? So what does this mean for sentencing? What does it all mean, I guess? Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Wow. He said they're ready already to release him. What do you mean release? What? Update. Agnifilo says he is no longer charged with S trafficking or racketeering. His plane has been charted. It is in Maui. He does not have access to his plane. This is his first conviction, and it is a prostitution offense. He should be released. Is he making like he's making a plea argument to have him be released? Agnifilo's making a plea to have him. Oh my goodness. Well, Aubrey O'Day, girl, you better move to the island you said you were going to move. You better go. You better start packing your bags out. That's what she said. Didn't she say that on Entertainment Tonight? Yeah, they want him released before the sentencing. Aubrey O'Day, you better go. That's what they said. Oh my God. I'm in shock, guys. I'm in shock. Honestly, I'm in shock. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. This is freaking wild, bro, you said? Oh my God. I'm not surprised our judicial system is broken. They can retry him on the summer charges. No, they can't, because it would be double jeopardy. I mean, if he's got to play. I don't know. You guys, I don't think that he's going to do anything, but that's just my thought. That's my thought, but I don't know what you guys think. This is why a lot of SA victims don't report, especially those against the money. Thank you so much for the $4.99. I don't know, man. You guys, where do you guys land? Let me see. Let me shout out some people. Finchie, thank you for gifting our membership. Thank you, love. Lily says just a slap on the hand. Sylvia, thank you so much for the $4.99. I feel by letting the jurors go home at that point, they just wanted to get over with. That was quick too, I will say. Maybe, I don't know. But we'll see. I mean, They got information. Listen, we have to respect what the jury's verdict is at the same time. You know, they did spend the time on this. Maybe there was something that wasn't there. I'm not really sure. Maybe they had information, you know, they had information that a lot of us didn't. Who knows? I don't know. I'm a little shocked because I thought that, oh, he's going to be found guilty, but you just never know. You never know. At least for the first RICO charge. BB the Goddess, thank you so much. What a slap in the face of the victims. He got away with everything. I'm disgusted thoroughly. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the $5. And Don, thank you again for the $4.99. It just makes you wonder, though, well, what does that mean for all of his civil cases? What does that mean for everything? I don't know. You said, yeah, 10 years possible sentence. The one maximum possible sentence. You're right. There you go. We got to do better about victim loss too. Okay. Keep that in mind. Okay. I think we have an update. Wow. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Hold up. I've got an alarm going off. Okay. 9 seconds. You proposing $1 million bond? Agnifilo says yes, and travel to Florida, New York, and LA. Comey, the U.S. opposes his release. A person found guilty shall be detained until the judicial officer finds he is not likely to flee or be in danger. They're already arguing his release. Oh my God. Noé says, thank you for the $1.99. You said, I think the jury was tainted, honestly. Wow. And hey, Ed, thank you for becoming a member. You said, I have faith in the American justice system. I knew he was not guilty, and I was a victim of a very serious case of DV for 9 years. Send that man home, federal government. We, the people, can't be fooled, says Ed. Thank you so much for the $10. You are entitled to your opinion, my love. Thank you for supporting the channel. And I mean, like I said, this chat is divided. You have people that feel like this is wrong, and you have people that are kind of like on this other end. I think you guys are entitled to your opinion. At the end of the day, the opinions that matter was the jury. Okay? Listen, if he's released, he's going to go get a refill on that baby oil. I mean, that's what it sounds like. Oh my God. Oh my God. Let me stop. Update, okay? Comey, the defendant faces a maximum sentence of 20 years. Even while faced with this case, he assaulted Jane. Here in NY, preparing to surrender, he has rugs in his hotel room, was ready to commit the same offense. So Comey's arguing the defendant faces a maximum sentence of 20 years. Even while faced with this case, he assaulted Jane. Here in NY in New York, preparing to surrender, he had rugs in his hotel room. He did, and was ready to commit this offense, the same offense. 2 updates from CNN. So the judge to the jurors, the choice to speak about the case is up to you. So the jury can now talk to the media if they want to. There's an important reason to respect the privacy of your deliberations. That being said, the choice of whatever to speak to others about the case of your personal views is up to you. He told them not to speak about other jurors' views or how the deliberations played out. But as far as their opinions, the jury could probably speak on it now. The judge did thank the jurors tremendously for their tremendous sacrifice. I want you to know that it is inspiring for all of us. You listened, you worked together, you were here every day, rain or shine. You all did so with no reward other than the reward that comes from answering the call of public service. That should give us all hope. Listen, wow, like I'm in shock, but I mean, okay, 5 seconds ago. Judge says, I'm not going to resolve this. I am not going to resolve this second. The judge says, I need to review the statutes. Ms. Comey, do you have a case in which bail was denied after a conviction under the Mann Act? You may confer and come back. We'd plan to be here the whole day. Oh, okay. So they're still going to be there on bail. Is he going to be released today? That's the question. They're going to make an argument for bail, you guys. Honestly. They are. Savannah says, thank you so much for the 499, Savannah. The jury came back exactly how I thought. Now, after we gathered our thoughts, what's the next case? Savannah's like, Rabbit, I'm not letting this go. You gonna cover another case. Well, we were supposed to cover Coburger, but we saw how that played out. I'm looking at Barry Morphew at this point because it's in the same state that I'm in. So we could probably do some field trips, okay? So I'll give you guys more details, okay? Savannah, but I gotta think about it still. See through you, how are you, love? Shout out to you, thank you for the $5. The evidence was clear, and it was clear the feds was grasping at straws. And I think we have to kind of understand this. Okay. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I said, if they let him out on bail, he's going straight to an FO. He's going to call Jane and Paul and the one stop and go straight to Jane's house. Well, here's the question that I have. What does this mean for KK? What does this mean for, what does it mean for KK, for D-Rock, for all these people? What does this mean for them? Oh my God. Oh yeah, and then there's this trial too. I forgot about this one. What does this mean? Listen, I'm gonna need a little, like a day or two off after the coverage of this because it's been intense, you guys. I need to recover my voice. Okay. Comey, I'm aware of cases involving minors. Oh shit. Comey, why wasn't this in the charging document? Well, it was, but it wasn't the crux of this case. Comey says, I'm aware of cases involving minors, but we intend to raise relevant conduct at sentencing, the rugs and violence, the judge says. I'll like letters from each side. When? A few hours, says Comey. Comey is like, I'm not letting this go. Wait, again. But the minors didn't come until after the verdict? What the hell, government? If I have a lawyer in the chat, explain to me why this, because this was brought up before. There was mention, but it wasn't in like the, because this would have been a whole separate charge, guys. But why are we just now bringing the issue of minors? I need to know. Why wasn't this brought up yesterday? You said he's going to dye his hair immediately. You would be shocked if he's out today. Lord have mercy, you guys. Oh my gosh. Alexandria, thank you so much for the $5. So disappointing and hurts for fellow victims. Thank you so much, my love, for the $5. Daisy Girl, thank you for the $4.99, my love. Shout out to you. Daisy Girl's been on it. She's one of our day ones. Shout out to Daisy Girl. Hold up. Let me see if I think we have a new update. Yes, we do. Give me 1 second. Inner City Press says, I think that makes sense. Mr. Combs does not want to go back to MDC. He is shaking his head. So 1 p.m. letters and will convene in the afternoon. I'll let the parties know when. Agnifilo. He says he would be a fool, which is not, to violate any conditions. Oh my God. So he could be released today on bail, depending on what the judge says. Okay. All right. Let me reread that because then after that it's adjourned. But hold up. I think that makes sense. Mr. Combs does not want to go back to MDC. He's shaking his head. So 1 p.m. letters and we'll convene the afternoon. I'll let the parties know when. Agnifilo. He would be a fool, which he is not, to violate any conditions. Well, Agnifilo. We've seen some stuff before, but I'm gonna keep my opinion to myself. Here it is. Adjourn. Wow. You said I knew it. I think you'll be given permission to fly. Daisy Girl, thank you again. Mushroom, thank you for the $9.99. What's with a Vic yesterday? Sadly, she knew this would have or changed her journey for justice. System is effed up. Thank you for the $9.99. Claudia, thank you for the $9.99. You said it looks like the jury found the crime of prostitution, not the prostitution only, not enough to make 2 crimes for RICO. The jury didn't want to find the organized guilty for RICO. Well, what does that mean for like the people? what is that? Here's my question: is what does that mean for the other people that have been mentioned multiple times, like the KKs and the D-Rocks, the Roger Bonds, the Uncle Pollys, the Rubes? What does this mean for all of them? Right? Wow. Wow. Daisy Girl, thank you so much for this. You said $4.99. Thank you. Will Jane Doe and Mia identity be released? And can they get an RO on Diddy? Jane Doe's identity is well known to the public. They're probably not going to release it like publicly to the court documents or anything, but she's well known, and so is Mia. Actually, they're both very well known. They're well known, but like, see, I don't know. I have a lot of opinions about this situation, but I need to organize them a little bit more, just to make sure that I'm mindful of my words on this. But their identities is very well known. We all know their identities because they've been released. Okay. At 10:38 a.m., after the judge leaves the courtroom from the gallery, a loud clapping and cheering as Sean Combs is led back into the holding cell. Okay. I don't think he's completely off the hook, guys. I mean, I think that there's still some charges, and he could, like Comey said, there could be that situation, or he could be released. Who knows? Everybody is cheering. Oh my God. Cat Doug said, put his hands together like in prayer and mouth, thank you to the jury. I think he was trying to play games with them the whole time. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the super sticker, my love. I don't know. What's the verdict? For those that are coming in, all right, let me tell you what the verdict is, okay? By the way, before I even go there, let me tell you what's going on. So prosecution intends to seek incarceration. This is what CNN is reporting. The U.S. Attorney Comey said that the government opposes the motion. She said that the trial showed evidence of extensive abuse and prolific drug use, and the defendant did not contest. Sean Diddy Combs continued to commit a litany of crimes after he knew he was under investigation, she said. Comey argued that Combs does not respect the law and would likely commit new crimes if released. Comey also confirmed that the government intends to seek a sentence of incarceration and that Combs still faces up to 20 years in prison for the 2 counts that he's been convicted of. Okay. So here we go. I think we have an update. Let me make sure, double check my screen. No update yet. This is CNN that I'm reading, okay? Defense attorney Agnifilo, of course, says Combs should be released today. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo said he should be released today on appropriate conditions in light of the fact that Combs has been acquitted on racketeering and S trafficking. He says Combs would go back to his house in Miami and abide by conditions set by the court. Combs does not have access to his plane, and his entire family is here. Agnifilo said, and any 5 of them can sign onto a bond. Agnifilo wants him released today. The judge asked, is your proposal that he leave this courtroom and walk outside? Agnifilo said it. Okay. Agnifilo said it is. So the judge asked him, is your proposal that he leave this courtroom and walk outside? Agnifilo says it is. Okay. So, my goodness, let me see what else we have. All right. So let me tell you what the verdict is. Okay. So he has only been found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. Sean Diddy Combs was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution, but not guilty of S trafficking and racketeering, conspiracy, and mixed verdicts. Okay. So Combs was charged with 5 counts, 1 count of racketeering and conspiracy, and 2 counts each of S trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. Those were the charges initially, okay? But again, he's only been found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. All right? Let me know what you guys think in the comments as we're waiting for more updates. Oh my God. Y'all, let me know. Let me see. Let me check in with the people. Spurran, thank you so much for the $4.99. I remember the OJ verdict and everyone cheering it. It was disheartening. What does this tell victims? I mean, my goodness. One joyful ladybug says, my gut says government was rushed. We'll be back with new charges with others mentioned or more severe charges, possibly minors and murder. I guess we will see what happens with time. Like, he wanted a speedy trial and that's his right. This trial did feel a little rushed for something that was supposed to be as big as racketeering. It did feel a little rush. I'll be honest with you. It felt like we were kind of flying through things. But at the same time, the question that I ask everybody is, in your opinion, did the evidence suffice for the charges? I mean, I think that's something that you have to weigh in. I also feel like there were moments where both parties, but specifically, I thought that the government could have done a better job in certain areas, and they didn't. Their closing arguments was great. I thought it was much better than a defense, but ultimately it came down to what the jury felt. Did this land as a RICO act? And, they're saying that that's not the case. He's been acquitted of that. So we kind of have to keep that in mind. Now, my thing is that going up to knowing what we know about Diddy, because a lot of people in my chat aren't fans of Diddy, but they wanted to make sure that he was adequately charged, if that makes sense. They may not be fans of Diddy, but they wanted to make sure that the charges were adequate. They just didn't see RICO in that situation. So there's that. And what does that even mean for everybody else? What does that mean for all the people? It's his right to have a speedy trial. So there's that. I don't know, man. I have a lot of questions. But he's not off the hook, guys. He's not completely off the hook. I mean, clearly he has two other things to worry about. Could he serve time for those? That's the question that we all have. Thank you. Carla, thank you so much for this super sticker. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Carla Rodriguez. Thank you. Morris, thank you for the $5. This is why victims don't come out. It's pointless. Thank you, Morris, for the $5. I appreciate you. Thank you. This is a tough case, guys. I really want to thank everybody for at least making it so we can have a really conducive conversation, if that makes sense. I'm a little surprised. Okay, now Nate the lawyer, I think he just did a video. Jury reaches full verdict in Sean Diddy Combs. Let's see what he has to say about this, because I'm wondering about this. Okay, let's see. Hold on.
The judge keep an open mind. Well, deliberation resumed this morning for a third day. The Combs trial.
Does he have the new charges? That's what I want to know.
Going on for nearly.
Yeah, that's true.
At the time, did not take a partial verdict. He instructed the jury to go back.
Shout out to Nate the lawyer. Oh, I wish I can get him on my channel.
And here now on the third day of deliberations, after about 14 hours, Kira,
let's watch together. Here we go.
Look at Nate.
And Aaron, I understand.
Hold up.
I think that's going to be a lighter.
Here's the breakdown. So here's a little bit more of a visual, guys. Count 1, not guilty, racketeering. Count 2, not guilty, S, trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Count 3, guilty. And count 4, not guilty. Count 5, guilty. So transportation of prostitution. Okay, so 3 and 5 he's guilty of. 3 and 5 he's guilty of.
Blemish on his career in terms of the totality of what we saw.
Okay.
So he paid for people to go across state lines to have consensual sex.
That's the minor charge.
Consensual sex will be a big part of the conversation based on how the verdict came out.
And so,
do I think he takes a big knock in terms of this case? Yes, but we've seen Sean Combs rebrand and come back from a lot of things, and that is a possibility here.
I think they got it right.
Let's put it into the context, Aaron Katursky.
People say they think he got it. They got the verdict right. I mean, let me know what you guys think in the comments. He said, remember, y'all, there's still a sentencing in jail time. Mann Act usually makes bail hard. See R. Kelly. Alexandria, thank you so much for the $5 again. Kel on Earth, thank you for being a member for a month. Shout out to you. I'm just making sure I don't miss anything. Thank you. No, listen, we are still going to see what is going to happen. Regardless of where you land, he's still not off the hook, but they're going to make an argument for, the bail. They have to do what they have to do, which, I guess it makes sense. They have to do what they have to do, but we also have to be mindful that they have reached a decision.
That's true. I don't think anybody can forget the video, the surveillance video.
Well, just to be clear, this is not like R. Kelly was charged essentially with the same stuff. RICO, and they got him on everything, right? They got Harvey Weinstein. It was RICO too. So P. Diddy is probably the first one to get out of the RICO charge because of this. But he did it though. He did it. And the sex trafficking, I think this case was lost because the prosecutors, the Jane Doe sex trafficking. I think that's where this case was lost because, like I was saying yesterday, when
I told you guys this, and I know you guys, some of you guys in the comments said, well, Rabbit, listen, I'm sorry. They messed up on this one. They did. Now, that's not to take away from her experience or anything like that. Guys, the Jane Doe, some of you guys may not know, but it's been alleged and that there are connections with her in other rings. I want you to think back about how she met Diddy, okay? Think about this. Give you guys a visual. We read it in the transcripts. She said so herself. She said, and I quote, "Oh, I met Diddy through a friend. That friend was dating him and she was engaged." Okay. So she met Diddy in a circle of friends. That friend was engaged while she was messing with Diddy. She was hesitant to mess with Diddy because of that little arrangement. Think about it. Okay. So once that friend got married, she stopped messing with Diddy. So then that's when she started connecting with Diddy. So immediately in my mind, if you've ever worked in human trafficking, trafficking specifically, which, I did 10 years of government, so I had a couple cases like this. Let me tell you something. These groups run in rings. So she wasn't the first, this wasn't her first celebrity. We know the father, 5 Dimes, we know him. But before 5 Dimes, there were others. And it was alleged that she was introducing people to rings. So this is what made it so difficult. So either the jury knew that because they knew her background, okay, as an industry person, not as someone who like a performer, but as somebody who has been in the industry and has been around. She was there was a track record of her also engaging in various rings. This is what makes it very difficult. And if you're a victim of a crime, if you've ever interacted with a situation like that, this is why you need to be mindful that you have to understand, there are other situations where there's all kinds of victims, but specifically in a situation like that, it's very hard for people. It's already hard for people to understand the victim framework and mentality and the trauma-based therapies and stuff that people have to go through. But specifically for something like that, to break that down, to understand that this is the circles that this woman was running in, and here she is in one. It's very hard for people to kind of think of this objectively and think of her, well, she could very well be a victim of a lot of stuff that she's going through with Diddy, but historically she's been in other circles that, this is what she does to make a living. Okay. Now, you know what makes me really sad? I'm upset because I really hope that she gets the help that she needs, because she does have a child, because the person that she has a child with doesn't really give a shit about her and is willing to put her information up on Front Street so that her son can see that. That's horrible. Right. But at the same time, she was the Jane Doe and a witness for this. I don't know if that was the best decision for the prosecution, given the track record that this woman has had in the industry. But let me know what you guys think in the comments. I could be wrong, but that was something that I think that they messed up. And I'm glad that Nate, the lawyer, who, by the way, is a former prosecutor and a police officer, said, okay, keep that in mind. Some of you guys didn't even know that about the Jane Doe. Yes, it's true.
We were doing the partial verdict. The Jane Doe sex trafficking, I just didn't believe it. I would have been a not guilty on Jane Doe sex trafficking too. Cassie was a little different. Jane Doe, it just wasn't. It just wasn't there. And also with the RICO, the reason why this result doesn't make a lot of sense is because the 2 counts that they found him guilty of are RICO predicates. So they can say, okay, they've already essentially found the RICO predicates. Those two charges he was found guilty of are RICO predicates. But the problem is that you also got to find that this was a criminal organization, right? This was a criminal, this was a mob, or this was like a street gang, or he was doing this on behalf of the business. So now they're saying, well, you know what? We don't believe it was a criminal organization. We believe all this was personal. I think that's weird. And I think when it comes to Cassie, I think Jane Doe's testimony hurt Cassie, because Jane Doe was kind of like just a gold digger. And then you put Cassie in, it's kind of like, well, these are really just 2 women who got paid. They went through hell, but they got well compensated for it. And that's just what it is. So, this was an interesting verdict. This was a very interesting verdict. But I will say this: I can't blame the jury, because RICO was going to be the toughest charge, and I think at the end of the day, I think they got it. I think they essentially got it as right as you can get it. I think the prosecution didn't do a well enough job in laying RICO out in a very calm and interesting way.
Well, and I don't know if I felt like I understood where they were coming from as far as the prosecution goes, but guys, like it's funny because I don't know if you guys felt the same way as far as the legal commentators. I feel like we get one legal commentator that will say one thing and then the next legal commentator that'll say something different. But let me know what you guys think in the comments.
In other words, a way that's digestible. So
yes,
Brian Steele does it again. Well, no, hold on. But Brian Steele with the RICO for in Georgia, he pleaded guilty to the top count. The judge just didn't send him to jail. So in the Georgia case, I forget who was it? Young Slime Life. They out there pleaded to the top count. So I don't know about if he got away, but he did plead to the top count. But the judge let him out. So Puffy threw a party where people died because of his negligence and got scot-free. Puffy will be back. Yeah, I think Puff is Young Thug. Yeah, Young Thug. Young Thug pleaded guilty to the top count. It was Young Slime Life. Yeah, that was the name of the gang. But Young Thug pleaded guilty to the top count, and the judge said we're gonna give you probation. So so you're right. Brian Steele does it again. It doesn't matter what happens. You're out, right? Let me see. Can you explain the difference between R. Kelly and P. Diddy, please? I don't think there is a difference. For those of you who know, R. Kelly was charged sex trafficking in RICO and found guilty on everything. Same thing. You pay through your company because for those of you who don't know, when you're in the entertainment business, generally we have LLCs. Like I have an LLC. My man Uncivil Law has an LLC, and that's how we kind of run our business through the LLC. So you get tax benefits and all that stuff. So if I started doing illegal things through my LLC, then that's kind of gives you the RICO. Or I can start doing criminal activity with different people. That can also be RICO. It doesn't have to be like a formal company. And that's essentially what the government said in both these cases. But in R. Kelly's case, they believe. Let me see if I can find the R. Kelly video. But this. I don't think this is. What am I going to say? I don't think this is. Some people are going to be upset at this verdict, right? Yeah. I believe that he was guilty of everything except for the Jane Doe sex trafficking. I didn't think he was guilty of that. So some people are going to be upset at this verdict, but I am not really upset at the verdict or even shocked at the verdict. I'm just shocked because I'm just surprised that the verdict is a little inconsistent. You found him guilty on the RICO predicates, but you don't find him guilty of the RICO. That's the difference to me. But
that's an interesting point. Okay. And I was thinking the same thing too. He said, wait a minute. There's inconsistencies in the verdict.
Some people are going to be upset at this verdict, right? Because I believe that he was guilty of everything except for the Jane Doe sex trafficking. I didn't think he was guilty of that.
Right.
So some people are going to be upset at this verdict, but I am not really upset at the verdict or even shocked at the verdict. I'm just shocked because I'm just surprised that the verdict is a little inconsistent. You found him guilty on the RICO predicates, but you don't find him guilty of the RICO. That's the difference to me. But
what do you guys think about that? Now, hold up. Inner City Press did post something for us. Extra. Tashawn Diddy Combs not guilty of RICO and S trafficking, convicted on Mann Act, wants bail. This is, I guess we're going to hear about bail. We're going to stay here. We're going to hear about bail. This is a big loss for the prosecutors and a win for the defense, as evidenced by a NIFLA request for immediate release and the judge entertaining it. The judge is entertaining the immediate release. He is, for those that are wondering what's happening. Okay. CNN says, okay, Cassie's lawyer just made a statement. Let me show you guys what's being said before anything. CNN. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Okay, that's the crazy part. All right, you guys hang out. Let me see. Get the CNN stuff. We have 2 updates from CNN. So after the verdict, Combs faced the courtroom gallery and clapped. Before he was led out to the courtroom, out by Marshal, Sean Diddy Combs knelt down in front of his chair and bowed his head like he was praying. When he stood up, Combs faced the gallery and clapped, prompting the gallery to clap and cheer. Combs' attorneys all exchanged hugs as the gallery continued to cheer for them. Okay. Cassie Ventura's lawyer. This case proves that change is long overdue. Cassie Ventura paved the way for a jury to find Sean Diddy Combs guilty on some of the counts against him. Her lawyer, Doug Windor, said in a statement, this entire criminal process started when our client, Cassie Ventura, had the courage to file her civil complaint in November of 2023. Although the jury did not find Combs guilty of S trafficking Cassie beyond a reasonable doubt, she paved the way for a jury to find him guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution, Wigdor said. He continued, by coming forward with her experience, Cassie was left an inevitable mark on both the entertainment industry and fight for justice. Wigdor said Ventura exemplary courage throughout this trial and exemplified courage throughout this trial and brought attention to the realities of powerful men in our orbit and the misconduct that has persisted for decades without repercussions. This case continues to prove that change is long overdue, and we will continue to fight on behalf of survivors, he said. Woo-wee, guys. What do you guys think about Wigdor's statement? Okay, I got people emailing me like crazy. Mr. Combs has been given his life by this jury, the defense Mark Agnifilo says. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo told the judge that Sean Diddy Combs was looking at potentially spending the rest of his life in prison, but was acquitted of those charges. Okay, hold up. Am I getting breaking news? Oh, okay, sorry. My phones are buzzing and everything. Mr. Combs has been given his life by this jury. Agnifilo said Combs would be nothing short of a fool if he violated any conditions set by the court if he was released. He treasures, I assure you, the opportunity that has been given and will not run afoul of anything this court imposes on him. Oh my goodness, you guys. Wow. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Do we have any more updates? We just read Douglas Wigdor's statement. So we're waiting. I guess we're going to hear whether he's going to be released on bail today or not. What do you guys think in the comments? Will he be released on bail? That is the question. Now, hold up. Let me share my screen. Wow. Let me know what you guys think. Hold up. You said unsympathetic victims does not a federal case make? Luigi Mangione is plead for sure. Along with the KFA and Agnifilo, the government has been taken down. Whew. Let me see what you guys said. I'm scared for myself and my daughters. I hate it here. Wow. You said they should have found him guilty of all counts. But hey, 3 out of the 5 is doable. He was found 3 and 5, guys, 3 and 5. They just didn't feel like they had enough for the RICO, which I think we kind of got a preview of that yesterday, if you know what I mean. You said you wanted Clive Davis and all those big powers. Well, they just messed up. Moving forward, any victims who could have come out after those bigger names will not say anything now. Ooh. I'm reading some comments as we're reviewing this, guys. Let me know what you guys think. I've been saying this trial is a sham because they aren't bringing the real charges, only charges that could easily be dismissed. Callie, what charges do you think are real versus the ones that are not? Put it in the comments. Comey not on about minors regarding Diddy. She's reciting other cases regarding the bail after being found guilty of the Mann Act. Sorry for repeating it, but it's an important point. Thank you, Lee, for repeating that point. I appreciate it. I've decided to take myself out of dating scene. I'm very afraid. This is so very scary. Oof. My goodness. Guys, like, where do you guys stand with a lot of this? This is a lot. Hold up. Let me read some comments that I missed over here. Galen, thank you so much for the $5. I heard earlier this year that the Prez was considering pardoning him if found guilty. I heard, but I don't know. You never know. Listen, I don't want to speak for these individuals. One Joyful Ladybugs, thank you for the 189. Will the future depend on the Roger Bonds and KK? I guess I don't know what's going to be made out of this. Kel on Earth, thank you for the $2. After the verdict, they should have let him walk out, or they shouldn't have let him walk out. I don't know. Do you mean they should have? Okay. Thank you for the $2. Rhonda, thank you for the $10. I agree with you, Rabbit. In regards to respecting the jury and their decision, there was limited information that we are privy to. That's the thing that I'm getting at. We may not agree with the verdict, but we don't know. There's information we weren't privy to. So I don't know. Like, I may know a lot about Diddy. And I don't know. I don't pretend to know everything about Diddy. I feel like I only know up until maybe Kim Porter and J-Lo and a couple things, before that relationship here and there, but not everything, right? But he's not being charged for any of those charges, right? So I think we kind of have to keep that in mind, respecting that decision, but also knowing that, okay, well, there's information that we weren't privy to that they had, right? There's that. I think the other thing too is that complicated this was the whole speedy trial. I do wonder how many other witnesses or victims they could have called in for both sides, for the defense and for the prosecution. I had a lot of questions. It felt a little rushed to me, but that is a speedy trial. So there's that. Yeah, that's kind of where I stand. There was limited information that we were privy to compared to what the jury had in front of them. Absolutely. Hold up. Pinche Becky, thank you for for renewing your membership. Shout out to you, Pinche Becky. Thank you. And Pinche Becky just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, guys. If you've been gifted, put some hearts in the chat, please, and thank you. Let me see. Let's see. Because he was found not guilty of all but the Mann Act, he could get home confinement for 5 years since it's his first offense. As long as he's not violating. I will say this. I do feel like there is this thing where he doesn't respect the law. At least that's my opinion from what I've seen. So, going from facing life to now where we're at. Yeah. I mean, I hope he doesn't do anything stupid. I hope he doesn't. Because you just never know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Let me see what everybody's saying. Hold up. Yes, not guilty. That's what they said. The verdict's not guilty. All right. For the RICO, excuse me. Probation they could do, or house arrest or something like that. I don't know. Let's see. Rabbit, I applaud you and your amazing coverage. Well, it was hard. Let me just say that. The swingers, I guess, made a statement, if you know what I mean. You said, I believe the jury didn't convict him of RICO because they didn't want him to have the possibility of serving a life sentence. Yeah. I think all victims should sue civilly. I think some of them have, but I do wonder, what does it mean for, clearly it's a separate case, right? The civil cases and stuff like that are separate from the criminal cases. So there's that. And here's the question that we'll never know. I'm so glad you brought this up. Okay. In Cardinal, look, what about the pew-pews with the serial numbers defaced? Aren't those worth decades on their own? Why weren't those charges brought? I think those would be state. Well, I don't know. My understanding, because this wasn't part of the that wasn't even in the predicate acts, like the defacing of a weapon, that wasn't there or anything like that. Here's the other question that I have. When this man was arrested, he was found with RX. He was found with prescriptions, right? That were not under his name. Who prescribed him those medications under Frank Black, who is like a fake name? But my understanding is by law, you can't do that. You can't be getting fake prescriptions or anything like that. So who did that? That's my understanding, is that you're not supposed to do that. So there's a lot of parts and a lot of moving pieces that we're never really gonna get answers to. Or maybe the jury got answers to it and we just don't. There's things that we will never know. No justice, victims ignored, more women afraid. Thank you so much for this, Mr. Joker. Shout out to you. I need to understand. You guys remember that? Like the thing was defaced, the weapons were defaced. That in itself is a separate charge, I would think. Then you had the situation with the medication that was found, right? I have a lot of questions. Mel says, feels like without Jane, Diddy would be going home. Is she going to be moving out of that property? Because it sounds like she's still there, right? I have a lot of questions. You said civil suits from people in this case won't stand a chance since in criminal courts it was found that he's not guilty there. What does that mean for those civil cases? That was the question. I do wonder about them. I do. Let me see what else you guys are saying. Let's see. It's the jurors didn't sentence him because they felt bad about the life sentence. That brings their emotions onto it. I don't think that they get to consider the what kind of a sentencing it would be, and it's not what they were supposed to do. So I don't think that that's what they would consider at all. But is he going to be granted bail? That's the question. Livermore just gifted 10 memberships. If you guys have been gifted, put some hearts in the chat. Thank you, Livermore. Appreciate you. It did feel a little rushed this morning, I will say. Overall, I just hope his career goes down the drain, says Laura Martinez. You said that the Jane Doe is getting served an eviction. I just don't know why she would still be there. It's crazy. But let me know what you guys think. Weapons to face is mandatory 10 years. Let's see if NYC is as strong on gun laws now. Morris, thank you for the $5. He's going to act a fool because he knows, he now knows he can get away with it. I do wonder, again, like he's not completely off the hook. And I'm going to see what other, we might have some other news articles and stuff like that that's happening. I don't think he's completely off the hook, per se, 1000%. He might not be serving the RICO. What I want to know is, where's Aubrey O'Day gonna go at this point? Because she said she was leaving, for the most part. My goodness, everybody's reacting. Sean Diddy Combs trial live. Jury finds Combs guilty on 2 counts. This is NBC News. Again, we've been reading those updates as well. Thank you, Morris, for the 5. Let me see. In my opinion, the jurors did not take into consideration what will happen to the people that testified. Look how he treated them before the trial. I don't even think that's on the table, though, Alice. Thank you so much for the $4.99. But they're only considering what the charges are and what the evidence have. This is my question. It does feel a little rushed to me because they had like 3,600 pieces of evidence. My understanding between the charts, excerpts that they had to go through, that they were requesting, they didn't even have the full transcripts, right? So there's that piece. Okay? So hold up. My goodness. Combs' family rejoices at the verdict. This was a minute ago. When asked how his father was feeling, Combs' son, Christian, said, great. And his daughters added, good, happy. As Comey explained, Combs could serve up to 20 years. The family joy faded slightly, although they still look happy as they left the courtroom. Combs told loved ones, thank you in court, as he was led away for at least a few more hours of custody. So they're going to have a bail hearing, I guess. And it sounds like the judge is entertaining the bail hearing. Cassie's attorney is happy that Combs faces substantial jail time. The question is, what is substantial? We read the Douglas Wigdor statement, but the attorney did say he could finally be held accountable. Of course, we would have liked to have had a conviction on the S crimes and RICO, but we understand that beyond a reasonable doubt is a high standard. Wigdor said, we're just pleased that he still faces substantial jail time. Okay. Supporters and support shout free Puff as Combs' family leaves the courtroom. So all those people buying $20 sweaters, I guess they're going to put them on now and wear them outside the courtroom. They're wearing a free Puff thing. Yes, I think, I think the one you're right. I think it might be the maximum 10 years that he could serve if he's sent to jail for 10 years. I mean, life, he's what, like 55 now? Life in prison would be the rest of his life. So I don't think that that's going to land very well. But let me know what you guys think. 3 to 5 years. It could be time served. It could also be probation. It could also be house arrest. It could also be like monitoring, right? Could be a lot of different things. It all depends. Let me see. Okay. Jury shows little emotion while delivering the mixed verdicts. I don't think the jury is supposed to show any emotion, but that's what they're saying. Okay. Verdict is a massive victory for Combs. That's what they're labeling it as. Okay. So again, a massive victory. The jury found Combs not guilty of S trafficking, which has a mandatory 15 minimum sentence in prison. Not guilty of running a criminal enterprise. It's such an emotional moment for Combs' legal team that Teeny Garagos, one of his attorneys, was seen wiping tears. So Teeny Garagos got emotional. I know she's very pregnant in the courtroom. Teeny Garagos got very emotional and was like wiping tears. Okay. That is, what did Mark Garagos say? I'm giving Sean Combs my firstborn. Lindell, that's your favorite attorney. I know that you were always always cheering Tini Garagos. Prosecutors, they painted Combs as somebody that was beating women, which they owned up to, but running a criminal enterprise. And he was trafficked two of his former girlfriends, Cassie Ventura and also Jane, who testified under a pseudonym. This is undoubtedly a massive blow to the prosecution, who brought 34 witnesses. 34 witnesses, guys. 34. Okay, you could tell that there were several of them that were not buying what the prosecution was putting forth in the arguments. I saw some roll their eyes. I saw some even fall asleep. Some clearly not buying what the prosecution was saying in their closing arguments. This is what was explained by NBC News. Look at a woman out here. Woman talks on the phone and raises her hand after the jury reached a verdict in the Sean Diddy Combs trafficking, racketeering conspiracy. Girl had her hand up like this. She's like, she got a phone. She's like this. Man, what a journey. I mean, I'm not even out there, but I could tell you, we could feel the tension from the screen. Oh my gosh. What did you guys think? What do you guys think? Went from verdict watch to we have a verdict. This is insane. This is interesting. That's what I got to say.
This is monumental, Elizabeth. We've been covering this case for 2 months, really for more than a year at this point in time. We are seeing about the actual verdict here. And just for the I want to understand, count one was the most serious charge, carrying up to a life sentence. He has been found not guilty of racketeering conspiracy, RICO, not guilty. He's also been found not guilty of sex trafficking of Cassandra Ventura. She testified for days. We're also learning that he has been found guilty of the transportation to engage in prostitution count involving Cassie Ventura. He has been found not guilty of sex trafficking of Jane, who is the girlfriend that he was dating as well, and guilty of the transportation to engage in prostitution. Now, Elizabeth, this is very, very significant. We had an inkling yesterday when there was a hung jury on the initial RICO charge, the most serious, that there might be an actual acquittal there or a hung jury. The prosecution insisted on having it keep going. The defense wanted it to keep going. And now we know they have a result. It is a not guilty verdict. Talk to me more broadly here, because the prosecution acts, people thought it was kind of a low-hanging fruit. He was found guilty of those, but not sex trafficking of Cassie.
The verdict is a little bit like, I'm like, how do you find guilty of one and not the other? I'm a little confused by that, but okay. Rebecca Saavedra says, thank you for the $9.99. Rabbit, great job. Since guilty of Mann Act, will he have to register as an S offender now? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let me see. I'm pretty sure that that's not the case. Let me see. My understanding is it does not directly mandate S offender registry. The Mann Act, officially known as the White Slave Traffic Act, is a federal law prohibiting the transportation of individuals across state lines for prostitution or immoral purposes. It does not directly mandate S offenders to register or registration. However, individuals convicted of S offenses under the Mann Act or other S acts may be required to register as S offenders under the state and federal law. So I guess it just depends, but it's not a requirement. That's my understanding.
The best possible outcome for the defense. This is what, of course, they wanted a full acquittal, but if you're not getting a full acquittal, this is what they wanted. Their client is now not facing life in prison. He is facing 2 separate charges that he was convicted on. Serious charges. They each carry a maximum of 10 years. So this isn't nothing that we are talking about, but the most serious charges he has been acquitted on. As Laura said, days of testimony from Cassie Ventura, from Jane, Cassie being on the stand for 4 days, Jane being on the stand for 6 days.
Yeah,
These
I'm gonna do that.
Crying, breaking down on the stand.
Well, guess what? The jury did not believe most of their story, or even if they believed most of their story, it did not line up with those charges. So,
and by the way, on that point, let's talk a little bit about that, because there was an inkling for those people who'd been in the courtroom, including ourselves, who'd been watching the testimony. Remember what they were using as the defense to counter the sex trafficking. It was free will. They were talking about free will, and they were suggesting, while the prosecution said any bait and switch or manipulation to coerce these women by fraud or threat or otherwise to engage in these so-called freak-offs, that force, that cloud of force and threat and violence that had hung over the head of Cassie Ventura was enough to suggest that she never could develop the free will to say no. And when it came to Jane, the idea of manipulating her to travel to places like New York under the pretenses of quality time and shopping, only to then engage in freak-offs, was enough of manipulation. Well, the defense, was very clear. They kept saying free will. These are grown women making grown-up decisions who have an interest in engaging in this behavior.
And it did feel like that. It felt like the defense was driving the narrative of like, you chose to do this. And there was times where Cassie said, I did. There were times where I did consent to various FOs. Okay, there was that.
Seems that the jurors, maybe looking at text messages or testimony, agreed with that sentiment.
Absolutely. And we were just talking about some of those text messages that came in, and let's dig into them a little bit deeper. As I said, nothing about this is black and white. I have covered many high-profile sex crimes cases with famous defendants, and the concept of consent can be very hard for a jury to understand, especially when you have text messages that say, I want to do this freak off. Now, again, these women on the stand said that they texted those things to simply placate Sean Combs because they were scared of him. Because especially in Cassie Ventura's case, remember, this is a woman who was physically beaten. Our team got that on video, and the jury saw that numerous times.
The jury is leaving the courtroom right now. Their job is done right now.
Yes.
So the duty done. They have been there for 7 weeks, and they just left the courtroom.
Can you imagine? You know that the jury is going to be contacted by various news outlets. I'm sorry. Like, I would be like, oh my God, this is too much, overwhelming. They're in my DMs. They're everywhere. And I cannot.
This is, really, it is a stunning turn of events. It's a quick deliberation. A quick turn of events from yesterday when they were deadlocked. But also remember, this is the beginning of day 3. This jury reached a verdict in under 15 hours after hearing 2 months of testimony. So really a stunning outcome. Again, I would anticipate that the defense is quite happy right now, but Sean Combs will still be serving prison time.
Yes.
These are still 2 charges that each carry 10 years. Now, Laura, I actually want to hear, as a former federal prosecutor, how much time, and you may not want to make this prediction, but how much of that time do you anticipate that he would serve? What do you think that the judge may sentence him at with each of these charges carrying 10 years each?
Great question. First, let me just dab the sweat off my brow, because let me tell you something. I was sprinting from the court trying to get here for this moment because I was so eager to understand what the actual verdict would be. And I'm literally doing an affair to remember sprint through the streets of Manhattan trying to get here. And on the way, people were asking, is there a verdict? Through the streets of Manhattan. That's how people have been doing this particular case. And here's the thing. After almost 8 weeks, the SDNY has a success rate of conviction of over 90%. It's actually over, I think, 95%. So think, the resources that are being used in this case, more than it was 6 prosecutors, including Maureen Comey, a top prosecutor in the SDNY, who handled Ghislaine Maxwell and other infamous cases as well. For almost 8 weeks, the devotion of resources and time and energy and cost resulting in prostitution-related charges.
Wow.
Now, that might be a black eye if people are thinking about the rate of conviction, but they believed in their case, and now they'll go forward knowing that the jury, who they must respect, has found only this one. But here's the thing. 10 years is possible, but for a first-time offender of any crime like this, it could be as little as 2 years in prison as well. Now, they could run consecutively, meaning back to back as opposed to concurrently, but that is something that we're not talking about the maximum per se, and this judge will have discretion. Here's what will happen now. He will set a sentencing date. He will have a probation report that is coming up. And over this probation report, he is going to essentially figure out issues of remorse and recidivism, which is a fancy way of saying, will they commit the crime again? He'll look at the different factors that are in play for sentencing guidelines. This is federal court, and he will draw a conclusion on that. He will not walk out a free man today at all, but he knows right now the possibility of life without the rest of his life is no longer on the table.
Okay, I mean, if he's, I guess he would, if he's under bail, he's not a free man. So there's that, if you kind of take that into consideration. But here's the deal. Here's the question that I have, okay? If they are to set, okay, like, is he a flight risk? That's the question. If he's given bail today, granted bail, is he a flight risk? Okay. Is he a risk to others? Is he a risk to the community? How are they going to make that argument? They're going to figure this out today, I guess. They're going to figure this out today because, you know, that's what he can do. That's what he can do.
Prostitution, though, is, like I say, I'm a little surprised in a way. Although this was low-hanging fruit to have the prostitution, because, again, there was almost like a guffaw heard around the world when they said, no, I didn't pay these escorts for sex. I paid them for their time. And the defense said, well, that's what it was. And they weren't always paid. They didn't perform. But they didn't actually call a single male escort who traveled across state lines. They called two who were in this area and who also...
Inner City Press is live right now outside the courtroom. Hold up. Let me see if I could cue this up.
And what are the verdicts? Well, 3 not guilties and 2 guilties on the clearly the lesser charges, the Mann Act, transportation for prostitution. I'm expecting them to announce maybe this afternoon at the bail hearing that they're going to be appealing.
Oh no. It's a service. He's live right now. He's showing us what's up. Look at that court. Look at that whole area. And it's all media related. Let's see if we can, hopefully you can get it together with the internet. Let me go back a little bit. Oh no, it stopped. It's thinking. It's the wheel. After Combs verdict, 22 minutes. Look at everybody's outside. Is it raining outside? They got umbrellas. I don't know if they have umbrellas for the sun or if it's just raining. Let me see. There's no limit to murder. Why would he run? He runs his kingdom and no laws can stop him. Oof. He will definitely catch up on something else. He is a repeat offender. They will get another crack at him. Ooh. My goodness. I mean, there's just so many. It's raining. There's just so many lawsuits out there. That's why I was like, I wonder if there's other lawsuits that are happening. Sentencing hasn't happened yet. No, it has not. We're waiting. Are they going to release him on bail? Which sounds like the judge is entertaining it. So this could very well be the case. He could be on bail today. He could very well be walking out there. Okay, I think we have an update. Hold on.
Transportation for prostitution. I'm expecting them to announce maybe this afternoon at the bail hearing that they're going to be appealing.
Oh no, he's got like 2,000 people watching. I'm going to refresh it. You guys.
The Mann Act, transportation for prostitution. I'm expecting them to announce maybe this afternoon at the bail hearing that they're going to be appealing.
Yeah, he's got a thing with this Wi-Fi. It's probably not even available anymore. My goodness, guys. Hoo-wee. What do you guys think? Oh, let's see. There it is. It's working now.
Okay, here we are. I'm waiting. I think it takes a second for it to be launched on Twitter. Maybe it doesn't. There have been many streamers here. There have been many streamers here during the past month. And Inner City Press has yet to go live in front of the courthouse because we've been covering the case. But now that the verdicts are in, and what are the verdicts? Well, 3 not guilties and 2 guilties on the clearly the lesser charges, the Mann Act, transportation for prostitution. I'm expecting them to announce maybe this afternoon at the bail hearing that they're going to be appealing.
Dang. You got 3,000 people and it's kind of the service is off. Is it even playing? I don't think it's playing anymore. Okay. Let's see. Trying to exit the full screen. Let me see. Stop sharing. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me see what you guys are saying. One joyful ladybug says, my bet defense wasn't only one with plan B. And what happens to those rug dealers too? I guess that's the question that I have. What happens to all these people now that the first, basically he was found not guilty of the first one? Okay. That video is only 4 seconds old. I'm just trying to see. Inner City Press is out there. I'm going to see if he has a better quality video. That was 4 minutes ago. Okay. I don't want to play it and then have it freeze again. But he's outside. Sounds like. People are saying different things. After Combs' verdict, everybody. A statement we've already read, Cassie Ventura's statement through the lawyer. If you guys want to help Inner City Press, please do so. So clearly it's a little bit crazy out there. I think people need to, I guess we'll see what happens moving forward. I mean, this verdict, I think, has shocked a lot of us. A lot of us are in shocked a little bit by the verdict. We didn't really know what to think was going to happen. Let me see, 8 minutes. What after the verdict?
Person here on the set, Seth Zuckerman. He's former prosecutor, current defense attorney, and a guy with some insight as to what the timeline is going to be here for the rest of the day. First of all, thanks for joining us.
Of course.
All right, explain to us what we can look forward to.
Sure. So the defense made a bail application at the conclusion of the jury's reading of the charges. So as everybody knows, and just to catch everyone up to speed, Combs was found not guilty of the first count, which was the RICO racketeering count, and found not guilty of both of the sex trafficking counts. He was only found guilty of the transportation for prostitution count, which is under the Mann Act. Those are the two most minor counts. He faces up to 10 years on each of those counts for a maximum of 20 years, but it's unlikely he's going to do that much time. So upon the jury exiting the courtroom, the defense made a motion for Combs to be released, to be on bail, and their bail.
Isn't that what's his name? Murad? That's him, isn't it? Hold up. I think I just saw him. That's him. You've got all the content creators outside. Did you guys see that? I mean, you could probably see the back of their heads. I think that might be Mims right there. Oh my God, they're all out there. M7666, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you, Judge Rabbitha, for all your hard work. I never left your channel. I found you because of, yes, rest in peace, Liam Payne case. Thank you for your non-biased acceptance of all our beliefs. Thank you. You have a free Diddy. Well, shout out to you, M7666. Like I said, you guys are entitled to your opinion. I'm only here to report the news, not to change it. C3U says nothing happens to them. They ain't got no money. The feds wanted Diddy's money. That's why they went after him, the customer, and not the pimps and cowboys or rug dealers. Guido's one stop baby girl. Here's the question that I have. Okay, let me ask you guys in the comments or in the chat. Before it was a question that I was supposed to ask, and it escaped me, so it's coming back to me. One of the things that I wonder if the jury felt like there is no money coming through this enterprise. Therefore, that's why there is no RICO. Like, where's the financial gain? Let me know what you guys think in the comments about that, because the other side to that argument was, well, there was a gain. It wasn't a gain necessarily to the business as a whole, but it was a gain to the person, right? Like Diddy was, he's clearly a sick person that has a severe addiction, very severe, because I don't think I've ever, unless you're running a prawn film industry, I don't know why anybody would order that much Astroglide or baby oil for that. Like, I don't understand that. So I have to kind of wonder, did the prosecution not do a good job in laying the foundation a lot more with this? Now I say this because in the transcripts, there was times where the court would direct the prosecution, hey, lay the foundation. They have to stop. There would be objections. Lay the foundation. And it would be to like relevance. What's the relevance of this? And the court would have to be like, hey, lay the foundation of this. This is where we're at. So I have to wonder, like, were they truly prepared for something like this when this happened? How it happened? Were they ready for this case? And I kind of wonder.
To be released, to be on bail, and their bail application was $1 million bond with travel to New York, Florida, and LA. And then he would live at his home on Star Island. And the judge said, well, I'm not going to decide it at this very moment. I need papers, and asked both sides to submit letters by 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Hey, Seth, while you're explaining that, I just want to tell our audience what you're looking at. There was a big bus outside the courthouse. That is the bus the family just got on. And as you can see, there are lots of people, supporters, well-wishers, people who are just curious on the street, and a gaggle of press that are looking for some kind of, interview with.
We're yelling questions.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. We're shouting them out from that pit right there, because that's where they keep us,
Look at all those creators, you guys.
We're there as they walk by us, and we have the mics out there asking anything you want to say, anything you want to say.
Okay, and that's the door again. But get back to 1 o'clock today.
So 1 o'clock today, the judge asked for letters, and then they're going to reconvene. He didn't say a certain time. He wants each party to submit letters by 1 p.m. this afternoon, and then I assume sometime around 3 or 4 o'clock, the parties will reconvene in court, and the judge will make his determination as to bail. And it's at that point that I would expect the family and the lawyers to speak.
Seth, what is the probability of letting him out? You say that these are minor charges. Other people say these are still major charges to be,
They're not minor, they're the lesser of the five.
Right. Yes, they still face up to 10 years on each
So,
of them.
you know, in most other cases, what would a judge do?
In most other cases where it's just a Mann Act transportation for prostitution, someone would be out on bail. It's very unlikely without the other charges that someone would be held in custody. Now, Combs is unique in that he's a flight risk. He's got his own plane. He's got hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars. So it's a unique situation that the judge has to consider. The judge did ask the prosecutor to submit any cases.
Oh.
I assume the prosecutors will be looking for that and submitting that by the 1 p.m. deadline today. But I do think bail would be appropriate at this point, now that he has only been convicted of the two most minor charges, and bail is usually set in these types of cases, obviously understanding that this is a unique person and he wants to live in Florida. There's some school of thought that maybe they should have proposed that he would stay in New York. That may appease the judge a little bit more, find a place for him to stay in New York. But we'll see what happens.
And Seth, usually when you're out on bail with that kind of thing, you're not allowed to socialize with the people that you have socialized with in the past.
Before you answer that question, I just have to say we're going to continue coverage on My 9. So if you want to stay there at 11 o'clock, just switch it over there if you're watching us on
All right,
Fox
so we're going to go to My 9 right now? Do we have to
At
run
11
over
o'clock.
there?
No, we don't have to do anything. We will just continue, but I want to let everybody know right now because we're going to go back to regular
Okay,
programming.
we don't have to do anything. We're going to just continue talking.
We'll keep talking to Seth.
We just keep going.
You just got the remote and just put us on My 9.
There we go.
So easy. Okay, getting back. Are they going to limit who he's allowed to, if he's allowed out on bail? Limit who he's allowed to hang out with.
Guys.
So every bail condition is unique, right? And so the judge has to make a unique.
Right, that is intense. They got a camera view. A lot of those people are content creators. Look at everybody with the cell phone camera everywhere.
To make a determination as to what he's going to permit him to do if he sets him out on bail. Obviously, if he's living in Florida, he'd be with family. If he's traveling to California, he'd be allowed to socialize with certain individuals in California. So it really just depends on the bail situation.
So he can't have like a blowout party tonight, right?
I mean, he could go to a restaurant in New York City. If he gets released, he could go to a restaurant in New York City with his family and friends and celebrate. There would probably be nothing about the bail conditions. He may have.
She said he can't have a blowout party tonight. What she means is that he can't have a freak off tonight. That's what she means.
A curfew that may be imposed, but there'd be nothing necessarily about the bail conditions that would stop him from going to celebrate with friends.
Well, Seth, let me ask you this: would he have to wear any sort of home monitoring device or ankle bracelet? Where does that come into play here?
That's another thing that the judge can set as a condition of the bond. You know, they proposed $1 million bond. Sometimes pretrial services, as a condition of release, asks that you wear an ankle bracelet.
Right.
That's certainly possible. That may be what the judge is thinking when he comes back this afternoon. In terms of setting bail, he may ask for an ankle monitor in this case, and I think it would be reasonable.
And so, look, obviously, the judge, I won't say can do whatever he wants. He can do whatever he wants within the law. Are the possibilities okay?
I know. Isn't this like, I'm looking at the crowd of people. This gives me a lot of anxiety. I wouldn't want to, like, I don't like being around. I'm not a big crowd person kind of person. Like, I don't like that. But seeing that right there does give me a little bit of anxiety. Seeing all those people there, especially because anything can happen. Like, this is crazy, man. But they're all out there filming. That's what they're doing. You know, it's their job.
You're asking for California, Florida, and New York. I'm going to let you out, but you can't leave the state of New York. Or you got to go to Florida and stay there, whatever. That he can limit him to one location.
Absolutely, and that happens all the time. That's why I said the judge may be only comfortable with letting him be in New York, and sometimes defense attorneys only propose that because they feel like that will appease the judge. Obviously, that's not the proposal that they put forth here, but the judge can make his own determination and say, look, I'm going to release you, but you have to stay in the confines of New York City, and allow him to be in Manhattan only. So that's something that the judge can make when he makes his determination.
Well, Seth, we want to ask you this. You covered this. You were with Lisa Evers last night, and thank you for that, for helping supplant our coverage. Were you surprised at how this went? What was your own take on how this went? Share that with us.
So I'm not surprised. The RICO charge was always the most aggressive charge in this case, right? I think a lot of legal commentators, when that charge was first brought, were a little shocked that they brought that charge against him with this evidence. So I'm not surprised that the RICO charge was hung yesterday and then not guilty today. But what was telling yesterday is the fact that they had a verdict on those 4 charges and they didn't have a verdict on the RICO charge, which led me to believe, well, there must be a not guilty verdict in one of those charges. Because otherwise, if you took those 2 charges together, they would have had 2 of the predicate acts that they needed for the RICO racketeering. So I'm not surprised that they reached a verdict on those counts quicker, because those are simpler counts to understand. I'm not surprised that they had it at the same time, and I'm not surprised that it was split. The problem with the sex trafficking count was always that consent is a defense. And Cassie and Jane both testified that they consented to this.
And it also said by fraud, coercion, or force, correct?
Correct. And all of that did not occur here, right? What you had here were women who later, after the fact, didn't like what they had participated in, but they had done so willingly and voluntarily and were in a relationship with him for numerous years. And so I always thought the sex trafficking charge.
I'm waiting for the people, like, literally, I could already see videos about certain videos. I'm like, listen, I'm kind of waiting to see where everybody's going to stand on this one. I mean, he has sued people before while he's been behind bars, Courtney Burgess, Ariel Mitchell Kidd, for what he feels like lie. Don't forget that Corny Burgess said that he had tapes with minors, which basically, I don't think that was the case at all. But let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Based on the consent defense was also an uphill battle for the prosecution. So when I heard yesterday they were hung on the RICO racketeering and they had a verdict on these 4 counts, I was like, I wouldn't be surprised if it was split because of the defense to the sex trafficking.
All right, we're getting a little bit more information from the courtroom, and it's going back to the beginning of the day before the verdict was read. According to the Times, they said that Sean Combs walked out into the courtroom and said to his family, "We got this." He's then reading a printout of Psalm 11. When the first not guilty racketeering count was read, a family member gasped. As the not guilty verdicts for the sex trafficking counts came in, members of the family and his legal team began to cry. Even the legal team began to cry. When the full verdict had been read, Mr. Combs turned to his family and mouthed, "I'm going home."
We'll find out. The judge will determine that later on. Sounds like today. They have to be back in court at 1 o'clock.
Okay, and we will be staying on. We will be staying on. Stephanie, thank you so much for this $20 super sticker. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What do you guys think so far? Let me see what CNN is saying. We are staying on. We're going to chuck it through. That's what we're going to do. Let me tell you guys what CNN is saying. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you. And Stephanie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Appreciate the super sticker. Hold up. I want to make sure I'm not missing anyone. I think I've caught everybody up. Thank you guys for those that have supported the channel today. Sean Diddy Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon of 2 crimes. Cassie Ventura's lawyer tells CNN. So Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Doug Wigdor, told CNN following the verdict in Sean Diddy Combs' trafficking and racketeering conspiracy trial that there was a lot of mixed emotions in that courtroom this morning as the verdict was read. Obviously, we would have liked to have seen convictions on the RICO charges and the trafficking charges, but Cassie prompted this investigation by the Southern District, and now Sean Combs stands before this court as a convicted felon of 2 crimes, he added. Wigdor added that while this is not the exact outcome that he wanted, he and Ventura are grateful to the jury for finding Combs guilty, the 2 counts. Combs was found guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution and acquitted of the most serious charge of trafficking, 1 count of which directly pertained to Ventura and racketeering conspiracy. Okay, so this is Douglas Wigdor. He actually gave a statement earlier. It sounds like he's doing interviews with CNN. How Combs reacted when the verdict was read. Sean Diddy Combs was sitting with his hands clasped in his lap while they began reading through the verdict. When not guilty was announced, the racketeering conspiracy charge, he put his hands in his head. Okay. When not guilty was announced, the racketeering conspiracy charge, he put his head, in his hands. He did a subtle fist pump when not guilty was announced for the second of the 2 trafficking charges, the last of the most serious charges to be read. When deputies polled the jurors about whether the verdict read in the court was correct, Combs canned his neck, his neck to look at them. Okay. After the defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, argued in favor of releasing Combs prior to the sentencing, the judge asked, Mr. Combs does not want to go back. Mr. Combs does not want to go back to MDC, a reference to New York City Metropolitan Detention Center. Combs vigorously nodded his head no and made prayer hands. He said he doesn't want to go back. He went like this. I don't know what kind of question that would be to even ask the jury. Like, do you want to go back? What is he going to say? Yes. He's not going to say no. They're going to give him bail. I mean, I don't know. It seems like it. That's what people think. Is he going to get bail? Let me see what the poll says. We did do a poll. Hold up. Will Diddy be released today? 51% said yes, and 49% said no. Well, this poll is like right there. Like, people are going back and forth. That's right. I can't see everything. I only see Chico's comment because she said a wrench. It's very hard. So if there's a comment that you want me to see, I'm sorry. I might not be able to see it in the chat. It goes by fast. Don't take it personal. Honestly, don't. Jess, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. You said exactly. I watched this whole trial. I just avoid you do the same thing coming out like that. I'm confused by your comment. I made a mistake on the poll. It's okay. It's a poll. It's all good. It's all good. People are asking if BJ's okay. I think she's okay. I think she's just in the courtroom, guys, and she might be just recording footage so that she can maybe show it later, which I think that's kind of what she would do, is just kind of record footage just so everybody's aware. So to give you guys a better understanding of all of this, I mean, everybody's reacting right now. Here we go. Here's Law and Crime. This is CNN. Okay.
To the Law and Crime live stream. We have live coverage. I know we just had a verdict is in animation run. I want to be clear that a note has been sent from
this
the jury.
was when
so
the verdict was happening.
Than an hour into deliberations today.
I'm pulling out
roughly
more video,
14 and a
guys.
half hours thus far since the jury started deliberating. Remember yesterday, they reached a verdict, unanimous verdicts on 4 of 5 counts facing Sean Diddy Combs, but they were deadlocked to that point, or at least in a place where they said they were unpersuadable on count 1, the racketeering conspiracy charge facing Sean Diddy Combs. We just got an update. It is a verdict. That is per CNN and Intercity Press, which has been covering this case. We do have a verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. I want to bring in Sierra Gillespie, who is the host of Scandal.
Look, there's Sylvia out here in the courtroom too.
He did. He really did.
Shout out to Sylvia.
Sorry.
Another car coming out. He's smiling. One of them was crying. The one in the front, the Indian man, he cried.
Oh,
and
man.
then the girl with the puff, she was smiling all the way.
Everybody's up. Look at this. I'm just trying to see if I know she was outside, and there's all kinds of content creators out there
Back
reacting.
to society and all that. And based on my information that I got, his numbers are going to be very low. And I have insiders information.
Yeah, I know you.
Insiders information, okay? All right, insiders information. He's not going to have too much time.
Hey, baby, you think they're going to give him the key to the city back?
Oh, I don't know about that, because it's a hair prostitution.
I don't think they're going to go. No, they're not going to get him back.
They're not going to give him the key
the city.
now. But as far as that, he's a first-time offender.
Thank you, baby.
And thank you. And then they might just give him probation. It depends.
Yeah, I think he may walk out.
But and then that million, he's offering $1 million. You think the judge not gonna take that? Yeah, he gonna take it.
Yeah, so this I think it's
$1
million.
He asked him, he says, Mr. Cole, I know you don't want to go back to MDC. He says, no. He's like, no. And he's like, so they sitting inside the courtroom now with him, behind the wall. So
this is the first day that I've been late.
Wow. And then you missed it. And you missed
I've been in the courtroom every day. Oh my God, it's the first day that I've been late. So,
yeah.
It is what it is. They set the precedence for this kind of.
And did you see how he prayed with his family?
I was in there.
Oh, you missed it? Oh my God, he prayed with his family, and I mean, a tear almost came out of my eyes because I was like, oh my God, felt really emotional. And at the end, they clapped.
Do you think this will make him more wholesome, more?
He is definitely. I think God has given him a second chance. I believe that he has gone closer to God. Before he had a relationship, but now he know it is God that did this. I hope he don't go back to some folks say make promises to God and go back and mess up. I hope he don't.
He's not. He's gonna learn his lesson. Thank you, baby.
Yeah.
I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. You're welcome.
See you live.
All right.
You on TikTok or what you doing right now?
I'm YouTube. All right.
What you think? Because me and you talking
Tissa's live. Tissa's live lying again. She mad, y'all. Tissa's live lying. They going off on Tissa right now.
Why are they going off on her?
They're going off. Hey, y'all, don't erase that. Don't erase that. Y'all can leave anything talking about Tissa.
Oh man,
they talking about Tissa. Let's go see. Let's go see.
Hold up.
She was lying. She got all those numbers.
Oh no, that sounds messy. Okay, I want to talk to Mims. Shout out to Mims. Shout out to Mims. Guys, make sure you guys are checking out Mims. He also did a verdict read, but I'm gonna try to speed it up a little bit. I think he had people on the panel.
2 of the weaker charges.
Here we go.
I think we have conversations to be had about the cultural impact of all of this.
Okay.
So if you have enough money and you can hire the best legal team, you're going to get off. We have conversations to be had about our APE culture. We have conversations to be had about consent. I'm in shock.
Wow.
He's not getting out today, of course. So he will be going. I mean, as I told you yesterday, you could tell the expectation was that he was going to be free. He thought that he was going to be acquitted on all charges as he has been in the past. And that's not this case. Do I think that he will be serving some time? Yes. But it's not going to be. Life was an option. What surprises me the most out of all of this is the fact that the jury was deadlocked yesterday, and within 1 hour, no, he can't go home today. He can't go home today. He has been found guilty on 2 of the 5 counts. So, like I said, they'll be submitting a memorandum between 30 to 60 days, and then the judge will decide. Somebody said it could be 20 years. I highly doubt that they're going to be giving him 20 years, but he is going to be serving some time.
Wow.
No, he was not found guilty of racketeering. No.
I honestly think that I don't even think he's really gonna okay, don't quote me. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's gonna serve any time. I'm gonna be honest with you. He doesn't have a record. Yes. I just feel like it could very well be that he maybe serves, I don't know, 5 years, if that 10. But I think with the number of lawyers that he has there, they're going to make it so that he gets released on some kind of ankle monitor or something. It just seems like that's what would happen to be lawyers. That's what they do, right? They they're going to fight for you. I got to change the battery on my camera, guys. They're going to fight for you to make sure that, you get the defense that you need. And that's what they did here. I mean, I just don't see them actually. I don't see him at all go into prison. I don't know why. I don't know, man. But let me know. I could be wrong. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. This is just my thoughts, my commentary, but my thoughts are not laws. This is just my opinion. And Minnesota Dragonfly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you and your mods for making it safe in the chat. Shout out to my mods. I know they kind of went through this was a rough one, I think. So shout out to them. And I really do appreciate their work on this covering and modding for me on this case. They didn't have to, and they didn't. I just thank you guys. Appreciate you guys for that. It doesn't escape me at all. Let me hit play on this. Get the camera going. Here we go. Oh, I have to run to the restroom, y'all. I got to run to the restroom while I play this.
This is a big day. Like, I'm thinking that more people. First off, I'm thinking that a lot of people are about to be scared and nervous. Do I think that Fahim has probably been taking notes? Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Fahim is taking notes and taking names. Let me see if Dimitri has hit me back up yet. Let me see. No, he hasn't hit me back up yet. Dimitri is he's a trial attorney here in New York. We're going to see if we can get him to come on later today. How are y'all feeling? I wasn't going to do this because I'm not feeling that great, but I'm going to drop the link. And it's going to be quick. Whether you like Diddy, don't like Diddy, you feel it was fair, you feel it was unfair, it's going to be super quick. You can hit the link. We can talk about it. Get y'all's opinions. Surprised, not surprised. Women aren't safe. I'm disgusted. Shocked. No, he was found guilty on 2 of the lesser charges and not guilty on the rest.
Yep.
What's up, Princess? What's your quick thoughts? How are you feeling, friend?
Good morning, y'all. Y'all gonna make me actually get up and do some content today with this. I think Jane may have heard the coercion and, the trafficking charges and just certain ways that the prosecution went about with their witnesses. It just didn't scream coercion. And I think people need to really understand coercion. And if a child can be, taken advantage of, or you can say a regular person can be taken advantage of and can't consent, under the influence. Why isn't it the same on this level? So
Right.
there's so many nuances and details to this. I hope they do keep him, but I think they also need to look at the people, the victims, and how people may be susceptible to retribution. This is going to be a big problem.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Princess. Definitely do some content on it. What's your channel name?
House of the Princess. I'm gonna do something when I get up.
All right.
Shout out to House of the Princess. Okay. What do you guys think so far about that opinion? I mean, it's a lot to kind of consume. Should people be worried? Are people worried about their safety? What did Aubrey O'Day say? She said she was leaving. She said, I'm out of here. If he's found not guilty. Let me see. Because she did do a whole interview. Let me see if we can play Aubrey O'Day interview with regarding Diddy and this whole trial. This was 5 days ago. Okay.
RICO's gonna come back home.
Okay. Look at what she
Sex
said.
trafficking charges, yes. The other one, no. I think RICO's gonna come back home.
Okay. In your coverage of this, safe to say you've been a little disappointed with the way the prosecution.
And is it N3 Music? Thank you so much for the $1.99. I appreciate it. Let me hit play on this, okay?
Presented this case.
I was hoping that we would get to this day and not have so many people asking so many questions and not really understanding or knowing how it's going to go. You hope to get to this day pretty certain.
Yeah, you want it to be a slam
dunk.
The defense essentially chose not to give any argument. Diddy didn't testify. The prosecution has since, in their jury instructions, said, maybe don't pay attention to these charges, focus on these ones.
It was simplifying how they're to look at the specific charges. So if you put a lot of options for attempts of this or that, it starts to confuse people. You want to try to make jury instructions as simple as possible so that you aren't getting confused people that then can't make a call. You don't want to actually have a hung jury at the end of the day. It's a lot of money and it's a lot of time to do this again.
There were rumors or speculation that you would testify.
Yeah, there was even somebody that said there was statements about my emotional journey all the way to the stand I read. It was really intense.
Was that ever a conversation? Were you approached at any point by the prosecution to take the stand?
I spoke with Homeland Security when this all was developing. And you are told to keep that to yourself and that anyone can be summoned. And I wasn't summoned. And by the time I knew that I was not going to be summoned and trial had started, I then felt comfortable coming forward and being able to address the trial, just the trial specifically, because I have participated in another project that will make more of my own personal story clear to the world.
Okay. Do you wish you had been summoned, that you could get your day in court and lay out everything that you've been holding in for 20 years?
Not on these specific charges. I sure do wish I would have seen a whole lot more of the enterprise on the stand, though, because I definitely saw an enterprise, and it really bothers me when people say, oh, it's just this one guy, and he may not even be tied. This one and this one that was named may not have even. When I was there, I saw a whole lot of people.
Your bandmate, Dawn Richard, did testify. What kind of conversations have you had with her, if any, about that?
When I was contacted in regards to a claim that was being made about something somebody witnessed in regards to me, I had no recollection and was scared and reached out to all of my band members basically to ask them if they could recount any of the details that were given in the statement. And so I reached out to Dawn at that point. She was the only one that didn't call back. And I made it clear to everyone, like, regardless of how we stand in this moment, on any business level, on any level emotionally, or, I like you today, I don't like you tomorrow, whatever. I'm usually the one that has always talked to everybody. I'm the only one.
Yeah.
I said, like, now's the time to put all that to the side. And like, we need to remember where we started, and we started this together, and I need us to talk. And if you're not a bad person, and if you are the person I think that I knew during the time where we grew up together, I need you to call me back. and she didn't. But I did speak with everyone else.
Wow.
That's disappointing to hear, especially if she's taking the step to go up there and have that conversation for the world to hear. So you would think she would.
Yeah, to drop an entire lawsuit on many points that all of us went through.
Wow. Hold up. I got an update, guys. We got an update from Inner City Press. He is out there. Let's see what he has to say. Hold up.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York. Day 35 of the Sean Combs trial. And this may be our last walk, at least during this trial, because the verdict is in. Not guilty, RICO. Not guilty, sex trafficking of Cassie. Not guilty, sex trafficking of Jane. 2 guilties, transportation of for prostitution as to both Jane and Cassie. Now, Mark Agnifilo has asked for bail. He's asked for immediate release today, and there's letters due at 1 p.m. The judge didn't say, no way, go back to the MDC and we'll have briefing. So it could happen. It could happen. And I'm pretty sure that the Mann Act charges are going to be appealed. Alexandra Shapiro, during the pretrial, said, you know, the statute is unconstitutional, a racist as applied. So I don't mean to, it's a tragic thing. I just spoke to somebody as I came out, and what I can say is that the conduct described is highly problematic. The thing that, I don't want to be graphic, but where Jane said, vomited between escort 1 and 3, and Combs apparently said, you know, get out there and perform. But the thing is it a federal crime? Was it overcharged? I think, as I felt throughout, the prosecutors, you know, for good reasons, from their point of view, we're trying to kind of break new ground and say, if you're an executive that uses your assistants to, you know, provide procure and use sexual favors, you're going to be charged under RICO. Didn't work this time. I'd literally like to hear from the jurors. You know, personally, I think Jane's testimony wasn't that, the witness known as Jane wasn't that compelling for a variety of reasons. The prosecutors chose the witnesses that they did. There's 30 civil cases. There's more people out there. I don't know if they held tryouts, but it is what it is. I know that there were going to be people, many people very disappointed about it. I'd kind of like to know what turned them. I think it's significant that nothing was asked as to Jane and sex trafficking. I think that it wasn't even close, apparently. They looked at it in terms of Cassie. They looked at the threats made on the plane from Khan. They looked at the videotape and the aftermath. They looked at what Daniel Phillips saw, but they came back with a not guilty. The Mann Act charges were kind of slam dunk. You had transportation of, you know, Daniel Phillip and all the Cabral and their performance. So it is what it is. We're going to be covering the 1 p.m. letters and the hearing on bail afterwards. But for now, the Week 8 book is coming, and it's going to be a doozy. Week 8, Diddy on trial. To be continued.
Wow. What do you guys think? Hey, Dazzle, the Tarot, how are you, my love? What do you guys think? You said, please do a poll and ask if people think the jury was compromised. Okay, I can do that. What do you, let me see where you guys are at. So the poll previous was, will Diddy be released today? 52% said yes, and 48% said no. In your opinion, okay, let me see. Was the jury compromised? Yes, they were. No, they got, I'm going to say no, they got the verdict correct. Okay. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. You said yes. You guys are all saying yes, yes, yes. Go vote and hit the like button, please, and thank you. I mean, like I said, people are gonna say it wasn't compromised. It was compromised. Everybody's gonna land a little bit different. I mean, the guy is still not off the hook, guys. He's not. I mean, he just didn't get that first act, but he's not off the hook. I think we have to kind of remember that. You said, hell yeah, they were compromised. Somebody followed them home and met them at the grocery store and paid them off. How do you know that? At the grocery store? That's very specific. Very specific. Let me know. I said, yeah, I mean, and I'm kind of like wondering about this. Where does everybody land just accepting that maybe this is where they landed? Guys, at the same time, he's not off the hook. He's not. He really isn't. But I do wonder, like, what the outcome, like, what's next now? What now? What happens to KK? Like Sylvia was asking, what happens to KK? What happens to D-Rock? What happens to all these people? And I'll just be honest with you. I can't imagine, like, if I was a Mia or a Jane Doe or hell, even a Cassie, but specifically these people, or even a Capricorn Clark, I would want to change my identity. Like, not even so much out of fear for Diddy and that, but just out of fear for the public, because you don't know, because people will do the most and you just don't know, especially when people are fans of people. You have to be mindful. Hudson, thank you so much for the $4.99. Who do you think is going to get the video interview with Diddy, like the first one? Probably TMZ. TMZ, because TMZ is like, you know, they have that angry podcast with the man, Mark Agnifilo. I mean, I don't know if TMZ is going to interview Diddy. When was the last time Diddy ever did an interview? It's been a minute, but I'm pretty sure TMZ will probably do it. You know? Everybody's like, TMZ for sure. See, I'm not the only one who says TMZ. You know, let me see what you guys said. No bigger than TMZ. Well, I think I would consider Barbara Walters level. Yeah, may she rest in peace. What do you think? Like, what's his name? I think TMZ. I don't know about Barbara Walters level, but I definitely think TMZ. What's that one guy's name from Daylight? Keith Morrison. I don't think Keith Morrison would do it. And the other guy too. You said Tasha K for the interview to him. I don't know about that one. I don't know if that would happen. Hell, I mean, I can't remember the last time. Not Oprah. Oh, that would not be a good look. Right. The stress out of that. Just because you got paid doesn't mean anything, y'all. But the stress out of that, like, can you imagine? But I mean, let me know what you guys stand. Usagi Dango says he lived across from the loading dock. Boats exist. Thank you for the $2.79. Thank you. Okay. Damn, I got people calling me all over. Revolt is gonna do the first interview. Gail King. Okay. Oh, see, I forgot about Gail King. Gail King might do it. Okay. She's done some pretty well, she did do R. Kelly, and that didn't land very well, but Gail King might. Candace Owens. Oh, Lord have mercy. Anderson Cooper. Not the breakfast. You guys are just throwing names out there now. What about the tunnels? Unless you're talking about Waterworld, I don't know what tunnels you're talking. I mean, you're talking about the ones that they say that are under Star Island 1 and 2. That wasn't brought up, you guys. Tunnels weren't brought up. He could do an interview with Young Miami on our podcast. There's that. That's, yeah, we'll put it at that. Let me see. Where I think BJ is probably filming right now. I would just give her some time. I'm like, what tunnels? The ones at Waterworld? I don't know, guys. I mean, they've been saying different kinds of things about tunnels. At the end of the day, that's not part of the evidence. That's not what they have. So I don't know what to say. You think Armand Wiggins should do the interview? That would be interesting. I'd be here for it. That would be an Armand Wiggins moment. I mean, didn't Armand did meet Kanye West. So I mean, it wouldn't be a far stretch. Gail King did R. Kelly. He's not supposed to. He's not doing a gossip site. Do they give interviews? I don't know. I could see Carisha, please. I don't know, man. It'd be different people. Not Shannon. I don't think it'd be a good look for Shannon Sharp right now. Shannon Sharp kind of disappeared a little bit once the Diddy. Did you guys notice that? People were talking about Shannon Sharp all over. Every day there was a Shannon Sharp video. And then once the Diddy trial started, all right, back to Diddy. So it went back to Diddy. And they haven't even mentioned, I think Shannon Sharp is like uploading videos, and he's been kind of like hoping that people will forget about the situation. That's what he's been hoping for. Yep. Hold up, y'all. But let me know what you guys think. I don't know if you notice how quiet he is. He said, please no Shannon. You said he needs to worry about his suits. Hold up. Rabbit. I'd lose it if he goes on Piers Morgan. What if he goes on Piers Morgan? Not the Miami sound machine tunnels. He could go to Piers Morgan. He could. You never know. I think Piers Morgan would be an interesting one. We going back to now. Everybody's going back to Shannon Sharp. No. Shout out to everybody. You guys are funny. Suge's podcast. I can't with Suge. Did you guys see what happened with Suge recently? I can't with Suge, man. I never know what to believe when.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee.
Hold up. I'm trying to see if there's any other updates. Lord have mercy. No updates. Let me see what CNN is saying. No updates on CNN. Oh my God. You just reminded me of something. What about this situation here? What about TriStar? I'm so glad you put this out here because I completely forgot, y'all. What about TriStar? What about KK? What about D-Rock? What about all these people? But specifically, what about TriStar? Thank you for the $9.99. What happens to them? Investigation. Do they just fade in the back and there's nothing? Like, what do we make of that? It's Mel. It's me, Lexi. Thank you so much for the $1.99. Being that it's his first offense, he'll get 15 to 21 minimum. I don't know. He'll still get some jail time. I mean, prison time. That's what it sounds like, but we don't know. We're not at sentencing yet. But I do wonder about this one, my friend. I was just about to say that, and I'm glad that you brought it up because I had forgotten. So what about TriStar? What do you make of that? I would love for this to be a Jell-O shot, but it's not. It's one of those jelly things. Great for a Jell-O shot. But it's not. Okay. TriStar says TriStar needs its own separate investigation. I forgot about TriStar, y'all. You should get Fitty to interview him. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's a first-time offender, so he won't get a lot of time. I don't think so. I think some of it is going to be like, there might be some, maybe a year, 2 years, maybe 5. I just don't think that they're going to throw everything at him, given that he's a first-time offender, but I could be wrong. And then he's willing to offer $1 million for bail. Yeah. D. Miller, thank you for the $9.99. I like what Inner City Press said. The prosecution was trying to break new ground. Maybe this is a first step in protecting people and changing the laws for the better. Do you guys feel like, okay, like, I'm glad you, D. Miller, thank you for this $9.99, but I think it's a bigger conversation. Should there be changes so that there's more inclusion, in your opinion, more inclusion to the law as it pertains to, like, RICO, or that it's more defined, or that it's better explained? Because I like I said, when we first started talking about RICO, we took it as like a mob type of charge, where a lot of us kind of failed to see, well, and I'll speak for myself. I was like, well, isn't that like a mob? Like when somebody gets a RICO, it's like, or even like a NXIVM level, because this is what it gave. NXIVM level, mob charge, mob mentality type of situation. It wasn't even given that. But I mean, let me know, should there be changes to the law so that it's more inclusive of a lot of things? Or what? Where do you guys stand? First time caught, but definitely not his first time. It's not his first time. First time caught up. He's been caught before, but first time getting caught up. I would say maybe that's the thing, you know? You don't think the jury understood what ST is? Oh. Baby bunny. Diddy beats the feds that the boy, Diddy beat the feds that a boy, bad man, beat the RICO. He what? He's a K. John Gotti. Okay. Yeah, I guess we're going to see what happens. What are they going to do? I'm going to see if I can order the transcripts for today. We were supposed to read yesterday's, today's, but you guys, it's just been so much news, and then the verdict came through. I don't think any of us expected the verdict to come through so quickly. I just spilled. That's for sure. Let me know what you guys think. Hold up. Let me use this to clean this. Here we go. Not familiar with the judicial system here, but the judge can overrule the jury's decision. I don't think that he will. I don't think that he will. Has there been times? Probably. You think no, RICO should be strictly more defined and not used for everybody. Okay. RICO needs to be fine-tuned, too broad to be easy to claim without enough of a produced conviction. Okay. Agnifalo's word salad. I think Agnifalo did a terrible job at closing. But I mean, if he wanted to get his client off of RICO, he did the job, if you know what I mean. I think once the jury starts their Googling, they will have buyer's remorse on the verdict. Okay. Sylvia, thank you so much for the $9.99. It took the federal government a couple tries before they got Gotti. Listen to this right here. For those, it took the government a couple times before they got Gotti. Okay. There's that. You said it's because you and BJ that we could understand the RICO judge. Oh, Natasha, thank you, thank you. I am no expert. Okay, I have a master's in social work and a undergraduate in criminology with a minor in social science. Worked in government and community for several years, but I'm no expert. I'll say that much. Okay, but BJ is the one with the law degree, so shout out to her. Let's see. Now that the case is in its conclusion, now when can we expect the personal lawsuits? Well, we already have a lot of them, Cassandra. We have a lot of lawsuits, right? We do. This case was a lot. I definitely agree. Diamond. Oh my God, Diamond Rainbow. Thank you so much for the $5. My personal opinion is that no one should interview Diddy. He doesn't deserve any more attention. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Let me see. I'm going down a little bit. Hold up, y'all. I'm like behind. ND Lynn DK. Hope judge sees how many times years for sentence. Thank you so much for the super sticker. Hope judge sees at how many times years for a sentence. Yeah. Let's see. I really can't tell. Rabbit, remember Cassie's last part? Thanks for your tireless efforts. That's what she said. That's right. I try to be as humble as I can. As humble. Muy humilde. What's up, everybody? I had a job interview. What did I miss besides the verdict? Nothing. Hey, I hope you got the job. Life lessons learned. Shout out to you. Let's see. A lot of lawsuits got dropped because they lied about the baby oil and being rugged. Well, and the thing is, one of the questions was, did they put rugs in the baby oil? You guys remember that when they were like, oh, there was it Ariel Mitchell Kidd? Which, by the way, like, did she ever go to the court at all? Did she ever go to the court at all? I don't remember if she did or if she didn't. But I know she was like on vacation or something, and she did appearances with Pierce for a little bit. But I don't know if she went to the court. I can't remember. But anyways, she was the one who had said that her client, that they had put GHB on the baby oil, and that stuff went on her skin and it kind of like paralyzed her. There was that. Connie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Appreciate you. I know she's playing. Baby Bunny's outside playing with the sitter. What about Gloria's client? There's that one too. There's a lot of like unknowns about that. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think we know. People are estimating anywhere from 10 to 15 years on the on that charge, on the 3 to 5 charges, right? That's what we know so far, but we don't know anything. We don't know anything at all other than that. I hope they go after him with the state charges, get him on something like they did OJ after the fact. Listen, I mean, he got a lot of lawyers. Hold up. Let me see. Jane had an agenda. How much time will we get? We don't know. Yes, I heard a victim story of being raped by Diddy and was rugged by the baby oil. Moy, I remember that one. And we weren't sure. We were talking about it. And then when the charging document came out, which I have another point to make about that before I forget. But why didn't they? Why wasn't the baby oil part of the rugs? And I never heard one agent speak to the fact that there was baby oil infused in rugs. None of that was ever said. None of that was ever spoken. All those people that claim to have S-tapes, nothing, nada, nothing, okay? Came out of that. There's that. So, unless they do have S-tapes, I'm not really sure, but I don't know why you would hold to an S-tape of Diddy. And there's that. Okay, here's the question that I have that was bothering me too. The guy before Comey, there was the head guy from the New York City, right? Prosecutor's office. He quit. I think it was maybe 2 months after they gave that announcement they were moving forward with charges. He quit, guys. Did we ever figure out why he left? So he went after Eric Adams and he went after Diddy. Eric Adams, charges are done. They're not going to do anything to Eric Adams, right? But what happened with him? The lawyer. You guys remember when they did the press conference? I forgot his name. Yeah, what happened to him? You guys remember him, right? When they did the press conference, he was the attorney that was charging Diddy. Forward with Diddy and those charges. Oh my God. Let me tell you what's going on outside. I wonder what happened with him. What happened there? I don't know. Like he just left, Yanni. He left. Here. Diddy, shout out Diddy Docket. Damian Williams' departure was due to Trump's changing of the guard. Oh. So he was like, I'm done? Because he was charged before the election. So new administration and he was out. Because he came after Eric Adams and he came after Diddy. And then it was like, I quit. And then don't forget, I might be confusing press conference, but it wasn't it Mike Jeffries too? Mike Jeffries? I think it was another one that he went after. You said Armand is out there acting the fool. What is he doing? Oh, Lord. What is he doing? Let me see. Hold up. He's got no shirt.
How do you connect that?
Hey, look at how many people are out there. I'm telling you, I'd get so claustrophobic.
I'm going way down the street. No, he's found it. The RICO and the sex trafficking is found not guilty.
Oh, there's that other guy too, the one with the 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Look at everybody's out there. Oh my God, there's Secret Service Sam. Did you guys know that Secret Service Sam? Let me talk about. Okay, let me say this. Secret Service Sam got served. There was so much drama happening outside the courtroom. He got served with the subpoena, or he's getting sued or something. So there's something happened down with another creator in Secret Service. This guy right here, and he got served right in front of the courthouse. I said, there's so much stuff happening out there right now.
So I came back up. They said it there.
Not yet.
Oh my God.
Not
So
yet.
why is everybody?
Son G! Y'all two are the ones.
Bring him on. Bring him on.
John G! Shout out to Tasha.
Look at all that. I want to beat the feds. I gotta say, I told y'all there was people telling me, oh yo. People tell me, Jay, you're not a lawyer. I don't need to be a lawyer.
You need to be a lawyer.
I don't need to be a lawyer.
Well, you got me worried when you were talking like that.
Sean did it. Sean. He beat him. He beat him.
Fair and square.
Fair and square. They cheated. And they tried. Yeah, I'm on live.
Who said that? Why are y'all so biased and mad if Diddy comes home today? I thought this was an open discussion platform. Horse Murray, I don't think anybody is biased about him coming home or not. Who said that we were biased about? People have their opinions just like you have your opinions, whether you want him to come home or not. Hell, you're allowed to have that one too. But please don't do that on my platform. Don't go after people because their opinion is different than yours. I'm not blocking people who have a difference of opinion. I'm blocking people that are agitators or are intentionally trolling people in the chat. Like this comment right here can definitely get your ass blocked. So get it together in the chat and please get it together, okay? Just because we don't see eye to eye doesn't make a person biased. We're looking at things in different ways. So thank you. Thank you. If I was so biased, I promise y'all it would be one opinion. But half of the people here have a difference of opinion, whether they like it or not. And if you don't like somebody's opinion, there's like 3 dots next to the person's name. Just block them. That's it. That's all.
They trying to,
even though they cheated. Boston took the feds to trial. They offered him a 15-year plea. He went to trial and he beat the feds at trial, and they cheated the entire time.
yeah, they cheated, and it didn't work. It didn't work.
It didn't work. And he's going home today.
He's going home.
Miami tonight.
Tonight, yep, he's gonna be in Miami. That's right. Because they're gonna try to say that they're gonna hold him for prostitution. Come on, there's never been anybody done that.
I guess it depends. I mean, what are they gonna decide when they go to court? Is he going home today? Is he going home today? That's the question.
I get bond for prostitution.
Yes. He stood up and tried to bring up the drugs. He was acquitted.
He acquitted of it. That's right. That's right. Yes.
Oh, the coercion, Maureen, you lost that count too.
Yes.
He's going home.
He's going home.
He got convicted of the lightest of all the charges. I think the guideline range. Puffy does not have a criminal history.
From 0 to
120 months.
Yep.
Damn.
He's gonna get the lightest. He's gonna get time served.
Yep. So thank you, Sean. No, you said you were nervous.
I was.
I said don't be nervous.
He was facing a life sentence, man.
Yeah.
He was facing a life sentence. All right.
Let's do it. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm with the infamous Sean G from the Side Podcast with Soul. Tell them what the reason why, Sean. Tell them how you feel about the case.
Wow.
Podcast with Soul. Puffy beat the feds.
Hey, you back? Where you been?
Square. They cheated the whole time.
They still cheated.
They put witnesses on the stand that perjured themselves, witnesses that lied, prosecutorial misconduct all over the trial, even pre-trial, violating his attorney-client privilege when he was at NBC Brooklyn. Witnesses got on the stand, lied, perjured themselves, undergirded by lawsuits of $6 million, $10 million. And he beat him.
And he stuck around a long time. No good. Yeah.
Okay.
He's going home tonight. He'll be in Miami tonight. Yeah.
People are predicting that he's going to be home tonight. I don't know, man. I mean, they must know something that we don't. Okay. Let's we have CNN also that is reporting. Let's get into the CNN. I watch a lot of people, Patrice. I watch Sylvia, regardless if her opinion is different. I'll watch all kinds of people, guys. That's what I do. That's why I watch. And if you don't want to watch, that's okay. Shout out to you. All right, let's get it together. Ventura's lawyer rejects calling her a winner after Combs' verdict, citing years of abuse. Okay. Thank you. Cassie Ventura's lawyer, Douglas Windor, is responding to comments made by Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo. Okay, so Windor is replying, all right, who characterized Ventura as the winner in this case after she secured a multi-million-dollar settlement following her 2023 civil lawsuit, okay, against Combs. Wigdor disagreed, telling CNN this morning, obviously Cassie Ventura at this point in time and today is not the winner. She endured 10 years of abuse where she had to engage in days-long S-acts with UTIs. She alleged that she was ARD, Wigdor said. And so to call her a winner, even though she did get 30 million, part from, as she testified, part from Sean Combs, part from the hotel, no amount of money is going to ever undo what she had to endure, what she had to go through. Okay. Wigdor added, both she and I didn't really take well to that as her being a winner. Ventura was 8 months pregnant when she testified and is now a mother of 3. Has focused on her family since giving her testimony early in the trial. I think she went into labor. Was it that week? If you guys remember, she is really trying to look forward, he says. Remember, Combs was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution and acquitted of the most serious charge of racketeering, conspiracy, and trafficking, 1 count of which directly pertains to Ventura. Okay? Okay. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? What do you guys think so far? Look at everybody's outside of the courtroom. And we have another breakdown, actually. I think this is a pretty nice breakdown of the charges for those that are wondering. Oh, let's see. Let's do this one right here.
She just exited the
local
courtroom.
news.
You've been in there all morning long. You watched everything play out over the past couple of months. Tell us, what was that moment like when that verdict was given out?
A lot to unpack here, Pedro. First of all, when we found out there was a verdict, obviously there's that 20-minute window where there's lots of tension. So you saw all of the attorneys file in. Every single attorney for Sean Combs could not sit down. They were standing in the well with their arms folded. Mark Agnifilo was pacing back and forth. The family returned to the courtroom. Sean Combs returned to the courtroom. He said a few words to his family saying it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. And this is after he led a moment of prayer earlier this morning when they were in court. So now the jury is seated in the courtroom. Sean Combs, actually, let me just go back, because when we were waiting for the verdict to come in, Sean Combs was sitting in his chair reading Psalms 18. It was a printout of Psalms 18. So again, he had that moment of quiet, that moment of meditation. He was still waiting to find out. Obviously, there were four verdicts reached yesterday and then the other one this morning. So the jury is seated. They say they have found a verdict. And so as they were reading down the counts, again, Sean Combs was not looking forward. He was kind of in that state, that stillness, that meditative state that we've seen him. And the first count, not guilty, he goes, yeah, that was the first thing. You could hear a little bit of cheering from the family and the crowd. People were saying yes. The second count, he just kind of fist pumped. Now, when the third count, the sex trafficking, the Mann Act, the interstate prostitution, when that guilty verdict was read, he was kind of holding his head like this. And you could see he was shocked. He did not see that one coming. You could see kind of like that kinetic shock run through his body. But then when they went to the next count, the sex trafficking for Jane, not guilty.
Somebody said, if it don't slip, you must acquit. Oh my God, y'all. These sound bites are horrible. Who said that? Hold up. Let me show you guys from Jules Mancy. If it don't slip, you must acquit. There is going to be a lot of sound bites after Diddy's Combs trial. Lord have mercy. Hold up. What is this?
You must acquit.
I'm dead. Okay. Oh, wow.
I'm trying to tell you something, how to use these 2 items. You can have these 2 items, they're legal, but if you put them together, you end up in a freak. So, remember I told y'all what. So look, you see this? If it don't slip, you must acquit. You must acquit.
Oh my goodness. Say that again?
If it don't slip, you must acquit.
I'm dead. Okay. Oh, wow.
I'm trying to tell you something, how to use these 2 items.
Oh my God. What? I don't even, no comment. Literally, what? When I saw that, I said, what is he talking about? It's a circus out there, guys. Listen. That was just gross. It really was. Anything for a viral moment. That's what it looks like. I don't know, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. What do y'all think? All right, let's keep playing this. I was not expecting that.
The the prostitution for Jane. He and Tinny Garagos, they kind of had like a moment. They were sitting next to each other. They grabbed hands. They were holding hands, kind of like, like this, pumping each other's fists, like congratulations. All of the attorneys, all of his defense attorneys who were pacing around, nervous before the verdict was read. You could see smiles on the face of Brian Steele, smiles on the face of Mark Agnifilo. Then Combs began to turn around and speak to his family and saying, I'm coming home, it's going to be okay. And then he actually started thanking the jury. He started nodding his head, thanking the jury, that same eye contact that we'd seen at the beginning of the trial that he'd been admonished for. He did that again now, but it's not clear if any of the jurors looked back and acknowledged him. I didn't really see anyone look back to acknowledge him thanking the jury, but he was just thanking the jury. And he would continuously look back at his family. At one point, his son Justin, when the jury left the room, he stood up, he grabbed a book in his hand, he held the hand up like, thank you. Lots of prayers from the Combs family. Now, here's the issue. This is, again, of course, not over because his attorney, Mark Agnifilo, is asking that he be released on bail in light of being acquitted of those serious charges. So then again, you see the attorneys going tit for tat. Mark Agnifilo says in light of these charges, he's been acquitted. He deserves to be returned home to his family. He deserves to go back to Two-Star Island in Florida.
So in 30 minutes, I think they're going to be back. Am I hearing this correctly? Let me know in the chat. I'm pretty sure in 30 minutes that he's going to be back, right? They're going to be back at 1. So let me see what time it is. You guys were not in the same time zone. 2, 3. Let me see. Yeah, because it's what is it, 12:25 over there right now, or 12:35? So they'll be back at 1. Okay, so we got 30 minutes till they're back. Okay, let's keep playing this.
That's when Maureen Comey stood up and said, listen, Your Honor, these are still serious counts. He was acquitted. However, you heard extensive testimony about the threats. You heard extensive testimony about the violence, and those are still underlying factors. Now, this is when you saw Tini Garagos was livid at this argument, especially in light of the verdict that had just been read. She leaned over to Mark Agnifilo, and she was just like fierce in her face. She was mad, pointing at Maureen Comey, speaking to Mark Agnifilo, just really upset that it appeared that the prosecution was still going hard to keep Sean Combs detained. Now, when the jury left and we were all dismissed from the court, that was another powerful moment. Sean Combs dropped to his knees. He dropped to his knees where his chair is, and just bowed his head and just prayed. It was about 2 or 3 minutes. He just dropped, and you could just tell he was relieved. He was thankful. You just can't really emphasize it enough. Now, typically, this is not what marshals will allow a person to do after conviction. His family stood up in that moment, kind of acknowledging that he was on his knees with his head bowed. Now, remind you, it's also an armchair, so it's a pretty robust chair, and he's just on his knees, praying in the chair. When he stood up, the family cheered, lots of cheers. It was kind of like the end of the Super Bowl for this family and for this legal team. They were cheering. Tini Garagos, Mark Agnifilo, group hugs.
His family right now is coming out of the courtroom behind you. We've just seen his mother leading.
Janice Combs walking out the door.
Leading the group out, but we also saw Christian Combs, Justin Combs, as well as his daughters leaving the courtroom.
His 6 children coming out. You have to wonder, this is a very different picture of Sean Combs than we have seen, certainly for the last 2 months, played out in court. Darla, I wanted to ask you, Darla, do you see contrition in Sean Combs today, since you're talking about so much faith and holding up a Bible? Relief? And was it relief? Was it? Do you see a changed man? I mean, I know it's your opinion, but this is certainly a different Sean Combs than was portrayed in court day after day.
Well, first of all, let me tell you, I was actually just in the elevator and in the hallway with the family, the children, as they left, and obviously we've been in trial.
Okay, when I give you more than one warning to chill, and you don't take it, you just get blocked. So go comment somewhere else. Thank you so much, or create another account.
Together, and as they were walking out of court, you could see them really happy about the verdict as they were waiting for the vehicle. So I was just in there with them before we came out, and the family obviously very pleased. Sean Combs has maintained he was innocent the entire time, so I don't believe contrition is the word, but you definitely see humility. You see a man of faith. You see his family, the level of family support there's definitely a tale of two Sean Combs, but I don't think that's new, right? I think at the beginning of the trial, they said this is a man who's dynamic, he inspires people, he's a music mogul, he's touched every life of the people who have worked for him, but there is also a second side of Sean Combs that you don't know, and that was literally in the prosecution's opening argument. So to say that, you know, I wouldn't speak on contrition. I don't think that's the word, but you see a man who has been praying, and you see a man who feels like his prayers have been answered.
Okay, hold up. Diddy Docket made an interesting comment that I want to read here in the chat. Diddy Docket says, anyone thinking he's going to get 20 years is going to be very disappointed. 4 max is my prediction. Okay, probably 24 months probation with time served. I don't think he's going to get 20 years, guys. I don't think it's going to happen. It's not that, you know, I just don't. I don't know. You know what I mean? Let me know what you guys think. You said if the majority of the public find his guilty charge minimal, I wonder how long until he gets back in the spotlight. Yeah. I just don't think that that's what it's going to look like. I'm kind of with Diddy Docket on this one. But let me know what you guys think. She's making him out to be a saint. That's what I know. That's their impression of him. I'm not there. You said the judge gives me simp vibes. Watch him let him out. I'm fear for all of his victims now. He just served them up on a plate and a platter. Oof. I just don't think he's gonna get 20. I really don't. Do I think that he's gonna go into hiding for the embarrassment? No. Not at all. Let me tell you something. I don't know if you guys would agree, but I feel like I know way too much about Diddy than I've ever really wanted to know. Like, wait, I didn't want to know about all this shit. And I don't want to know. And now if I ever hear that Diddy's having a party, I don't want to know anything about it. I'm good. Like, yeah, that's what I think. You know, it may seem hard for some of us to believe, but Diddy is a first-time offender. He will get first-time offender sentence. I don't think he's going to get 20 years, guys. I just don't. I don't see it, but I could be wrong. Listen, I've been wrong many times, and I'll probably be wrong again. But let me know what you guys think. I think that if he gets out now, he's ain't going back. Their home arrest and probation. Okay, let me hit play on this while we finish her description of everything that happened in the courtroom.
Job of painting every second from when the jury walked in the room to when those charges were read to when they're discussing about maybe possibly releasing Sean Combs from jail today. So there, you were at the point right there where the lawyers were at each other, kind of looking at each other in that argument. Did you feel like one side had a stronger argument standing there?
Again, not a legal analyst, but Judge Arun Submarine asked Mark Agnifilo, what does that look like? Does he walk out of court today? And he said, in the world, according to Mark Agnifilo, actually, yes. And we would, you know, obviously there's some paperwork that needs to be filed. We need to go through some legal proceedings, but absolutely, yes, this is a day where we think he should walk out of this courtroom. And so then Judge Submarine asked Combs, I can imagine, Mr. Combs, you don't want to go back to MDC. And he started shaking his head no like that. And he's been known to kind of communicate with the judge like that. There was a little bit of laughter in the courtroom when he was just like, no way, I don't want to go back into the courtroom. I also want to share this with you. I was in the elevator with Mark Agnifilo after the legal wrangling back and forth, because what is now going to happen, both sides have to submit a letter to the court. Why they believe he deserves to be released on bail today, why they believe he should still be held in custody. Mark Agnifilo is asking for a $1 million bond with 3 family members who are in court today. So they have resolved to get it done today. So court is still not dismissed. We still have to return to the court at 1 o'clock this afternoon to determine or to learn whether or not this bail application will be approved or not. And if he does, in fact, walk out of the front doors today. But I was in the elevator with Mark Agnifilo. He was asked by one reporter, how do you feel? He says, I've never had this feeling in 34 years. And so then I asked him, well, what does that feeling feel like? And he kind of thought about it. And he says, I'm relieved that I'm not miserable. And so that was one perspective from Mark Agnifilo. The other part of that is Doug Wigdor. He's seated directly in front of me in the courthouse. He's been here every single day of deliberations. He is the attorney for Cassie Ventura. He's the one who filed that November 2023 bombshell lawsuit that really spurred this investigative, this federal investigation into action. And as they read the verdict, he just sat on his phone with his head down.
I don't know. Look, this is my opinion. You guys don't have to agree, but I don't know why we're upset with the judge. I think the judge did a pretty good job, actually. I'm going to be honest with you, even though there were times where I was like, but I think the judge did a good job. If anything, guys, it's the prosecution's burden, right? So if you're going to be upset at anybody, it should be how the prosecution presented the case. Did they overcharge? Did they do something different? Did they change too much? Or did they confuse the jury even more? If you're on that side of he should have been convicted, I think that the judge was pretty fair. I'm going to say that. But I think that the prosecution, their case might have not been as strong as maybe people thought that it should have been. Because I do find it interesting that we're going to find him guilty of the two other ones, but not the main one. Okay, so that's okay, Gina. You guys are entitled to your opinion. It's just my thought. Listen, I'm not in the courtroom, but to me, I think that the judge did a good job. I think it's the prosecution, guys. Honestly, I do. Ultimately, I mean, listen, he handled a couple things when juror number 6. He handled that. Juror number 7, I mean, he jumped on it and he told these lawyers that they would be sanctioned if they were leaking information to TMZ. There were things that he jumped up on and kind of addressed them head on. And, he was irritated with some of these lawyers and he would say it when the prosecution wasn't doing a good job in their foundational. He was there. He was, sustaining the objections or doing what he had to do. And then the same with the defense. I thought he did a pretty good job, but that's just my thought. I don't think that this case is solely, the decision on this case is not based on whether the judge was good or not. The decision on this case is based on what evidence they had at that moment. So even like the reasonable person could even kind of make an inference of, well, maybe this wasn't the strongest RICO case at that time. It might feel like it is because you're kind of on that end, but maybe if you think about it, was this the strongest RICO case that the government presented? Doesn't somebody said in my chat, what's the conviction rate for the feds on a RICO? Isn't it like 90%? 90%? So what happened here? You can't blame the judge. You gotta look at what the prosecution did in their case. So this is why Comey's not having it. This is why Comey's upset.
He didn't flinch. He didn't look. This is obviously not the verdict, not guilty on sex trafficking for his client, Cassie Ventura. Speaking to him privately over the last few days in jury deliberations, he was disappointed, and some of the arguments he heard come from the defense during closing arguments. He said, Cassie liked to have sex. That's interesting. A modern day love story. That's interesting. So he was really disturbed by some of the closing arguments that Mark Agnifilo gave on behalf of Sean Combs, which ultimately ended up being convincing for this jury that acquitted him on the 2 sex trafficking charges, the one for Cassie Ventura and the one for Jane.
Thank you. You said all except the verdict. You guys were saying prosecution did a good job. I mean, overall, you can accept the verdict or not. I think it just depends on how you sit with it. But I don't feel like we can solely blame the judge. I think the judge did an okay job. I felt like maybe there were areas where, in a balancing way, prosecution could have done better. They did a phenomenal closing. Their closing argument was great. But was it RICO, right? I think 2 things can be correct at the same time if you look at it from that perspective. So, I mean, that's a big win for Diddy. I think we kind of have to acknowledge that. Now, how you feel about this situation, I guess that's a whole different conversation. Where do you guys land with this? That's the question that I have with this. Did the jury get it right? I mean, I think Sloan just did a video. Let me see this one right here.
Count 3.
Sloan. We have guilty. Count 3 is guilty for the transportation of Cassie Ventura. That is guilty. Shout out to Sloan, guys. Make sure you guys check out Sloan.
Diddy is a guilty man. He has been found guilty on 2 of the 5 charges that were brought against him. Now, I know a lot of people out there aren't happy because they feel like he should be found more guilty than what he has been. But at least we got some justice, and he could face up to 20 years in prison. So Diddy did win 3 acquittals, but he was found guilty of 2 charges involving the Mann Act, which is essentially when you are transporting someone for like intimacy or prostitution, things like that, which specifically involved Cassie and another Jane Doe. He was not found guilty of running a criminal enterprise and 2 counts of trafficking.
After weeks of evidence and witnesses, it seems like the jury has decided that the government simply did not prove their case.
Right off the bat, I was a little bit taken back by the fact that he wasn't found guilty on a criminal enterprise charge, because he clearly had an enterprise working with all these employees and enablers, allowing him to do what he did. I mean, over the 6-week trial, we heard 34 witnesses argue their case against Combs. We had alleged victims, we had law enforcement agents, we had assistants, a bunch of different people. I mean, right there, law enforcement agents and assistants. How are you telling me this isn't a criminal enterprise? Cassie explained to the world how she did not feel like she had much of a choice when it came to these FOs. And that in particular is what Diddy has been found guilty for. So I have to say, I am at least relieved that Cassie and another Jane Doe there were able to get justice for what he had put them through. Those were some of the darkest moments within the case. And I feel like if Cassie did not get any justice here, then what type of world do we live in? But people like Kid Cudi, whose car was blown up, or Mia, who was an assistant to Diddy and was physically harmed, allegedly, by him, they didn't get any justice here.
While at the hotel, he said they spoke on speakerphone to Capricorn Clark, who was an employee of Diddy's and Kid Cudi's, and he said that she sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Capricorn Clark told him that Diddy and someone else were already inside his house, and she was forced to go with them.
As far as the 5 counts go, he was found guilty on count 3, which involves Cassie Ventura and the Mann Act, which is essentially what protects people from being, like, you know, transported to places and forced to do things that are considered intimate or not even intimate if you don't consent.
He says Diddy and Cassie were arguing in the bedroom while she stood in the foyer. He said she saw Diddy pushing Cassie and possibly punching and kicking her too.
He is also found guilty on count 5, which is the same premise, but for another former girlfriend, Jane Doe. Now, I think we have an idea of who that Jane Doe is. We've spoken about her before in a previous video, and her possible connection to 50 Cent, but we're just going to stop it there.
A range of different outcomes we could have had here, but it is a mixed verdict, if you will.
It's a mixed verdict, but it is a stunning victory for the defense. The Mann Act, these charges, these were the easiest for prosecutors to prove, the lowest hanging fruit, merely required showing that state lines were crossed for the purpose to engage in. We saw a lot of evidence on these charges.
Now, the judge had a lot to say today. After they heard the verdict, he had a message for the jury saying that they're going to be contacted by a bunch of press. He advised the group that members of the media will want to speak to them, but they are free to refuse to do interviews. He also asked the media to refrain from asking jurors about their specific deliberations, which is interesting. We have not seen the jury members yet, so it'll be fascinating to see if some of them go and do some press and talk about why they decided this. So Diddy is found guilty, the jury is released, and what happens to him? Well, we now go to sentencing, but sentencing isn't right away, and I'm sure he does not want to face those 20 years in prison. Actually, his attorney, Mark, asked the judge if they could go and release Diddy on a $1 million bond so he can go to his home in Miami and relax because he's been behind bars for about a year now. I know what you guys are thinking. This is the perfect moment for Diddy to go to Miami, go to his cozy little home, pack up a suitcase, get onto a boat, and get out of the country. I'm sure he has enough money. He could have a cozy life on some island somewhere. I would not put it past him trying to escape the US, whether he took a private jet or a boat or something, because prison sounds terrible. And I don't think Diddy wants to be there any longer. So the judge is going to decide whether he gets to go home or if he's going to stay behind bars. Now, the government told the judge that they believe that Diddy should remain in jail until sentencing, which I don't know how long that could be. It'll probably be this year. It could be relatively soon. Prosecutor Comey said that the government will seek a 20-year maximum sentence for Diddy. I don't know why I just thought of it. I remember like Comey, I believe their father had something to do with Trump, and I was like, oh my gosh, imagine if Trump gave him a pardon. Judge granted prosecutors a few hours to write a letter stating their case to deny Diddy's bail based on the Mann Act conviction. So it looks like at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, they're all going to get together and decide whether Diddy gets to walk free or not. Well, not free because he's going to be sentenced. But again, in my mind, I totally feel like he's going to escape. I mean, who wouldn't if they were in his situation?
For an hour where both sides laid out their reasons, the government saying why they think that he should stay behind bars.
I also have a feeling that Diddy's the type of person who wouldn't think that he's guilty. Like, he'll never acknowledge that he had committed these crimes. This article reports that Diddy was on his knees in the courtroom with his head down in the chair, seemingly praying after avoiding a life prison sentence, which that's what he could have been gifted. His family stood in the background clapping and cheering, and his defense attorneys hugged each other. I actually saw the whole family was arriving to the courthouse today. So that is it, people. The courtroom is clearing out, and the judge is waiting for the prosecutors and the defense to go and explain why he should or shouldn't be let go. So to summarize everything, Sean Combs was acquitted of the most serious counts against him, including the trafficking of Cassie Ventura and another former girlfriend. The jury was not convinced that those women were coerced into these marathons with male escorts at the heart of the case, nor were they convinced that he ran a racketeering enterprise responsible for conspiring to commit crimes. While it isn't a full acquittal, Diddy could face years in prison, but he was clearly elated by the verdict. I actually see a lot of people on social media are posting that he is not guilty because he's not been found guilty of the RICO charges, which those are the most intense charges of them all, but he's still guilty of other charges, people.
Yes.
Because he was found guilty on 2 counts. Each of them have a 10-year max.
I'm glad that Sloan is explaining this because I think people are, it's like last time. I'm like, people only selectively want to talk about the things that make sense to them versus the actual whole picture, right? So shout out to Sloan for putting this out here. Make sure you guys check him out.
Prison sentence. So he could be in prison for 20 years. A lot of people believed that Diddy could be walking free. So this is huge that he was convicted of these crimes. It's a little bit disheartening that the government wasn't able to prove everything else. Kind of seems like a waste of resources on their part. Like, move confidently or don't move at all. But Diddy's already lost sponsorships, music deals, and the public, they don't care for him. So at this point, it's a losing situation, no matter if he was found guilty of 5 charges or 2 charges or 1 charges. But if he was found guilty of none, that would be a whole other situation.
On the charges that he's been found guilty of, Combs faces a sentence of up to 10 years. So after 2 long months, it seems like the Diddy trial is officially over.
Sentencing will be going on in the next 90 days. And at that point, he will be moved into a prison, and that's where he will stay. Now, it's all going to come down to whether the judge believes Diddy will leave or not in his private jet or maybe a boat. His legal team is super powerful, and they could go and push for house arrest or maybe electronic monitoring. And they did a pretty, I mean, I hate to say they did a good job, but, you know, they did fight this case really hard, and they were able to get him off of several charges. So they really did him a big one, and I would not be surprised if they do it again.
Days are over of Diddy giving the thumbs up. Diddy's officially worried he's not going to buy himself out of this one, huh? Maybe he isn't invincible.
I made a video about this this morning whenever the news broke, and I posted on Instagram. Let's go ahead and read some of the comments. One person writes, he should have got life. We all know he's going to come after all the people who testified him. Oh my God, could you imagine? I don't even think he'll do prison time, one person said. Another person adds, I feel like he's going to find a way to only serve like 2 years or less before getting out. That's so disappointing to hear. One person adds, my prediction is house arrest. Not surprising, another injustice served for victims. This is OJ all over again. One person says no prison time at all. So it looks like one person said they saw me walking near Tom Tom. Oh, they must have seen me on the street. Next time, say hi. Possible outcomes. probation only, reduced prison time, or supervised release after prison. And the thing with like sentences, they can change
That's
very
right.
quickly. So he may go into his sentence and then they have a hearing about a month or a year later, and they
Just my thoughts. I think he definitely deserves to get some help. Like, he needs help. Like, the man has an addiction. Like, this is not going to go away at all. I don't even think he just needs help, therapeutic help on this aspect, treatment on that aspect. Now, Federated States says, you blocked me yesterday. Shake my damn head. Well, I didn't block you yesterday, but my mod probably did, which is fine. I wasn't being disrespectful. You just trying to silence me. I can't silence you. You are your own individual. Now, if you're coming in my chat being a little too crazy, a little too much, doing a little too much, I could definitely block you. That's not really silencing you, because clearly you are back here today. Now, free one of gods of the 90s of hip hop. See, that's the problem. There's a lot of praising of these people. And so it gets to their heads, and then they create this ego. I'm not praising a hip hop artist. I might fangirl every once in a while, but that's not praising. That's weird to do that. Okay. This is why we find ourselves in the situations that we find ourselves today. Now, it's this energy right here. So maybe you do need to take another 24 to 48 hour nap, or a permanent one, whatever it may be. But that's my thought on that. And that's what I'm going to do. Thank you. Let's see. Then you have these guys too. It's just crazy to me. Like I said, I don't block everybody, but when you come over here, you start running mouth or talking shit or agitating the chat. Literally, this is why we're in this situation. We're idolizing these people. Okay, why people don't report? Because it's Diddy. And then they become victimized, or other folks. I didn't report when it happened because it's Diddy. And so we find ourselves in this situation. You have people here who want you to praise the 90s hip hop gods. No, thank you. Fuck that. But you can do that. And you can have your children do that. You can do that. Because that works for you. Okay? Thank you. All right. Let's keep going. It's crazy to me. I cannot believe it. But hey, you know what I mean? It is what it is. I hope he gets professional help, honestly. Like, even if it's not 20 years, I hope that he gets professional help. And yes, please remind them, we don't work for you. I don't work for Federated or any other people there that want. This is why I struggle. And I tell you guys, whether you believe this man is innocent or guilty, I'm not here. I might tell you my thoughts, but my opinions aren't laws, right? So I don't work for you. I'm just reporting what's happening. And if you enjoy that, I appreciate it. If you want to support, great. But don't come in here, throwing weight around with all cap letters and think that just because you're doing that, somehow that's going to like hurt me, or you're going to shut me down because you praise the 90s hip hop gods. Please go take that shit over there. Please and thank you. Okay, save yourself the grief of going back and forth with somebody that clearly can block you, and then you feel like you're being silenced. It's weird. Anyways, thank you. Let's keep playing. Play.
Decide, actually, we'll cut your time down because of good behavior. So I think there's a world where Diddy could be walking among us like in the next couple of years. And that's a little bit frightening and disheartening. But I'm glad that there is still some like justice served here, especially when it comes to the individual victims. But I need to hear what you guys think in the comments below. I'm going to be in the comments, so let me know, what do you think of this situation? Do you feel happy about it? I mean, I felt relieved that he was found guilty, but I'm also seeing people like the Shade Room post that he's not guilty on the RICO charges. So everyone's celebrating that he's not guilty in the comments, but that's not factually true.
Exactly.
So I tried my best to explain to you guys, and I'll see you in a new one soon. Also, go and watch my video about Young Miami yesterday, because it is so good. I cannot believe that Diddy's girlfriend's out there, and she's waiting for him. Looks like she is, but I'll see you guys soon. Bye, guys.
It's kind of like she knew, she had an idea, or understood the assignment. Is it Keisha says, Keisha Roy, what therapist wants to put up with him? They already said you can't fix narcissists or sociopaths. Well, I hear what you're saying, but technically he has not been diagnosed with such an illness, with those traits. So I guess that would be up to a therapist to determine whether he is. I mean, we can assume, of course. A lot of people like to assume, and that's the problem online when people kind of throw out so and so is a narcissist or so and so is a sociopath when they haven't been formally diagnosed, because it takes away from the actual diagnosis, and we don't know. He could be he could have traits of that with other traits. So if we want this man to be back in society, right? And it's not like we're going to be walking down the street and bumping into Diddy at the Whole Foods. I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. But isn't that what the judicial system is supposed to do? No matter how you feel about it. I know it's crazy. I know, but it's supposed to rehabilitate. So wouldn't that be part of it? Make this man take some type of treatment to address the issues that he has with this addiction, because that's what got him here in the first place. All this money, and people that have similar issues that don't have that kind of money can't get that kind of help. But he can't. Have all this money, but you can't get any help. Why? Because you're choosing not to. Then you find yourself in a situation like this, right? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Thank you. And you know, like I said, everybody's entitled to their opinion about that. Y'all, my opinions are not law. They're just opinions. I have them like you guys have them. Okay, hold up. Let's see. Do we have an update? Ooh, okay. All right. Pay attention, guys. Pay attention. So 6 minutes ago, shout out to Sloan. I gotta stop sharing my screen. I gotta show you guys what CNN is saying. Man, I have so many subscriptions between New York Times, CNN, Rolling Stones, just to keep updated with all this stuff. I'm gonna have to reevaluate what subscriptions I need and what I don't. Okay. So 7 minutes ago, they have two updates for us. It is 1:03 in New York City right now. And the judge basically told everybody, hey, go take a break, come back, write some letters about bail for Diddy. We could be looking at a situation where Diddy might get bail today, or he might not. Just depends. Kind of wondering what Comey's going to bring, kind of wondering what Agnifalo's going to bring. This is going to be quite the interesting battle overall. Let me know what you guys think. Okay. Now, let's see. Combs' sentence could be in the realm of time served. This is what a CNN legal analyst is saying. It's possible that Sean Diddy Combs has been held in federal custody since he was arrested in September. Okay. Could walk free today. So he could walk free today, according to Ellie Honan, senior CNN legal analyst. Okay. Now, Combs' defense attorney Mark Agnifalo told the judge that following this morning's verdict, where Combs was found guilty on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, he should be released on appropriate conditions in light of the fact that Combs had been acquitted on racketeering and S trafficking. And I quote, "Do not be surprised if at some point this afternoon we see Sean Combs walking out those doors right there." Do you guys hear that? Okay. Thank you. Hear that? This is what the legal analyst has said. Okay. Honan said if this was just some run-of-the-mill unknown New Yorker who had only convicted of what we call the Mann Act of non-forcible interstate prostitution, he would walk today, because Sean Combs has been behind bars for nearly a year. Okay. Let's keep going. The likely sentence that the judge may calculate, Honan said, is probably going to be something in the realm of time served. Honan added that the most serious charge of S trafficking and racketeering conspiracy are off the table. It wouldn't be at all the surprising if Combs walks out of the courtroom or courthouse in a few hours. The judge is expected to make a bail decision today. Okay, now hold up. I'm looking at this message. Let's see. Soul Power Tarot Coaching at Rabbit. Daily Mail is reporting that Cassie is terrified and fleeing New York with their family. This is terrible to hear. Those kids don't deserve that. The Daily Mail, see how much weight we can put into that, but okay, let me see. Did you read this today? Right now? 11 minutes ago? When did you read this? Okay, let me see. It's kind of hard to know if this is the fact, because the Daily Mail, I struggle with the Daily Mail. I don't see anything. But maybe you see something that I don't. But thank you for being a member for a month. If you see the article, just let me know what it's called, because I don't see nothing in there. I'm sure Inner City Press is going to be there as well. Yeah, it's a daily fail. It's a struggle with the Daily Mail. All right, so we just read that from yeah, Daily Mail will lie. They will lie. They will lie. They will lie. But okay. Let's see. All right. So we have another update on CNN. Soon, judge expected to decide if Combs should be released while he awaits sentencing. Well, now we don't have a jury, okay? The judge is expected to soon decide if Sean Diddy Combs will be released from custody as he awaits his sentencing on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. Combs' defense team argued this morning that Combs should be released in light of the fact that he was acquitted of the most serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and trafficking. They said Combs would go back to his house in Miami and abide by conditions set by the court. Prosecutors said they opposed to Combs' possible release. The judge asked both sides to submit letters on issue by 1 p.m. Eastern and said he'd make a decision on the matter after that. So is he going to read those letters? How? Lord have mercy. Hold up, I'm looking at something. Oh, really? Okay. Well, take it for what it's worth. I did see that article. Thank you. I'm gonna show you guys the article that Soltero is talking about. Here it is. Is this one the one you're talking about? Diddy's children break silent on shock verdict as Cassie's family flees New York home? Huh? That's all it says. Okay. How do we know they're fleeing New York? Okay. It's literally a nothing. They're just saying that she's fleeing New York. We don't know if that's the case. I don't see anything here. Alex fine. That's what the title says, but I don't think that they are. What is this a picture of them? Ventura, who was 8 months pregnant when she took the stand during Diddy's trial, is now focusing on her family and trying to move forward. Pictures are now husband and children in the morning. Pictured are husband and children in New York this morning. It doesn't say anything about her fleeing. I think they did that for the click shock value. They're arriving back from the home to New York home this morning while the jury was deliberating. I don't know. I don't think so, but I mean, because he would be stupid to do that, like to do anything to Cassie, especially if he's trying to get out. Highly doubt it, but hey, you never know. Take it for what it's worth. Take it for what it's worth, guys. Take it for what it's worth. Hold up. Oh, I'm so behind. I'm so sorry, guys. Hold up. Oh, Jennifer, thank you. Mixed verdict leaving It all in the balance. While it's all in balance or all in the balance. Thank you so much for this super sticker. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the verdict is, I will say, I'm so confused by the verdict. How do you find him guilty for one and not the other? But hey, man, maybe I'm kind of wondering, like, what's behind that? What's behind that? Oh Lord, look at Good Logic just did a video too. I'm kind of curious about it. Hold up, let's see. I kind of don't want to play it because I don't know if it's okay with him, but shout out to Good Logic. Okay, we're waiting to see, is he going to be released today? Will he be released? Do we have a poll, guys? Let me know. We're waiting for an update on this. Okay? Will Diddy be released? Let's see. You know, there's going to be a lot of people in that courtroom to figure that out. Will he be released? That's the question that we have. The idea of psychological abuse and coercion wasn't even thoroughly explained. It was about, oh my God, Andrea, you just reminded me of something that I was going to say. Dr. Hughes, there's another failure. And I said it from the very first time that she took the stand. Did I not say it? Let me know if you've been following this since day one. The family's back in the court. Thank you, Jess. Who's your source, Jess? Let me know. Shout out to Jess, the analyst. Guys. The Dr. Hughes lady, remember her? Huge failure for the prosecution, big time. They could have gotten a different person. I'm sorry, I just don't believe that was a good thing for her to have been there. That doctor at all, huge failure on that doctor. I just thought the doctor didn't do well. She should have been more like, what's the word? She should have been more well versed in both offender, and victim. And I mean, they kind of they didn't do a good job there. You think we'll see. Where do you guys think it's gonna be released today? CNN 3 updates. Okay. Well, I've already read one of those. Okay, we have two of those. We have one more update on CNN that we could move, but I'm trying to see if we have an update on Inner City Press. Where's the poll? It should be up there. Do we not have one? I thought we did. Hold up, guys. Give me a minute. Yeah, we have one. Okay, wait. I ended the poll there. Will Diddy be released today? Will Diddy be released? I think it's bail, right? On bail today. Go vote, yes or no. I wonder what Gene Deal has to say about this. Oh my God, thank you. I forgot to thank you for the PayPal. Thank you so much. Is it Bodil? I think that's how you say your name. Let me know. Hopefully I said it correctly. Thank you so much for your, oh man, why is the screen showing? Thank you so much for your PayPal. Appreciate it. I forgot to thank you yesterday. OJ got away once. He better walk a straight line. Oh man, thank you for the $1.99. Like I said, you guys are entitled to your opinions. All right, do we got breaking news or what? What's the breaking news? What is it? Okay, I'm on it. We on it. Inner City Press. Let me look at what CNN is saying. CNN posted some lengthy something, but I don't want to go to it unless we have more information. What's going to happen in the courtroom? That's what we want to know. Damn, guys. I cannot believe this is like the end of this, the majority of it. He's coming out. He's being taken out. Who did you get your source from, Aurora? Let me know. 5 times commented on the verdict. Oh my God. I need to know what did he say? I don't even want to put his thing up because I don't want to get in trouble. You think he will get bail? I mean, you know, if he gets bail, he gets bail. They're going to have to figure it out, you know? Rabbit out of 10 for the DA. I give Rabbit. Thank you. Oh, wow. And then there's Brian Koberger, too, who's also, I think, is there a hearing right now for him? All right, I think we have an update. Nope. Oh, Brian Enton is reporting on Brian Koberger. Let's see. You said there's no law for the rich. We on it. We on it, guys. We on it. We got to get on it. Everybody come through. Come through. Shout out to everybody. Man, where's my wig? I was hoping to wear my wig and my robe, but Baby Bunny took it. I still got to keep my gavel at the end of this. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Thank you so much for making this happen. The coverage of this. Shout out to the mods and everybody. Shout out to everybody. What do you guys think is going to happen? I wouldn't want to be 50 cents, baby mama. I wouldn't either, to be quite honest. I don't think that that's even cute. I don't right now because the battery on the camera ran off, and so I couldn't do anything. Wait, 5 times called him a Ray John Gotti? Oh, my God. Why did he do that again? Hey, Road Dog, how are you? My background, the camera battery gave up. That's why. And Sylvia, thank you for the Cash App yesterday. I forgot to thank you. People are either going to praise them now or they're going to dislike him or one or the other. This is why I'm like, you can't go with what the mood is. Just kind of like sit there and consume the information as it comes. You kind of have to be mindful. I know Fiddy has no shame at all. Most of us already knew that the RICO charges wouldn't stick. Yeah, a lot of people said. I know Chico was the one that called it out too. You knew he would get away with it, guys. But I mean, he's still not off the hook. There's still like 2 other charges, y'all. Let's breathe. I feel like I need to like have some breathing exercises here as we're waiting, guys. It's already 20 minutes in and no updates. Let me see. CNN isn't saying anything at all. Thank you for the $2 in Trump's America. All bets are off. Yeah, Elsa, I just really try not to make it so political because listen, if you guys get me on the political rant, it's so hard to get me off of that. So, but thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I really tried, man. I try to be balanced, but y'all know everybody came for my neck sometimes or the mods. Okay. The judge is deciding, is he going to walk free? The judge is deciding what this is going to look like. That is the question. Is he going to walk free? We're waiting, y'all. This is why I try not to get political, is what I'm saying. I'm like, listen, can we not do that? Please and thank you. Because you guys know I can and I hate it. It's a cloudy day in New York City for a few reasons. Wow. You said at this point, I'm so over this. There was a reason why I didn't originally follow this indictment. I'm so over him in the news. Yeah, let's not talk politics. Please, y'all. Please and thank you. No, he's been there. Was it more than 8 months, Road Dog? He's been in there for, was it a year now? Why does it seem like he's been in there longer than 8 months? I could be wrong. We'll see, guys. We'll see. We'll see. Where does everybody at? Where's everybody at? this was the start of the summer for me when it came to this case. I didn't even know if I was gonna like really cover it, but I want to thank everybody here for, first of all, while we wait, okay, thank you guys for allowing me to cover this. This was a rough case to cover, I'll say that much. Okay, this was a rough case to cover. I have realized that we're gonna do some changes on this platform after sleeping and kind of thinking about this a little bit more. Well, we're gonna start first is this girl has to learn how to use OBS so that I can really use multiple screens and have stuff play in the background. No worries, Elsa. I love you, girl. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. I know you didn't mean anything by that, but I really tried because I know we can really get political. I'm going to learn how to use OBS, okay? It's my commitment. So then we can really get to the nitty-gritty in some of these trials, all right? I don't understand why we can't. And so it's going to change a little bit of the way in which I cover some of the things. Now, we might do some celebrity trials, and we might do some regular schmegular non-celebrity trials, right? But we're going to do it. We're going to do it. So I just need to train myself. But I just learned so much. There's going to be some changes to this channel coming in pretty soon. Y'all gonna see it. I gotta talk to my mods first, of course, but it's something that I've been sleeping on and thinking about a lot. So yeah, you guys are gonna see it. You guys are gonna see it. Yes, yes, yes. And I think some of you guys will like it. I think so. It's gonna definitely take us to a whole different level. Okay. I think files will be released months from now. Okay. Certainly, baby oil part. Oh, Lord have mercy. Rabbit, you've been awesome, fair, honest, compelling, and a whole lot of fun. I really try to be, because some of this is like, thank you, Yanni. Some of you guys, some of this has been really rough to cover. Honestly, it has been. Like, I don't know how people do it every day, but it's been rough. Like, and I'm a one-person show, so I have to kind of understand that. So yeah. And Tony, thank you. I see you in the chat. Thank you, Tony. You've been amazing. Without Feathers, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Shout out to you, Without Feathers. Thank you. We're waiting for an update, guys. Okay. Thank you here for the show. Thank you. Never be afraid to change. It can lead to much success. Yes. What do you usually cover? I found you due to this case. Well, I tend to do a lot of like between exposing the industry to some of the more like true crime-ish topics. So this is where I'm behind. We still need to talk about Sherry Papini. She's on my list. Okay. I have not had the time to watch her little video. You guys remember before Diddy started, we were going to cover Sherry Papini. So I have to do that. I know she did an interview with Annie Elise. So I got to cover that lady, the Sherry Papini lady who blamed the Mexican ladies. Don't tell me what happened in the interviews. Who blamed the Mexican ladies for kidnapping her. And then turns out that she got some like racism in her background. I got to cover Sherry Pepperoni Papini, that lady who apparently is like, oh yeah, this happened to me. She went missing. She did the Gone Girl situation. Tony, thank you so much again for supporting. Thank you. And James, of course. Shout out to everybody. Hold up. Thanks, Rabbit. Sorry for the political comment. No worry, KP in Arizona. I just know that that's the one thing that divides us as much as it shouldn't. And I really appreciate you. But thank you so much for the $4.99. Don't worry, girl. Don't worry, girl. Don't worry about it. But that was something that I really, you want to watch? I want to watch. I definitely do. I also want to know. So if he's not found, here's the question that I have: if Diddy's not found guilty of the RICO, what does that mean for the others? Are we going to do KK? Is KK like how much weight does one charge carry if like your co-conspirators can't be charged for the first charge if you're found innocent, right? Or if you're vindicated from that? What does that look like? You went swimming, Crystal J. I'm so jealous of you. Swimming sounds like fun. Not much, other than just a couple things. Shanny Shan, I try. We had some like agitators in here. I hate blocking people. I promise you guys, I really do hate blocking people. But then you just had some agitators or people that were just straight rude, so I had to block them. But yes, I think BJ said that if Diddy is not charged for RICO, then they can charge. Then they can wait. What did you say? Is that what they said? Hold up. Linzer says, I think BJ had said that if Diddy is not charged with the RICO, then they can't charge any of the other people under it. Really? Oh, Baby Bunny's mad. Wow. You know what? We're waiting for an update. So we're waiting. They're supposed to meet at like 1. They're supposed to. So for those that are coming in, you guys know what the verdict is, right? They're supposed to draft letters from each side. The judge looks like he's entertaining the bail. Oh my God, Baby Bunny's mad. He's entertaining the bail. And so he's telling them that they're going to meet at 1. It's like, what is it? 1:30:27 right now. And there's nothing. Oh my God, Sylvia. Damn. Sylvia, by the way, y'all, like, can I just tell you guys something? A lot of you guys, Sylvia, like, before the Diddy trial, Sylvia was like one of the ones that I honestly had doubts about whether I was going to cover this trial, and be honest with you. I had a lot of doubts. But honestly, Sylvia, if it wasn't for you, the fact that you would like really believed in the fact that I could cover this trial, like it means a lot to me that you pushed me to do it, because you did push me to do it, believe it or not. Let me stop. Okay, she says, thank you to everyone that had come over from other creators. We all appreciate you coming and supporting Rabbit. We hope you do continue to stay with us, and thank you for all your support and everyone for their super chats. And into everybody that has given to Rabbit, y'all don't even know. Thank you. Oh my God, this is very generous of you. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, if it wasn't Sylvia, like, yeah, I probably, thank you for this very generous super chat. I probably wouldn't have been able to cover it if it like there's just so much y'all don't even know in the background. Thank you, Sylvia. Please stay. Thank you. And if I make you mad, that's okay. Thank you. You guys, Abraham, everybody, y'all, my regular schmegulars, thank you. Chico, my mods, everybody. Thank you, Marsha P. Thank you. And all the new people. I'm not for everybody, y'all. I really am not, but I don't think anybody else that is. All right, we're waiting for an update. Let me see what CNN is saying. CNN doesn't even have an update. Okay. Now they do have a breakdown. And by the way, we still have to have a fire festival. You guys know that, right? We're still doing a fire festival. Maybe we'll schedule it this weekend. Maybe this weekend we'll do a fire festival. Okay. Thank you. Because we did reach over 80,000 new subscribers. Thank you. All right. Yeah, and I hope Lindell stays too. Where's Lindell? Lindell was very much opposing. Sometimes would piss the people off, but he's still Lindell. Lindell, I hope you stay. Shout out to Lindell. I hope you stay with other cases. Okay. Thank you, Lindell, for keeping it cute. And Abraham, thank you so much for this. Oh my God, Abraham, thank you for this Cash App. Abraham says, I gotta read this message. Abraham. Oh, okay. Wait, this isn't for me. Okay. Abraham says, Abraham is sending me a Cash App to say, for Sylvia always inspired me to share my blessings. I swear, Abraham with his messages to somebody else on the Cash App. Oh my God, y'all are amazing. Thank you guys. Let me put some hearts. I haven't even looked at the Cash App. And everybody that hit the PayPal, thank you guys. We're gonna see about getting transcripts today too. So we are gonna have the transcripts. Speaking of transcripts, I'm gonna figure it out so that I haven't had the time to look at this, but I want to make sure that because I didn't get to do a video for everything, which I'm sorry, it wasn't possible for me. I'm going to figure out how to upload the transcripts. And by the way, they're still very costly, to an area where people that have helped are able to access them. They're going to have my watermark on them just so you're aware of them, which is fine. I don't think it's a big deal, but we definitely going to have those transcripts available for those that have helped support. Every day I was getting people talking about, hey, can I get them for free? No. Like, I was like, no. You guys should have seen the like, even content creators. I said, you're kidding me, right? Like, I just can't just give you stuff for free. Like, it doesn't work that way. After that, I just started ignoring people. But yes, I will say that. I will say that. It's crazy. You guys know, but we're going to have them available. And if you're a creator that wants all of them together, hit me up. We can have a chat about it. Okay. Kelly, thank you so much for the $2.79. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to license them for a fee. Let's go to therapy after this. I need to unsee the FO visuals out of my head. If I never hear about Diddy's FOs for a long time, I'll be okay with that. Hold up. Do we have an update? Let me see. Alejandro, thank you so much for the $1.99, Alejandro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you guys. Y'all are amazing. Andrew Golded, I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out. If I never hear about Diddy, if my dad's gonna call me later. Yes. I'm looking at my phone because my dad will call me. Hey, ¿escuchaste lo que pasó con el Diddy? ¿Ya viste lo que pasó con el Diddy? Fíjate lo que pasó. Dijeron que fue inocente del primer acto y los demás que según es culpable. I already know. I'm going to record my dad. I'll be like, Dad, can you tell me what you want to say in Spanish? So I can share it live with people. I'm telling you, my dad hasn't called me yet, but he's going to. Hey, ¿ya viste lo que pasó con el Diddy? ¿Ya viste? ¿Ya ves? Por andar de pendejo, pero todavía le dieron los cargos, ¿ya ves? Morris, thank you so much for this. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That just, I can already hear my dad. I already hear it. You don't know how you feel about it, Miranda? Not El Diddy. We don't say, like, why are you supposed to say it in, like, Spanish? You know, you hear Univision. Sean Diddy Combs. We call him El Diddy. Okay, El Diddy. That's how it is. Yes, I would like to cover this one, Luigi Mangione, but that's not until what, next year? So we still have a whole year before that. So it'll be a year of an Agnifilo break. That's for sure. Y'all are funny. It's El Diddy. Oh my gosh. Do you know how many people went under my, I know, pinche Diddy. He's going to be like, pinche Diddy se sacó con la suya con el primer acto, pero los demás a ver qué pasa. Hear my aunties calling me pinche Diddy. Oh my God. Anyways, let me stop. That's what happens when you come from a Latino family. You never know what you're going to get. I'll think about this one here. She's the lady that wrote I think I covered her before. The lady that wrote the children's book and then poisoned her husband or something like that. Yeah, there's that one. You need a translator? You guys are so funny. Yeah. El chingado de Diddy. El pinche Diddy. That's what people are saying in Spanish right now. They won't say it in Univision. Okay, I think we have an update actually, guys. Here we go. All right. Ooh. All right, let me remove this. Too much of a long read. You guys, I got to recover my voice. I feel like I lost a couple of notches of my voice. All right. Update. Sean Diddy Combs' lawyer's 6-page letter asking for a release today on bail has been docketed. Inner City Press story coming on it. U.S. Attorney's letter is not on the docket as of 1:33 p.m. Diddy's trial week 7-week book comes in later. Let me see. Oh, we gonna need this letter. I need this letter. Is it on Pacer? So it starts. Let me see. Let me see if I can get Pacer to get it for me. I wonder if Inner City Press is going to put it on this thing. Can someone get on Pacer to get the letter that was just filed by Diddy's team? I don't think we're going to have an answer today, guys. I don't think so. But let's see what they say. This is to the judge. Mr. Combs moves for a release on appropriate conditions pursuant 18 USC 3143A1 pending his sentencing proceedings, given the jury's clear verdict acquitting Mr. Combs of the RICO conspiracy and S trafficking counts. Continued detention of Mr. Combs is inappropriate. Okay. As these proceedings have demonstrated that as we told the court from the outset of this case, Mr. Combs came to New York City to surrender in order to defend against the government's charges because he was committed to showing his innocence. Okay. Since his arrest and detention on September 17, 2024, Mr. Combs has obeyed the court, respected these proceedings, and demonstrated model behavior at the MDC. And today, the jury ambiguously rejected the government's allegations that Mr. Combs ran a years-long criminal enterprise or engaged in S trafficking. The core of the government's case, Mr. Combs stands convicted of 2 Mann Acts counts, and his sentencing exposure is substantially lower than when the government initially sought detention. The court should release Mr. Combs on the proposed conditions. Okay, let me see if I can get a copy of this letter ASAP. Give me one sec, guys. Because this is what was posted. Okay. We're trying to see. Is Diddy Docket? I wonder if Diddy Docket posted it. Diddy Docket will do it 15 minutes ago. Nope. Let me see. I'm going to message some people. By chance. Give me one sec. I'm going to see if I can get it to proposed letter by the government. No, not the government, by the defense on Diddy. Okay. Here we go. We're not giving legal advice. No, we're not. Oh, give me another minute. Think it. Diddy Docket. I knew Diddy Docket was going to have it. Shout out to Diddy Docket. Make sure you guys are checking out Diddy Docket on Twitter. I was like, she read my mind. I think we're all trying to get it. I got somebody that's trying to get it for me too. So we'll see which one lands first. Side note, this is 5 Dimes making an IG post. This is I'm pretty sure that this is all AI, this picture. Diddy beat the Rio. That boy, a bad man. He liked the gay John Gotti. Oh, Lord have mercy. Ay, Dios mío, you can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Oh my goodness. Hold on, let me shout out some people. Scuttlebug, thank you so much for the super sticker. Miss Toby, thank you so much for the 199. Thank you for all the hard work. And Julissa Caballero, thank you for the 1999, my love. Shout out to you, Julissa. Thank you. Appreciate it. That's 5 Dimes. Like, my goodness, 5 Dimes. We're waiting for an update, y'all. This is what he posted. You guys wanted me to see what he posted. He posted that. Like crazy. But that's what he did. He's a troll. That's what he is. He's a troll. He's a troll. I just feel like bad for his kids. That's all. When has Diddy ever insulted 50 Cent? I don't think he has. Has Diddy ever publicly spoken about 50 Cent? No. I don't think so. $50. Listen, we've come up with so many names for 50 $50, 5 Dimes. What else? I don't know how many other things we've come up with. Thank you. Joe Mama, thank you for the $2. Thank you. New subby. You and mods are amazing. Thank you, YT. Yes. Shout out to my mods, you guys. Make sure you guys show some love to the mods. Lindell. See, Chico. Thank you, Lindell. Lindell, Chico knows. I don't know if he ever disrespected. Okay. We got the letter, I think. Let's see. I got the notification here. All right. Oh, come on. I'm already a member. Go. We're getting it, y'all. Okay, here we go. This was filed today. Let me show you guys. Share screen, window, letter. Diddy docket, I got it. Okay. So this is, we just read the first paragraph. Thank you. Okay, let's get it together, okay? This is what Diddy's team is proposing, guys. What Diddy's team is proposing to the judge. We just read the first paragraph. Applicable law. So they're citing some law under this U.S. C 3143A1. A defendant who has been found guilty of an offense is entitled to release pending sentencing if the court finds by clear and convincing evidence that he is not likely to flee or pose a danger to the safety of any person or any community if released under Section 3142. Okay. Aside from the burden of proof resting on the defendant rather than the government, the operative standards are the same as those outlined in Section 3142B or C that the court considered at the onset of the proceedings. Okay, so they're citing more text. Thus, when evaluating whether the defendant has met its burden, the court must consider if a condition or combination of conditions will reasonably assure the appearance of the person as required and safety of any other person and the community. As for the flight risk, it is insufficient to rely only on evidence of the commission of a serious crime and the fact of a potential long sentence to support a finding of risk of flight, United States versus Friedman. Rather than, the court must sensitively consider several factors, including the length of prison time the defendant faces and his individual circumstances, whether familial and community ties make flight unlikely, his actual familiarity with the other countries or locations, and or the financial ability to do so. And so the incentive to remain provided by the anticipated harm that will befall any subsidiaries. Is that how you say that? I think so. Moreover, the defendant's past history of compliance with release conditions and court attendance are highly relevant. Okay. Regarding the dangerousness prong, that there are two components. First, the question is whether the defendant poses a safety risk to any particular individual. Any other person, 18 U.S.C., okay, more is cited. Second, as to the safety of the community, the question is whether the defendant is likely to criminally recidivate, commit future crimes against the community as a whole. Judge Chin wrote in United States versus Madoff, the question appeared to become one of propensity to commit further crimes. Mr. Combs presents no risk of flight or danger, and the release conditions proposed herein are more than sufficient to ensure Mr. Combs' appearance as required and the safety of any person. Mr. Combs presents no risk of flight or danger. During the initial bail proceedings, the government argued Mr. Combs was a flight risk because he was charged with the serious offenses carrying significant, in some cases, mandatory term imprisonment. The circumstances are now the opposite. The base offense level for a violation of the Mann Act is 14 because there are 2 counts of convictions related to 2 separate victims. Section D21 instructs that the counts are grouped separately because the offense level for each group is 14 and an additional 2 levels are added. Okay. CUSG 3D14, resulting in a total offense level of 16. Mr. Combs is in criminal history category 1. Okay, because I think it's his first offense, right? This results in an expected guideline ranging of 21 to 27 months. 21 to 27 months. Mr. Combs has already been incarcerated for 10 months. Somebody said 8, it's 10. 10 months, okay? His sentencing exposure, which we fully respect and do not seek to minimize in any way, is in fact low, and so is any corresponding risk of flight. Okay. Here's a footnote. Because Mr. Combs' offenses are not enumerated under 18C USC, okay, code is there, he is not subject to the heightened requirements. Okay. Mr. Combs' actions prior to his arrest in 2024 further demonstrate that he is neither a flight risk nor a danger to the community. Mr. Combs knew he was under investigation and likely to be charged early in the year, but he was not arrested until September of 2024. In the intervening months, he demonstrated that he is trustworthy and committed to respecting the legal process. When it became apparent to counsel that Mr. Combs could be formally charged, Mr. Combs did something extraordinary. He left his home in Miami and traveled to New York, the very location of the prosecutors and agents investigating him. Through counsel, Mr. Combs promptly told the government that he had voluntarily came to New York, offered to tell them specifically where he was, and offered to turn himself in at the appropriate time. The government rejected that offer and elected to arrest him. But Mr. Combs' own conduct was the opposite of flight. He affirmatively and proactively sought to cooperate with the legal process. Okay. Keep going. Even before his offer of self-surrender, Mr. Combs demonstrated a pattern of trustworthiness and cooperation. Mr. Combs' residence were searched in March of 2024. And even before that, Mr. Combs and his counsel were aware that the United States attorney was investigating him for a serious crime throughout this time. Mr. Combs acted forthrightly and remain committed to the process. First, and shortly after the searches on April 1st, 2024, counsel took possession of Mr. Combs' U.S. passport. On the same day, his counsel advised the prosecutors that Mr. Combs had surrendered his passport that defense counsel would not return it to him, and that he would not leave the country. The passport remains in defense counsel's possession. Second, counsel advised the government that if Mr. Combs intended to travel domestically, counsel would so inform the AUSA. All subsequent travel was done with the government's knowledge. Third, Mr. Combs voluntarily relocated to New York on September 5th, 2024. Once Mr. Combs arrived in New York, defense counsel immediately informed the government of Mr. Combs' whereabouts. Fourth, he paid off the mortgage at his residence at 2 West Star Island in Miami. This payment of about 18 million was for one reason alone, so that he would have his 48 million resident free and clear of any encumbrances, so that it can be used to secure a bond. Okay, so he paid off his mortgages basically so he could secure a bond if he needed to. Okay. All this shows that Mr. Combs is not a flight risk. To the contrary, he has taken extraordinary measures, demonstrating that he always wanted and was to cooperate with the legal process so he could establish his innocence in this court. This is precisely what he did as to the most serious charges against him. Okay. Moreover, as for the other factors the court must consider, such as familial and community ties, the court need only consider Mr. Combs and his family conduct over the last 10 months and prior to assure itself that there's simply no risk Mr. Combs will seek to flee or recidivate throughout these proceedings. Mr. Combs' family has been seated by his side, demonstrating the same respect for these proceedings and support for Mr. Combs that they will pay going forward. They were here and are here to support him, and he is obviously committed to reuniting with this family to continue to support them. Okay, not to flee or put them at further risk. As just a few examples of what Mr. Combs has missed since he has been incarcerated, he has missed the biggest moments of his daughter's life. He missed his twins' high school graduation. They did not have any parent there with them because their mother, Kim Porter, tragically passed away in 2018. He missed his twins' prom. He has a minor daughter, 2.5 years old, who has been without him for 9 months. He needs and wants to be with and remains with his family. Whew. Let me get a drink. Hold up, y'all. Oh man, this is it's intense. Okay, let me know what you guys think. Ooh, in the comments. Sorry, y'all. I'm not even looking. Okay. Let's keep going. Tony's like, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's keep going, guys. At today's hearing, the government suggests that Mr. Combs could still be a danger in the sense, and he still had the means and ability to commit prostitution crimes. With all due respect, that suggestion is unsupported. The government had, for an extended period of time, a pen register on his phone. Oh, Mr. Combs never called any potential escorts or prostitutes, nor did he make any effort to arrange meetings with escorts or prostitutes, nor was he with Jane in New York. In any event, reasonable conditions would ensure that Mr. Combs would not have the ability to arrange the meetings with prostitutes. Okay? Cases overwhelmingly support release under the circumstances. So they're listing all the cases. You have United States versus Dylan, United States versus Jacob, United States versus Lynn. Okay. And for example, United States versus Dylan, defendant convicted of Travel Act violation for running prostitution business, permitted to remain on bail pending sentencing. United States versus Jacob, defendant convicted of transportation of a minor, permitted to remain on bail pending sentencing. United States versus Lynn, defendant pled guilty to Travel Act violation predicated on promoting and facilitating prostitution business, permitted to remain on bail. Okay, so they're just citing some cases. Here's another one. United States versus Berner, defendant who ran international prostitution ring, permitted to remain on bail pending sentencing. Okay, so they're listing those cases. Here we go. And the case as it stands is simply not in the same category of other cases where detention for a Mann Act defendant was deemed appropriate, such as United States versus Rivera Luna, where the defendant had connections to a smuggling network that smuggled the numerous alleged victims. Other cases further supported here, United States versus Fox, okay, affirming that pretrial release despite trafficking charges because the government failed to explain why the stringent release conditions imposed by the district court would be insufficient to prevent defendant from evading surveillance in a manner that would permit him to engage in the kind of non-consensual, rug-induced, violent acts that forms the basis of the allegations. Okay, so more is being cited. Now I'm going to jump a little bit because these are just cases that are being cited to support their release. Okay. The proposed release conditions. The defendant proposes the following bail packages: 1 million bond. Okay, that's A. A co-signed by Sean Combs, his mother, his sister, and the mother of his oldest daughter. C. Mr. Combs' travel will be restricted to the Southern District of Florida, Central District of California, and Southern District of New York, okay? To attend court and meeting with this counsel, as well as the Eastern District of New York or District of New Jersey, only to the extent that his travel to and from New York involves an airport in those districts. D. Mr. Combs' passport surrendered to pretrial services. E. Rug testing as ordered by pretrial services. And F. All other standard conditions of pretrial supervision. For the foregoing reasons, the court should release Mr. Sean Combs. Okay. All the lawyers' names are there. Now hold up. I got another. What else do we have here? Oh, okay. Shout out to can Ahmad drop Danny Robertson's channel? As well as come get this commentary. Kiva, Danny just sent me the letter from the government. So we about to read the government. So we just read the defense. We're about to read the government, okay? Shout out to Danny Robertson. If Ahmad can drop her channel, please, and thank you. I'm sure some of you guys are already on that. Thank you. Hold up. Here it is. All right. Here we go, guys. Here we go. What is the judge going to decide? Okay. How long is this letter? Lord have mercy. Let me see. Okay, it's not too bad. 8 pages. The other one's 8 pages too. Here we go. Let's see what the government has to say. All right. So United States versus Sean Combs. Dear Judge, the government respectfully submits this letter following the jury trial of the defendant, Sean Combs. Following a 7-week jury trial, the defendant was found guilty of 2 counts of interstate transportation for the purposes of prostitution in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2421A. The defendant has moved for bail pending sentencing under the Bail Reform Act. However, because detention is mandatory under the Bail Reform Act, 18 USC Act is there, he is not entitled to release and his detention must be continued. Okay, they're giving us a little bit of the background. Over the course of 7 weeks, the jury heard evidence of the defendant's violence, interstate transportation of numerous individuals for prostitution, rug use, distribution, and attempts to escape law enforcement detection. This conduct spans 2 decades. At the trial, the defendant did not walk away from these facts. Indeed, the defendant embraced the fact that he was a habitual rug user who regularly engaged in domestic abuse. Rather, the defendant argued that despite his repeated violence against girlfriends, he did not engage in trafficking, and despite his prolific rug use, he did not engage in racketeering activity. The jury subsequently acquitted the defendant on counts related to the racketeering conspiracy and S-acts or S-trafficking. The defendant was convicted of 2 counts of violating the Mann Act by transporting girlfriends and male commercial S workers interstate for the purpose of engaging in acts of prostitution. Specifically, the defendant caused these individuals to travel interstate and internationally for the purposes of engaging in freak-offs or hotel nights, elaborate and multi-day S performance involving significant rug use that the defendant directed, got a master's degree during and often filmed. The evidence presented over the course of 7 weeks showed that the defendant did this repeatedly, including after the defendant undisputably knew that he was under federal investigation. Okay. Whew. Hold up, y'all. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. Here we go. Page 2. Additionally, the facts adduced at the trial show, among other things, that the defendant seriously abused a former girlfriend, Casa Ventura, that Miss Ventura sustained injuries from many of these assaults. One such assault that took place in March of 2016 was captured on surveillance video. This video is a version of which was published by CNN in May 2024, showed the defendant throwing Miss Ventura to the ground, kicking her repeatedly, attempting to drag her down the hallway. This was far from only assault the defendant perpetrated on Miss Ventura. Trial testimony from multiple witnesses recounted numerous other instances of abuse, which the defendant slapped, hit, kicked, dragged Ventura by the hair. Despite the defendant's claims in a public social media post that he was a changed man, following the leak of the surveillance video, the defendant continued to engage in violent conduct. In June of 2024, the defendant choked, kicked, punched another girlfriend, Jane, okay, and then directed her to take rugs and perform in an FO. This incident occurred months after the defendant's residence were searched by federal agents, when the defendant unquestionably understood that he was under federal investigation for trafficking by force, fraud, and coercion. The fact at trial also shows that the defendant regularly bought and consumed rugs, including rugs, and he provided to Miss Ventura and Jane during freak-offs or hotel nights. In addition to the June 2024 violent incident involving Jane, the defendant also engaged in other criminal conduct while he was aware that he was under federal investigation. During the March 2024 searches of the defendant's residence, law enforcement recovered narcotics, 3 separate firearms with the face serial numbers. Hey, government, why isn't that one of your charges? Why isn't that one of your charges? Okay, anyways, like literally, they dropped the ball on this one. Okay, further evidence at trial established that the defendant engaged in transportation for purposes of prostitution with Jane as recently as August 2024, a mere months before this arrest, where Jane had asked with an escort in front of the defendant at the defendant's 2-star island residence. Okay, indeed, the defendant was planning to fly Jane to New York for the same purposes in September of 2024, mere days before this arrest. In September of 2024, at that time of his arrest, Manhattan law enforcement recovered $9,000 in cash and rugs, including MDMA and K from the defendant's hotel. Now, hold up. Let me stop right here because I want to see what's going on with Inner City Press real quick. Do we have an update? We don't. It's just the letters. Okay. All right. I think we're doing good. Okay. Let's keep reading, guys. Let's keep reading. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Welcome everybody. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Guidelines calculation. The guidelines calculation in this case is complicated, and the government expects that it will be litigated by the parties. For the purposes of this detention hearing, the government sets forth the below preliminary calculation subject to revision, which the government believes is the minimum guidelines calculation applicable to this case. Counts 3 and 5. Okay, here we go. So they're giving us a guideline calculation. Counts 3 and 5. The guideline applicable to counts 3 and 5. The base offenses level is 14. Okay. There's a footnote under there that says it is a violation of federal law to receive firearms and have obliterated, remove, or altered serial numbers. Why didn't you charge him for that? Why wasn't that part of that? Anyways, let me stop. Go back to the guidelines. Number 2, the guideline applicable to count 5, pursuant, the codes are there, the base offense level is 14. Grouping analysis. Pursuant to U.S. CCG, because of the offenses involving more than one victim, Chapter 3, Part D is applied as if the promoting of a commercial S act or prohibited S conduct in respects to each victim had been contained in a separate count of conviction. Because there's more than 6 victims, and each victim as if they had been contained separate counts of convictions. There are more than 5 groups. Each group has an offense of level of 14. Even setting aside Ms. Ventura and Jane, the evidence at trial showed that the defendant transported 7 escorts. Jules Theodore, Clayton Howard, Julian Sapp, Cabral Williams, Paul Arthur, Michael Ejiaku, aka Reggie, RICO Bozat, for the purposes of promoting commercial S acts. They got all the prostitutes' names there. All of them, the majority of them. Okay. According to the section, there are more than 6 victims. Okay. Note 1, victim means a person transported, pursued, induced, and enticed or coerced to engage or travel for the purposes of engaging in commercial S acts or prohibited S sexual conduct, whether or not the person consented to the commercial S act or prohibited sexual conduct. Okay, hold up. In calculating the combined offenses level pursuant USSG, because the 5 groups are equally serious, the offense level is 19. Okay. Chapter 3, enhancements pursuant to USSG B1.1, because the defendant was a manager or supervisor and the criminal activity was otherwise extensive, 3 levels are added. The evidence at trial shows that the defendant was a manager or supervisor of one or more participants, namely Ms. Ventura and Jane. Further, the criminal activity was otherwise extensive. When considering whether the criminal activity was otherwise extensive, application note 3 instructs that the court to consider all persons involved during the course of the entire offense. Okay. As an example of the criminal activity that could be otherwise extensive, the application describes a fraud that involves only 3 participants, but use the unknowing service of many outsiders. Here's the evidence at trial demonstrated that the defendant used the services of many of his employees, including his chief of staff, Christina Cora, his travel advisor, his security staff, his assistants, in order to carry out the offenses of conviction. Even if all of those employees were unknowing participants, their years-long assistance in facilitating the criminal activity satisfies the criteria for this enhancement. Okay? It's a mouthful. Give me one sec, guys. Ooh, shout out to Sylvia for the energy drink. Oh my God. Sorry, y'all. I'm not even looking at the chat. I got to get through this. Okay? Let me close this a little bit. Here it is. Pursuant to USSG 3C 1.1, because the defendant willfully obstructed or impeded or attempted to obstruct or impede the administration of justice with respects to the investigation and prosecution of counts 3 and 5, and the obstructive conduct related to those counts and relevant conduct, 2 levels are added. So they're adding levels to how they see the charges. I mean, are they already saying why he can't be released or what he should be charged? Like, I'm confused, but okay. The defendant attempted to obstruct justice with regards to counts 3 and 5 in multiple respects, including his attempt to pay off security guards following his assault of Miss Ventura at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles, California, and in his calls to Jane following the settlement of Miss Ventura's lawsuit. With regards to the Intercontinental Hotel, application note 1 provide that obstructive conduct that occurred prior to the start of the investigation of the instance offense of conviction may be covered by this guideline if the conduct was purposely calculated and likely towards the investigation or prosecution of the offense of conviction. The evidence at trial showed that in the minutes following his assault of Miss Ventura, the defendant offered Israel Flores a stack of cash and attempted to shut Mr. Flores out of the hotel where Jules Theodore, an escort whom the defendant had previously transported for the purposes of engaging in prostitution, was hiding his offense. In addition, as the testimony of Eddie Garcia, Eddie my angel, Eddie Garcia revealed in the following days, the defendant took further steps to pay off the security staff to secure a video of his crimes, preventing further law enforcement investigation. Okay. With regards to the defendant's recorded calls to Jane in November of 2024, the defendant attempted to feed Jane a false narrative regarding her participation in the hotel nights to silence Jane and prevent law enforcement investigation into the conduct. Okay, which encompasses the conduct underlining counts 3 and 5 that gave rise to this case. Accordingly, the total offense level for counts 3 and 5 is 24. Okay, criminal history. Based upon this office current understanding, including throughout representation by the defense, the defendant has 0 criminal history points. In accordance with the above, the defendant's criminal history category is 1. Keep that in mind. He doesn't have anything on his record. Sentencing range. Accordingly, based only on the preliminary calculations set forth above, the defendant guideline range is at least 51 to 63 months imprisonment. Okay. They're proposing, based on the guideline range, 51 to 63 months imprisonment. Okay. Whereas we just read the defense, it was what, 21 to 27 months? Okay, just so people are aware. The government, how many months is 63? How many years is 63 months? Put it in the chat. I can't do math off the top of my head. The government notes, however, that the guidelines applicable at sentencing may be higher than this preliminary calculation. The government has not had adequate time to carefully consider all potential applicable guideline provisions. For example, as the court is aware, evidence presented at trial in support of the defendant's conviction on counts 3 and 5 overlap subsequently with evidence related to the S trafficking counts. Accordingly, much of this conduct is not included in the guidelines definition of acquitted conduct and may be relevant. Okay, hold on. Ooh, my nose is itchy. May be relevant to guidelines calculation. Okay, let me read the footnote. That's where we left off. Defendant does not qualify for adjustment of certain 0-point offenders because the defendant used violence in connection with the offense. The instant offense of conviction of S offenses, and the defendant should receive an adjustment under as outlined above. Okay, so we're on page 5. Here we go. So, for instance, so they're still talking about the guidelines and calculations. For instance, the government expects to seek the application of the 4-point enhancement pursuant. There's what is it? The guideline, I'm sorry, for offenses involving fraud and coercion. Okay. The government requires additional time to consider any other potential enhancement or cross-reference and may be applicable. Application of the law. So they're going to get right into the law. The Bail Reform Act governs whether a recent convicted defendant is eligible for release pending sentencing. Okay, so they're citing some cases. I'm going to skip over the citing because it's just too much. Specifically, where a defendant has been convicted of a crime of violence and is awaiting sentencing as the defendant is here. Okay, provided the court shall order that defendant be detained unless A, the judicial officer finds that it is a substantial likelihood that a motion for acquittal or new trial will be granted, and 2, attorney for the government has recommended that no sentence of imprisonment be imposed on that person, and B, the judicial officer finds by clear and convincing evidence that the person is not likely to flee or pose a danger to any other person in the community. The defendant must fulfill, hold up. Oh shit. Oh my God. Okay. I'm gonna finish reading this, guys, but Deontay Nash has written a letter to the court, and we have to read that too. So I'm gonna kind of skip over the codes, okay? Because Deontay Nash, one of the witnesses, has written a letter to the court, guys. Deontay Nash has written a letter to the court, okay? So they get into the bail reform. There's an analysis. Hold up, let me see. Detention is mandatory for following a conviction of a Mann Act offenses. The government has been unable to locate a case in which a defendant was released from custody following such a conviction. Indeed, the government has only identified several cases where the defendant has been detained pre-trial and remained detained throughout the sentencing. Okay, I'm going to read. So, okay. Maybe I'll just jump over. Conclusion: for this reason set forth, the defendant continued detention is required under the Bail Reform Act. Accordingly, the defendant application for bail pending sentencing should be denied. All right, I have to go to this Deontay Nash letter, guys. We have to go to this Deontay Nash letter. Drop a 1 in the chat if you want to go to the Deontay Nash letter, because this I was not expecting. My friends, I was not expecting this. Okay? Douglas Wigdor also wrote a letter, Inner City Press, opposing. Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself, as well as the community. There's a hearing at 5 now, okay? So people are aware. Lord have mercy. Hold up, my friends. Deontay Nash wrote a letter as well. Oh my God. The judge says, or excuse me, dear judge, this is Deontay Nash, okay? Thank you, Diddy Docket. Thank you, my love. Shout out to Diddy Docket, y'all. Drop some hearts for Diddy Docket. I'm writing to express my grave concern over the prospects of Sean Diddy Combs being released from custody. While I appreciate the fairness you have shown throughout this proceeding, I feel compelled to be unequivocal about the danger he poses to the public as to the individuals who have risked everything by coming forward. Mr. Combs has a well-documented history of violence, coercion, and retaliatory behavior. Over the years, he has repeatedly escaped meaningful accountability, and each time this has only reinforced his sense of impurity. I can't read. Oh my God. If he is released now, I have no doubt that he will see it as yet another license to continue intimidating, threatening, and harming people who challenge or expose him. Many of us have firsthand knowledge of this fear he instills. Okay. In those around him, I can say without a hesitation that he is a serious and immediate threat to victims, witnesses, and the broader community. His pattern of violence, particularly while engaging in the trafficking of individuals for prostitution, combined and unchecked substance abuse, makes it clear that he is not ready to re-enter society safely or responsibly. To release Mr. Combs without substantial consequences would undermine the integrity of this process and send a dangerous message that wealth and influence can shield someone indefinitely from accountability. It will also endanger those who cooperated with this investigation under subpoena, who are already living in fear of retaliation. I urge you in the strongest possible term to prioritize the safety of the victims and witnesses over any consideration of leniency. Mr. Combs has had countless opportunities to change, and he has chosen to instead to escalate his harmful conduct. Allowing him back to the community now would be a profound mistake. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to protecting the public from those who repeatedly demonstrate their unwillingness to respect the law. That is a letter on the docket. Let me see if I can tag Danny Robertson on this too. Oh my God. Can I don't know if Danny Robertson lets me tag her. Damn. I don't think I can. Wow. I needed to listen. I got a headache. Hold up, y'all. I got a headache. This is like crazy. Give me one sec. What is the judge going to do? So I think they're going to have a hearing at 5 instead now. Hold up, y'all. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, hold up. Huh. Picture of Brian Koberger. There you go. Hold up. Casaventura's lawyer wrote a letter. Here it is. Okay. And we can just read this a little bit. So, of course, we kind of skimmed through the government. It was just too long. They're citing court laws. What adds to it? The government is asking, what did they say? 51. Hold up. What was the number from the analysis? Like 57 months, 63 months total. And the defense is saying, no, it's like 21 to 27 months behind bars. So they're kind of calculating and proposing this already. Douglas Windor wrote a letter to the judge. We write as counsel for Cassandra Ventura to respectfully request the court deny Mr. Combs to be released pending his sentencing on his 2 convictions. Excuse me. Detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges for pursuant the Bail Reform Act. This detention is mandatory post-conviction on these charges, and Ms. Ventura believes that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims who testified in this case, including herself as well as the community. We thank the court for this time and attention in this matter. Oh my God. Oh man, guys. Okay, let me read. I completely missed some folks here. I'm sorry. Finding Your 40. Thank you so much for renewing your membership and also gifting 10 memberships. Thank you, my love. If you've been blessed, make sure you guys are putting some hearts and confettis for anybody that has blessed you with a membership. Thank you so much. Jennifer says, Thank you for this super chat. That was my thoughts yesterday. It wasn't a slam dunk. Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Katie did model behavior at jail. Nope. He was illegally buying other inmates' phone time, among other acts, I'm sure. Well, don't forget where's it at? Where's my legal pad? I don't know where my legal pad. I don't know where I left it. I have a legal pad and it says legal. Don't forget, if you've been following this case, you would know what that means. So thank you so much for this $4.99, my love. R Hard, thank you so much for the $2 super sticker. Oh man. Where's everybody at? Where does everybody land with this? Oh my God. Damn, guys. Diddy is not going to, we read the government. We skimmed through some of the government, but we read all of the defense. And Cassie submitted a letter, as well as Deontay Nash. We just read that Deontay Nash letter. Is Kiva in the chat? Let me know. I don't think I see her. Shout out to come get this commentary, Kiva. Yeah, I just don't know. Oh my God, these comments are going pretty fast. Thank you guys for supporting the channel. Damn. Let me see what else is going on. 3 updates from CNN. So 3 updates. We've updated you guys. Okay, here we go. This is the update that we have. This is a pretty big update so far that we know. We just set it to 3 updates from CNN, okay? Cassie, we just read the letter, okay? Combs bail hearing set at 5 p.m. today. Oh my goodness. Okay, I won't be able to be here for that. That's too late. I might have to stream it later. Cassie Ventura's friend pens letter to judge expressing grave concern. Deontay Nash wrote a letter. We just read this letter. So I have read everything that's going on here, guys. Everything. I think we're right up to date with everything. You guys saw the letters here. We read the government's letter. We read the defense letter. And we read Deontay Nash. We read Wigdor's letter from Cassie Ventura. All of it. Oh my goodness, y'all. Let me see. I got to check on baby bunny, y'all, because you guys know that mommy duties come first. And I had a sitter pick up the child. Okay, hold up. What do you guys think in the chat? Let me know. Shit. This is a lot, y'all. This is a lot. I will try to come back. I just can't guarantee it, guys, because I just have so much going on. But I will try. You just got to keep your eyes out and everything, guys. Got to keep your eyes out. That's, keep your eyes out on the notifications. Your nerves are shot? Yeah. Okay. So I don't think we're going to get any more updates. I'm going to call it a day because I got a sitter, guys, and I got to release the sweater. If I'm able to come back, I will do my best. Just keep your eyes out. Hey, I want to thank everybody for the updates. I am going to order the transcripts. Hopefully we'll get them and we can review them. God, my hair is all crazy. Thank you so much for those that supported the channel. You guys didn't have to, and you did. Thank you for those that, supported on the Cash App and on the PayPal. Thank you. You guys are amazing. 5 hours and 24 minutes. I got to get some rest. I got to rest my voice a little bit. So we got through most of the day today. We got a verdict. We figured out what's going to happen. And then we have a hearing at 5, which would be 3 o'clock on my time. So I need a little bit of rest before I go live again. Okay. Hit the like button, share. And hey, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I'll see you guys on the next one. You could be anywhere else, but you're here. Thank you. Bye, guys.